Hey, everyone, welcome back to DNG Winji. Today, we're diving into an epic crossover. What if Dean teamed up with Buffy against the ultimate evil? If you're a fan of Dean's badass hunts and Buffy's vampire-slaying skills, then this one's for you. Before we jump in, I'd love to hear from you about what you think of this crossover idea. Do you want more videos like this? Let me know in the comments so we can make each video better than the last. And if you enjoy this one, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe for more, and share it with friends who love these characters as much as you do. Let's get started. The freshmen, Willow and Buffy had been in Shady Hill Cemetery for the better part of an hour. Willow watched from her blanket as Buffy paced, waiting for Mr. Esparza to rise, all the while becoming more and more anxious about their first day on UC Sunnydale's campus tomorrow. Anything? Buffy questioned with a deep sigh. Willow glanced down again at Buffy's course schedule. Ah, here's one. Willow exclaimed, causing Buffy to stop pacing as she read the course description: Introduction to the Modern Novel, a survey study of 20th century novelists. Willow glanced up at Buffy. It's open to freshmen, you might like that, Willow offered hopefully. Buffy's hopeful face fell as Willow described the course: Introduction to the Modern Novel. She questioned before continuing on, concerned, I'm guessing I'd probably have to read the modern novel. Willow put on her best supportive face, probably more than one. Buffy began pacing again, fiddling with the stake in her hand. I like books. I just don't want to take on too much. Do they have an introduction to the modern blurb? She asked reluctantly. Willow looked back at the course catalog. Oh, short story. Well, that's good, Buffy smiled, but her joy was quickly squashed. Oh, no, it conflicts with psych. Willow crossed it off her course selection. Maybe I shouldn't take psych, Buffy offered. Willow looked up at Buffy in shock. You gotta. It's fun, and you can use it as your science requirement, she rushed, before she continued her pitch to convince Buffy. Anyway, Professor Walsh is supposed to be great. She's like, world-renowned. Buffy had promised Willow they would take the class together and she didn't want to disappoint her, but psychology sounded like it was going to be a difficult class. Not wanting to upset Willow, she moved on as she began to pace again. How do you get to be renowned? I mean, like, do you have to be known first? She quipped, hoping to cover her worries. Yes, first there's the painful knowing process, Willow muttered half-heartedly as she continued to read the course catalog. Wait. Images of pop culture. This is good, Willow offered a hopeful glance in Buffy's direction before she continued. They watch movies, TV shows, even commercials. For credit? Buffy asked in stunned disbelief, and for the first time that evening a smile crept onto her face. Willow smiled at her friend. Isn't college cool? How'd I miss that one? Buffy asked as she moved to sit next to Willow. Well, you did sort of wait till the last minute with your course selection, Willow admonished. Buffy bumped her shoulder against Willow's playfully before she responded, sarcasm clear in her voice. Sorry, miss, I chose my major in playgroup. That's an exaggeration, Willow rolled her eyes playfully as she turned to look at Buffy. I just, think it's good to be prepared. Don't want to be caught unawares. As if sensing the opportunity for irony, Mr. Esparza's hand shot through the fresh dirt of his grave while Buffy and Will continued talking. Well, I've been busy. It's been a very sleigh-heavy summer, Buffy attested. I just haven't had a whole lot of time to think about life at UC Sunnydale, Buffy trailed off. Do you think spending a month on the road with Dean might have had something to do with your lack of future thoughts? Willow teased Buffy, bumping their shoulders again. But college is exciting, though, isn't it? Yeah, it's gonna be an adjustment, Buffy answered honestly, becoming lost in her own doubts and fears about college, still unaware that Mr. Esparza was making his way out of his grave. Willow didn't seem to notice the genuine doubt in Buffy's statement as she continued jokingly. Yeah, it's like 5 miles away. It's uncharted territory. Giles said I have to be secret identity gal again, Buffy informed her sadly as she looked down to fiddle with the stake in her hand. That makes sense, Willow reassured her, but college isn't the same as high school. I'm sure it will be easier to keep slaying from interfering. Mr. Esparza continued his silent approach. He was only steps away from the two oblivious young women. He smiled maliciously before he licked his lips as they continued to talk, leaving him to remain unnoticed. He paused for just a moment. He was ready to pounce, when the stack of weapons behind the two girls caught his attention. He glanced between the two girls and the pile of weapons before he decided these two girls were not worth the trouble, and he walked away silently to find another meal. It's gonna be tough, though, with a roommate, Buffy countered worriedly. I'm psyched about college. I just need to figure out how it's going to work with my extracurricular activities. I mean, I just can't let it take the edge off my slaying, you know. Buffy finished, looking to Willow, hoping for her support. When Willow simply nodded, Buffy huffed in frustration as she turned to look over her right shoulder at Mr. Esparza's grave. Is this guy ever gonna wake up? Before Willow could answer, the sounds of a fight broke out to their left. Buffy jumped up, grabbing her stake. She had only made it a few feet when the vampire had turned to dust, revealing a familiar form dusting off his leather jacket. Dean, Buffy shouted as she ran toward her boyfriend. Dean opened his arms and Buffy rushed into his embrace. He enjoyed the feeling of her body against his for a moment longer before he pulled back and looked at her playfully. You getting rusty without me, Blondie? When Buffy only answered with a confused look, he glanced at Willow, noting her confused look as well before he looked at Buffy more seriously. That vampire was only a few feet away, you didn't notice him? Willow shrugged. I guess we got too caught up in college talk. Buffy sighed deeply. It seemed like college was already interfering with her slaying, but she shook that off and looked at Dean with a bright smile. Just what are you doing here anyway? You mean other than saving your bacon? Dean teased, earning an eye roll in response before he continued. You really think I'd let my girl move into her college dorm without my help? Dean chuckled as Buffy's annoyance instantly disappeared as she squealed with excitement. Are you sure your mom isn't gonna mind if I don't bring you home tonight? Dean asked again as they approached his motel room's door. No, we had a nice meal and I told her I was going to be out late with Will course selecting and patrolling. She planned to go to bed before I got home, so she was well rested for move-in day, Buffy reassured him. Good, I definitely didn't make any plans for you to leave this room tonight. Dean slid the key into the motel room door and pulled Buffy in with him. As he shut the door, he pushed Buffy up against it for a searing kiss. Buffy returned the kiss with equal fervor as Dean's hand roamed her body. As soon as his hands found her rear, he lifted her so that she could wrap her legs around his waist. Dean trailed his lips from her neck to her collarbone. Buffy had been so caught up in the joy of seeing Dean and the passion of the moment she hadn't noticed before the room held only one bed, instead of the usual two Dean traveled with. Where's Sam? Buffy wondered aloud, pulling slightly away from Dean. Dean stopped his exploration of Buffy's body and placed his forehead against her chest with a frustrated sigh. You want to talk about Sam now? Buffy chuckled before caressing her hands over Dean's face, resting along his jaw, forcing him to look up at her. Not really, she replied, in a lusty whisper. I just hadn't realized you came all alone. He's with Dad, Dean smirked before he continued. I wanted you all to myself tonight. He didn't give Buffy a chance to respond before he met her lips in an urgent kiss, pressing Buffy against the door one last time before he turned them toward the bed. Buffy was curled against Dean's chest as Dean absently stroked her hair. Despite the feelings of pleasant numbness that were coursing through her body, she felt her mind drifting to the worries of being unable to cut it with both college life and slayage. Dean heard Buffy's deep sigh. He moved his hand from her hair to chin to gently pull her chin up so he could look into her eyes. Buffy tried to hide it, but Dean could see the worry building in her. Babe, he soothed, what's going on in that head of yours? Buffy met Dean's caring eyes, and despite her desire to not taint this wonderful night with her worries and fears, she knew she couldn't lie to him. What if I can't be the Slayer in college, Buffy? She asked, softly. Dean gave her a gentle smile. Then you'll call me, unless it is for homework help, then you'll call Sam. He chuckled lightly as he kissed the top of her head, but when her mood didn't seem to improve he became more serious. I was needing to head out tomorrow after I helped you get settled, but if you need me to stick around, Dean began to offer. No, Buffy assured him, you being here, now, and helping me move tomorrow is plenty. I'm sure I am going to be busy, college girl, and I don't want you to feel neglected, Buffy purred as she moved her way up to meet his lips. Dean returned the soft kiss, pulling her against him. We definitely wouldn't want that, he murmured before deepening the kiss. You do know that your house is 10 minutes away from here, right? Dean asked as he set down the latest box. Only if you drive, and I won't have my handsome chauffeur with me every day, Buffy pointed out before she placed a kiss on his cheek. I guess, we never did get around to those driving lessons I promised you. Dean reflected on the month they'd spent together this summer. I don't know about you, Buffy whispered as she pressed her body closer to his. I think we used our time more wisely. Dean's mind immediately flashed to several of their stolen moments in the back of the Impala. Under the guise of driving lessons, they had taken the time to explore and learn every square inch of one another. Dean met her eyes with an equally lusty gaze. I think you're right. Now why don't you help me with these last few boxes so I can take you to lunch? Now that offer is just too good to resist. Buffy smiled brightly at Dean, but, she pouted, I'm secret identity girl again. She began to bat her eyelashes. I can't risk someone connecting the dots by lifting and carrying those heavy boxes, before she beamed him with a smile that was far too sweet to truly be innocent. Dean shook his head with a chuckle. He leaned down as if he was going to kiss her cheek, but rather whispered in her ear, lunch better end with my face in some delicious pie. Buffy blushed and Dean let out a hearty laugh as he pulled away with a peck to her cheek before he walked back out of the room to retrieve the final boxes. Joyce pulled Buffy into another hug as they stood in the Stevenson Hall parking lot. Mom, Buffy complained as she shifted away, you're going to see me so often you'll wish I went to an out-of-state school. Joyce sniffled and wiped the tears welling in her eyes. Promise. Promise, Buffy smiled. Joyce nodded at her daughter before turning her attention to Dean. It was good seeing you again, Dean. Don't be a stranger. Dean smiled brightly at Buffy's mom. Yes, Mom, he nodded. As Joyce turned away from the couple, Buffy pulled Dean into her arms. I believe someone promised me lunch. Dean kissed her lips as he countered, I believe someone promised me pie. Buffy slowly opened up the door to her dorm room before peeking her head through. Kathy, her new roommate, was already asleep. She crept into her room, silently closing the door before she headed over to her closet. She quickly changed into her pajamas and made her way over to the bed and gently laid herself down. Buffy found herself staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. She'd been hopeful that sleep would come easy after such a long day, but instead the sound of her roommate's snoring flooded her ears. Buffy shifted in her bed, moving her pillow to cover her ears. Buffy had finally just started to drift to sleep when suddenly the room phone was ringing. Buffy flipped over quickly and answered the phone with a hushed, but harsh, hello. She watched Kathy reposition, but remained asleep undisturbed by the phone. She sighed with relief. Were you asleep, babe? Dean's apologetic voice came across the line. Buffy smiled. Not quite, she whispered, but my roommate is. Dean hadn't really thought about how late it was when he'd called, but he wanted to hear about her first couple of days. He'd been worried about her. Despite her assurances, she had seemed so uneasy when he'd left to meet up with his dad and brother in Idaho. Would you like me to let you go? He offered, matching Buffy's whispered tone. No, Buffy answered firmly, I always have time for you. Buffy glanced at Kathy's form to confirm she was still asleep before she asked, how are things going on your hunt? Dean smiled as he shifted in the front seat of the Impala. Leaning back and kicking his feet up across the bench seats, there's been a lot of research. Dad and Sam have definitely been in close quarters for too long. Dean sighed, but we finally figured out that we're dealing with a rawhead and that it is hiding out somewhere in the Boise National Forest. However, that means I am likely going to be reception-free while we're tracking it down, Dean informed Buffy before asking, how's the co-ed life? It's just peachy, Buffy answered, trying to sound positive. Peachy, huh? Dean probed, his tone making it clear he didn't believe her. Buffy sniffled, as a rush of tears flooded her eyes. I'm not sure I'm cut out for this. Sweetheart, Dean soothed, but was cut off by Buffy's sob. Dean sat up and readied himself to drive, but as he placed the keys in the ignition he knew he couldn't leave. He was needed for this hunt. The rawhead had killed at least half a dozen people in the last few months. Dean pulled his hand away from the ignition and slapped the steering wheel in frustration. Hearing her crying and being unable to pull her into his arms tore at his chest. I just don't belong. Buffy's body shook as she tried to keep her voice and sobs low. Willow's in heaven and I feel like I can't get my bearings. I got yelled at by a professor and I dropped a pile of books on my ta, Buffy ranted. Have you tried talking to Willow or what about Giles? Dean asked, hoping to direct Buffy to some sort of comfort. No, I don't want to bug anyone, Buffy answered sadly. Dean was thankful that her sobs had subsided. Maybe she just needed to get a few things off of her chest. He hoped that would be enough because despite his deep desire to run right to her, he couldn't because he had a job to do. Buffy, talk to Willow tomorrow. It'll help, he encouraged, not knowing what else to say. Okay, Buffy muttered. Buffy and Dean stayed on the phone for another hour or so. They talked about Sam and his dad. They gently reminisced about their summer adventures. It wasn't until Dean could hear both the smiling and tiredness in Buffy's voice that he had suggested that they end their call. I love you, Buffy whispered, her voice filled with sleep. I love you too, babe, Dean answered back before he ordered gently, get some rest and talk to Willow. He heard the phone click as she hung up the phone. He hoped that Buffy's next few days would be better and that the next time he spoke with her, she'd be much happier. If not, he was definitely going to need to find a way to bring up another visit to Sunnydale without irritating his father. He sighed as he opened the door to make his way out of the Impala and back into the motel room. He also needed to get some sleep because he was sure his dad would be at their door for an early morning wake-up call. Buffy's conversation with Dean the previous night had definitely left her feeling better. She was also looking forward to Psych 105. Not only would she have a chance to catch up with Willow and Oz, but she was also excited that she'd see Eddie. She stood outside the door for a minute looking around before she met Willow's eyes. Willow was already sitting again in the second row next to Oz. Buffy glanced around the classroom. No sign of Eddie. She took her seat next to Willow, placing her bag into the seat next to her. She continued watching the door, waiting for Eddie to arrive so that she could wave him over. "We still on for coffee?" Willow asked, drawing Buffy's attention. Yeah," Buffy said a little distractedly. When she saw the slight look of cross-hurt Willow's face, she quickly reassured, "I'm looking forward to it, really." Willow looked appeased before she continued excitedly, "This whole getting to do what we want without asking a parent thing is pretty cool, right?" Buffy nodded as Professor Walsh entered the classroom, shutting the door behind her. The noise drew the attention of the students as she welcomed them all back to class before she started her lecture. Buffy had done her best to stay focused on the lecture. It was all about the history of psychology and how it had become the science it was today, but Buffy was able to stop her mind from wandering to Eddie's lack of attendance. He had seemed overwhelmed, but he didn't seem like the kind of student who would simply cut class. As the lecture ended and students shuffled out of the classroom, Buffy began looking around again. Both worried and hopeful that she had simply missed him in the crowd before class had started. Oz took notice of Buffy's thorough search of the lecture hall. "You looking for someone?" he asked, moving to stand in front of her. "Yeah," Buffy answered a little disappointedly. Willow walked up behind Buffy. "You made a friend. Good for you," she offered enthusiastically. Despite Willow's truly sincere, albeit slightly condescending remark, a look of hurt crossed her face again when Buffy had replied, "Thanks, Mom," sarcastically. Buffy halted her search with a huff. "I'm sorry, Will," Buffy offered sincerely. Buffy trailed off, not sure how to say what she wanted, especially in such a public setting. "It's okay, Buffy," Willow offered, understandingly. Willow had noticed that Buffy didn't seem to be enjoying her initial days of college as much as she had been. She hoped they could talk about it over coffee. "You still want to go for that coffee?" Willow asked. Buffy smiled at Willow. "Yes, but can we make it later? I want to check on something." "Absolutely, just give me a call when you want to meet up," Willow offered as she took Oz's hand and they headed out of the lecture hall. Buffy left the lecture hall and headed straight over to Dunworth Hall. Something in her bones was telling her Eddie's disappearance was something more than a case of the college jitters. Upon arrival, Buffy found an RA willing to help her. Admittedly, it had taken more flirting than she had wanted to gain access to his room. As the RA opened the door, he began to talk to her about Eddie's disappearance. Buffy looked around his now empty room. Buffy's mind replayed their conversation. She was having trouble believing that Eddie had just packed up and left. Despite his uncertainty, he'd seemed so hopeful that they'd figure it all out. The RA caught Buffy's attention once more as he spoke about the common occurrence of freshmen packing up and leaving without a word. She had planned to ask more follow-up questions, but when she spotted the note on the bed, she felt herself drawn to it. She picked it up to read it. The note seemed rushed and held none of the sweet yet unsure personality of the boy she had met. Something didn't feel right about the note, but there didn't seem to be any actual reason to believe something was wrong. With a sigh, she placed the note on Eddie's nightstand when something in the slightly ajar drawer caught her eye. She pulled open the drawer and there lay Eddie's copy of Human Bondage. There was no way Eddie would have left without it. Buffy stood up from the bed and she knew her instincts had led her right into something fishy. Now she just needed to figure out exactly what it was. She needed the one person in all of Sunnydale who could put the pieces together. Buffy knocked on Giles's door, but he hadn't answered. Buffy frowned. That wasn't like Giles. She'd seen his car in the parking lot, so she knew he should be home. She knocked again before she pressed her ear against the door. The faint sound of music met her ears. Buffy reached for the door and tried the handle. The door clicked open. Buffy pushed forward as she called out, "Hello, Giles." Buffy entered as she peered into the living area, shutting the door behind her. When she didn't see Giles, she called out again as she began moving toward the stairs. If he was upstairs, he might not have heard her knocking. "Rupert." Is this blue cheese or is it just cheese that's gone blue? Buffy whipped her body around toward the feminine voice coming out of the kitchen. Her eyes went wide as she noticed an attractive black woman walking out of the kitchen wearing one of Giles's shirts. "You're not Giles," the woman commented quietly. Buffy gulped, trying, but failing to keep the awkwardness from her voice. "You know the door was open, so I just..." Suddenly Buffy worried that maybe she'd missed something and Giles had left. Giles does still live here, right?" The woman chuckled lightly before confirming, "He does." Buffy found herself unsure of what to say. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words formed. The woman looked at Buffy a little more intently as the music turned off. "He appears," she stated as Giles walked up behind her only wearing his bathrobe. "Rupert, you have a guest," she informed him. Giles's eyes widened slightly as he spotted Buffy. "Buffy. Hello." Buffy grimaced as she moved her eyes away from the couple before asking, "Is this a bad time?" "No," Giles insisted as he stepped forward with the woman in tow. Forgive me. This is, Olivia," he explained. "She's, an old friend, she's staying here for a few days." Olivia smiled as she gripped his arm. Couldn't pass through Sunny Cal without looking up Ol Ripper. Buffy continued to look at the two with barely disguised discomfort as Giles went on. "Buffy's was a student of mine." Then he focused his attention back to Buffy. How is university?" "Pretty much the same as high school, in the sense that I need help," Buffy reluctantly informed him with a pointed look. Help, yes," Giles uttered as he caught on to the reason behind Buffy's visit. He looked over to Oliva, and started to ask her to give them a moment, but was interrupted by Buffy. "But, this just looks like a bad time," she said as she began to back her way towards the door. "I can just, No, you guys talk," Olivia stated. "I'll just go slip into something a little less comfortable." She smiled teasingly at Giles before she turned to make her way back towards his bedroom. As soon as Olivia was out of earshot, Giles got straight to business. "So, trouble with, studies?" Buffy frowned as she continued to back her way toward the door. "This is a bad time," she repeated again as she turned toward the door hoping she could make a hasty exit. "You keep saying that," Giles stated as he brushed her arm forcing Buffy to turn back toward him. "Well, it looks pretty bad," Buffy insisted with a harsh whisper. "I think someone had just a little too much free time on their hands." "I'm not supposed to have a private life?" Giles questioned her with a slght scowl. "No," Buffy whined, "'cause you're very, very old, and it's gross." Giles gave her an amused smirk. "Well, before I succumb to the ravages of age, why don't you tell me what brings you here?" he insisted gently. Buffy sighed, both with the displeasure that she hadn't been able to escape and with the sense of relief that Giles would be able to help her. "There's this student missing." "Yes," Giles prompted her to continue. "Eddie," Buffy explained, "he's supposed to have left school but I just don't think he did. I met him outside last night, but when he didn't show up to class, one went to look for him at his dorm. The place was cleared out and then I went back where we met. It looked like there'd been a struggle." "And?" Giles asked coolly. Buffy looked at him in shock. "And we need to stop this," she declared. "Eddie's Ross said kids disappear a lot. There could be a gang of vampires working the campus. We need research, and she puttered under Giles' questioning gaze, "charts and stuff," she finished now feeling unsure of herself. I still don't see where I fit in," Giles told her. "You haven't described anything that you can't do for yourself." Buffy felt like a vampire had just kicked her in the chest. She couldn't believe Giles wasn't immediately jumping in to help her. "Okay, remember before you became Hugh Hefner when you used to be a watcher?" She questioned him in disbelief. "Officially you no longer have a watcher," Giles stated as he moved toward the counter to pick up a discarded drink. "Buffy, you know I'll always be here when you need me." He attempted to reassure her. "Why, your safety is more important to me than anything, but you're going to have to learn to take care of yourself." His tone became more firm. "You're out of school and I can't always be there to guide you." Buffy's eyes quickly went to the floor as she fought back tears. "I'm sorry I bothered you," she said with a forced smile before she turned toward the door. "Buffy, Giles tried to stop her. "Oh, no." Buffy cut him off harshly before she again controlled the turbulent feelings of abandonment. "I mean, yeah, you're right. I can handle it, it's just that she stumbled as she tried to sound fully confident in herself. "I'm on it." Buffy quickly opened the door and began to leave. She closed the door as Giles quietly called after her. I'm here if you need me." As Buffy reached the stairs leading out of the courtyard of Giles's apartment, she stopped and let out the desperate breath she'd been holding. She shook her head before she continued to make her way back to campus, but she made no attempt to stop the tears that streamed down her face. As night fell over UC Sunnydale's campus, Buffy made her way out for a thorough patrol, hoping to find more clues. During her time in high school, she hadn't been too involved with the on-campus monster life. She walked down the pathway leading away from her dorm. She found herself growing frustrated by how many people were still out wandering campus. It was significantly more than had been out the previous night. "Don't you people have homes?" she muttered to herself as she continued her visual search of the campus. Suddenly she felt a small tingle in her gut and she turned her head to the right, and there was Eddie walking off onto one of the lesser-used campus paths. "Eddie?" Buffy questioned quietly before she followed after him. "Eddie," Buffy called out as she picked up her pace to chase after him. "Eddie, hey, wait up." "God, I was worried that something had happened to you," Buffy said with relief as they came to a stop, but her hopes were quickly dashed when Eddie turned around and his face was deformed with the hard ridges of a vampire. "And of course it has, 'cause you're a vampire," Buffy sighed. "I'm sorry." Buffy didn't have any time to truly feel her own guilt for not protecting the sweet boy she'd met the night before as Eddie lunged toward her, trying to grab a hold of her. Buffy reacted quickly and skirted his grasp before she pushed him with enough force to throw him to the ground. Buffy used the time it took him to recover to pull her stake from her jacket. Eddie, being a newly turned vampire, was impatient and dumb, so he quickly charged Buffy straight on. This allowed Buffy the perfect opening to stake him quickly and with little effort. Buffy watched sadly as Eddie turned to dust. Her feelings of guilt had begun to settle in when she heard a female voice call out from behind her, "The Slayer." Buffy whipped around to see a blonde vampire dressed in all black standing on a concrete platform. Before Buffy could say anything, the vampire continued, "Wow, I heard you might be coming here." Several vampires came out from behind the bushes and surrounded Buffy as the blonde continued, her voice sarcastically unenthused. What a challenge. "The Slayer." Buffy refused to let her discomfort get the better of her as she responded back, "And you are?" "Ooh, I'm Sunday," the vampire casually introduced herself. "I'll be killing you here in a minute or so," she said with a nonchalant shrug. Buffy scoffed at the brazen claim. "You know that threat gets more frightening every time I hear it." Sunday just continued to stare her down, unaffected by Buffy's snarky retort. But the long-haired vampire, who reminded Buffy of Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, spoke up. Are we gonna fight? Or is this just gonna be a monster sarcasm rally?" "I'm in for a piece," the female vampire that stood behind Buffy spoke up. "Everybody gets to play," Buffy stated, unable to keep out all the fear from her voice. "Guys," Sunday stated, glaring at the group as she came down to stand in front of Buffy, "this is totally mine." "Okay, but you gotta share the eatin'," the Shaggy-esque vampire informed Sunday, "'cause I'm thinkin' Slayer's blood's gotta be whoa. Like tie stick." Buffy, who had been focused on Sunday, glanced sideways at the other vampire judgmentally. "I thought people were supposed to get smarter in college." Sunday smirked. "Yeah, I think you have a lot of misconceptions about college," before she pointed at Buffy's clothing as she mocked in true Cordelia-like fashion, "like that anyone would be caught dead wearing that." Buffy should have known better, but she could stop herself from looking down at her own clothes. As Buffy picked her head up ready to utter a snarky reply, Sunday threw a powerful punch directly to her face and sent her to the ground. Buffy quickly moved to get up as Sunday attempted to kick her back down to the ground. Buffy blocked the kick as she stood up. Buffy threw a couple of quick punches, but Sunday managed to dodge and block them before landing another punch to Buffy's face. Once again, Buffy found herself on the ground. This time when Buffy started to get up, Sunday executed a spin kick that sent Buffy back down to the ground with a groan of pain, but Buffy refused to stay down. As Buffy got back onto her knees, she attempted to throw a punch into Sunday's open stomach, hoping to buy herself some time to get back onto her feet, but Sunday grabbed her arm and threw her back. Buffy collided painfully with the concrete of the platform Sunday had been standing on when she'd made her presence known. Despite the pain and the wind being knocked from her lungs, Buffy once again threw a punch at Sunday's open side, but Sunday dodged it before she caught Buffy by the throat. Sunday squeezed her hand tighter as she mocked, "Don't take this the wrong way," but she paused as she punched Buffy in the face. "You fight like a girl." Sunday's forceful punch had sent Buffy down and left her back open for attack. Sunday took full advantage of this to throw Buffy off the concrete platform and onto the grassy ground. Buffy forced herself to her feet quickly, swaying slightly. As Sunday flipped off the platform, Buffy suddenly was reminded of her fights with Faith. Like Faith, Sunday was strong and visceral in her movements. Buffy quickly forced those thoughts away. She couldn't afford the distraction of painful memories of her lost sister Slayer, as she rushed toward Sunday. Buffy kicked her foot out and landed a solid hit to Sunday's gut, which she followed up with a roundhouse kick that Sunday managed to dodge, while leaving herself open to Buffy's next kick to the face. Buffy tried to press her advantage and threw a quick punch aimed at her face, but Sunday grabbed her arm and threw her back onto the hood of a nearby car. Buffy pushed against the windshield to get up, but Sunday jumped onto the hood just behind her and kicked her in the back, sending Buffy slamming down onto the roof. Buffy spun herself around onto her knees to throw a weak left-handed punch, but Sunday grabbed her wrist before jumping onto the roof, pulling Buffy's arm into the air. Sunday used her position to her advantage and brought Buffy's elbow down onto her knee, causing the joint to crack before throwing Buffy off of the car and onto the ground with a painful groan. Despite the pain, Buffy stood up ready to continue the fight, but the pain in her left arm forced her to keep it clutched tightly to her chest. Buffy, noticing the movement around her, glanced at the other vampires who were surrounding her. Most of the fight they had kept their original positions, but were now beginning to move in with menacing smiles plastered on their faces. Buffy knew she couldn't win this, not tonight. Fear coursed through her system, but as she continued to survey the approaching vampires, she realized they'd shifted just enough and no longer had her fully encircled. There was no one behind her. Without a second thought, Buffy took advantage of her opportunity. She turned away and fled. Buffy stumbled and fell to the ground as she looked back once to see if the vampires were giving chase. She felt some relief in the fact that they didn't seem to be, but she hurriedly picked herself up as she continued to run toward her dorm in pain and in fear. She did not want to give them even the slightest chance of catching her again. Buffy sat on her bed, her left arm tucked against her chest, and she began to feel the shame of running away. She couldn't remember the last time she had fled from a fight. Sunday didn't seem particularly old, but she'd been strong. Buffy knew she had definitely fought older and tougher monsters, but she had lost tonight. There was no other way to slice it. Sunday had fought hard and powerfully in a way Buffy had not been expecting, and she'd been beaten down for it. She had attempted to straighten her injured arm several times, but the pain was excruciating. She knew she needed to get her elbow back in place so the injury could properly heal. She braced herself for the excruciating pain, before glancing over at Kathy one more time, who was once again snoring away. Buffy bit her lip as she forced her elbow back into place with a loud crack. Buffy muffled her scream as she bit down hard into her own lip, causing it to split and bleed. As the pain in her arm lessened and she shifted her arm to test the reduction of her elbow, she began to feel lost and alone. Giles was busy living his life and she didn't want to ruin Willow's excitement of college life. She reached for the phone and called the only person she really wanted to talk to. "You've got Dean. If this is an emergency, page me your coordinates." Buffy sniffled as his voicemail picked up on the first ring. She quickly attempted to compose herself as she left Dean a message. She hung up her dorm room phone disappointed. He had told her he'd likely be out of service, but that hadn't stopped a part of her from hoping he'd pick up the phone. It was probably for the best, she reasoned with herself. Dean was on a hunt and it wasn't like he could just pick up and come to Sunnydale. Like Giles had said, she was going to have to take care of herself now. She couldn't always be relying on others. She needed to solve her own problems, Buffy thought as she pushed herself down into her bed. Buffy had fallen asleep not long after, but she found herself waking up frequently from a mix of fear and pain. She had continued to lay in bed, until she'd finally heard Kathy leave the room for her morning classes. Buffy was thankful she'd been able to evade her roommate's attention by staying in bed. She hadn't yet figured out an explanation for her injuries. She had hoped that noticeable injuries were not something she was going to have to try and hide often, but here she was in her first week of college with undisguisable bruises and cuts. Buffy sighed before she pulled herself out of bed. Buffy was just leaving the dining hall when she spotted Willow and Oz outside talking with another student. Buffy had been tempted to go over to them, but then they'd realized that she'd been on the losing end of a fight and their carefree college days would come crashing down. She didn't want that for them. Willow deserved this time and happiness. She needed to handle this on her own, she reminded herself as she turned and walked away. Buffy wandered the campus as she found herself desperately needing to avoid her friends and her roommate, but she had no classes to attend. She decided a trip home might not be so bad. It would be nice to take a nap in her bed while she recovered and regrouped from the previous night. Buffy hesitantly unlocked the back door and pushed it open, calling out for her mom as she closed the door. When she didn't hear any response, Buffy both felt disappointed and relieved that her mother wasn't home. A part of her wanted nothing more than to curl up in her mother's arms and share how incapable she was feeling, not that she ever would because she couldn't stand the thought of disappointing her mother. She'd been so proud of Buffy when she'd gotten into college, especially Northwestern University. It had broken her mother's heart when Buffy had told her she wouldn't be going away to college because of her duties as the Slayer. A bigger part of Buffy became thankful her mother wasn't home as she moved through the quiet house. She wouldn't have to explain her injuries. She never liked her mother seeing evidence of just how violent and dangerous slaying could be, but also how could she explain that not only was college not going so well, but neither was slaying, the very thing she was destined for. As Buffy turned the corner at the top of the stairs she was met by her mother. "Buffy?" Joyce questioned with surprise. "Hi," Buffy replied with a tight smile. Joyce pulled Buffy into a hug as she asked, "Honey, how are you?" "I'm okay," Buffy lied, hugging her mother back with her uninjured arm. "How's college?" Joyce questioned, but then quickly took note of Buffy's injuries and shifted her focus. "You've been fighting." Buffy immediately felt the disapproval in her mother's voice. They started it," she explained before heading toward her room. "Just as long as you're being careful," Joyce eased, following after Buffy. I really didn't think you'd show up here for a while," she rushed to explain. Buffy paused and glanced at her mother due to her odd behavior before she continued toward her room. "Oh, I didn't have classes today, and everything's just been so hectic I figured it'd be nice to come and crash for." Buffy stopped mid-sentence as she stared at her room filled with wooden packing crates. She pulled her eyes away from the crates and met her mother's eyes with a question-filled look. "Oh, well yeah," Joyce muttered, "you know, I didn't think you'd be back for a couple of weeks." But I didn't move anything," she reassured her, "it's still your room." "You filled it with packing crates," Buffy observed in shock. "Yeah, but I didn't move anything. If it's still my room, shouldn't I still be able to fit in it?" Buffy questioned. "Well, it's just for a couple of weeks while we do inventory at the gallery," Joyce tried to explain again. "I just really didn't think you'd be back so soon." "Neither did I," Buffy whispered to herself before she shot her mother with what she hoped was a pleasant smile. "I'll just head back to campus then." Buffy hugged her mother again with her uninjured arm. It struck Buffy as she made her way back down the stairs everyone in her life was doing well except her. Willow and Oz were enjoying campus life and Giles had a new girlfriend. Her thoughts were interrupted as she entered the kitchen and the phone began to ring. Buffy became hopeful. Maybe it was Dean. "Hello." When no one spoke she repeated, "Hello." Again she was met with silence. "Dean?" she questioned. Then the other line went dead with a click. Buffy shrugged, placing the phone back in its base before she left out the back door. Buffy slowly made her way back to her dorm. She braced herself for time with her roommate as she opened the door. But as Buffy walked in she found herself stunned. All of her stuff was gone. Just like Eddie's room, there was nothing on her side of the room except for a note placed on the bed. Buffy sunk down onto her mattress to read the note. "This is all just too much for me. I have decided to take off. Sorry I didn't have time to say goodbye, but I need to be by myself. Good luck this year, Buffy." Buffy for just a moment felt a flare of anger and prepared herself to kick Sunday's ass, but then she felt the twinges of pain in her left arm. Who was she kidding? She thought. Sunday had handed her ass. Buffy sighed in defeat. Maybe this would be for the best. Maybe this was exactly the sign she'd been looking for. She should have known better than to think she could have had it all. Buffy tossed the note back onto her bed before she left her room, probably for the last time. Buffy had wandered around campus and then the town until she'd found herself outside of the Bronze. The pull of familiarity brought Buffy in. As she entered the busy club, a melancholy voice and a slow rhythm met her ears. This wasn't the usual music stylings of the Bronze, but Buffy found herself appreciating how it mirrored her own mood. Buffy unconsciously began to look for familiar faces. She sought out Willow, Xander, or Oz, even knowing they wouldn't actually be here. She brushed up against one of the tables and she was suddenly transported back into a memory. It hadn't been long after Willow and Xander had discovered she was the Slayer. Sunnydale still hadn't really begun to feel like home until she'd entered the Bronze after being invited out by Willow. When she'd entered, Willow had immediately greeted her with a large smile and waving arms to direct her to that table. Buffy found herself longing for that again, but as she glanced around again, there was nothing that made her feel at home. Instead she just felt the speed in which the world was changing and moving on without her. Buffy turned to head back out of the Bronze when a familiar voice stopped her. The whole world in front of her and she comes back to this dive. Buffy's eyes widened in surprise and she spun around quickly. Xander. She hugged him with her uninjured arm. When did you get back? She asked as she pulled away. Xander smiled at her sheepishly. A couple days ago. Buffy swatted his arm. You freak of nature. Why didn't you call me? Xander shrugged with a smirk. Well, I knew you guys were starting the whole college adventure and I didn't want to, help you move. Buffy rolled her eyes slightly, but didn't let that dampen her mood. I missed you, she offered before she excitedly asked, how was your trip? Where'd you go? Xander shifted uncomfortably. There's some Purple Mountain's majesty. Buffy grabbed his hand and pulled him down onto the couch next to them before she continued her questioning. What did you do? What did you see? Well, Xander started, but immediately trailed off. Tell me, Buffy demanded. Grand Canyon, Xander offered. You saw the Grand Canyon. Buffy said with wonder. Dean and I had hoped to make it there, but it didn't happen. I did get to see Mt. Rushmore though. Well, I saw the movie, Grand Canyon, on cable, Xander admitted, really lame. Huh, Buffy questioned with a look of confusion. Xander sighed. Basically, I got as far as Oxnard and the engine fell out of my car, and that was literally, Xander informed Buffy as a look of horror crossed her face. He smiled softly and squeezed her hand before he continued his summer story. So, I ended up washing dishes at the Fabulous Ladies Night Club for about a month and a half while I tried to pay for the repairs. No one really bothered me or even spoke to me until one night when one of the male strippers called in sick. At Buffy's barely restrained smirk, Xander firmly stated, and no power on this earth will make me tell you the rest of that story. When Buffy only chuckled slightly, but didn't press for more details, he continued on again. Suffice to say, I traded my car in for one that wasn't entirely made of rust, came trundling back home to the arms of my loving parents, where everything was exactly as it was except I sleep in the basement and I have to pay rent. So how's college? Xander asked in hopes of keeping his friend too distracted to ask about the Fabulous Ladies Night Club. But Buffy was not going to be so easily deterred as she asked with a laugh, male strippers. Xander gave her a playfully stern look as he repeated his earlier statement, no power on this earth. Okay, Buffy held her hands up in mock surrender. College is good, she answered coolly. Xander, while not always the most emotionally observant human, locked right into her lack of enthusiasm. Okay, once more with even less feeling, he prompted her. No, really, Buffy attempted again. I mean, Willow's in Heaven and Oz has this really cool house off campus with the band. She trailed off, unable to maintain her false happiness. And yet you're sitting here alone at the Bronze looking like you just got diagnosed with cancer of the puppy, Xander confronted gently. It's just, there was this vampire and she took me down, and she paused, before she sighed sadly and hung her head ashamed. I don't know how to stop her. Then where's the gang? Xander asked before he continued, Avengers assemble. Let's get it going. Xander started to stand. No, Buffy stopped him. I don't want to bug them. I mean, they're just starting school and they don't need this, she finished softly. Okay Buff, what here? Xander pushed, unsure why Buffy seemed so unwilling to call for a night of Scooby slayage. Buffy didn't want to meet his eyes. Xander had always been one to hold her up on a pedestal and judge her when she didn't meet the mark, and she certainly wasn't hitting the mark. But as he continued to stare at her, she gave in. It's just, what if I can't cut it? Can't cut what? Xander asked in surprise. Slaying. Slaying, everything, Buffy admitted. Buffy, this is all about fear, Xander offered. It's understandable, but you can't let it control you. Buffy found herself in awe at how mature Xander seemed after his summer away. She felt herself sadden. Yet another thing that had changed. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to anger. Xander paused, trying to correct his stumble. No, wait, hold on. Fear leads to hate. Hate leads to the dark side. Hold on, no, Buffy found herself smiling. Nope, this was still the same Xander. He tried again. First you get the women, then you get the money, then okay, can we forget that? Xander asked desperately. Thanks for the Dadaist pep talk, she teased gently. I feel much more abstract now. The point is, you're Buffy, Xander tried to reassure her. There was that pedestal, Buffy thought as she sighed, feeling the weight of it all again. Yeah, maybe in high school I was Buffy. And now in college you're Betty Louise. Xander scoffed. Yeah, I'm Betty Louise Plotnick of East Cupcake, Illinois. Or I might as well be, Buffy said sourly. Xander moved off of the couch to crouch down in front of her. Buffy, I've gone through some fairly dark times in my life, faced some scary things, among them the kitchenette, the fabulous ladies' nightclub. He joked lightly before he became more serious. Let me tell you something, when it's dark and I'm all alone and I'm scared or freaked out or whatever, I always think, what would Buffy do? You're my hero, Xander told her honestly. Buffy still felt the pressure of living up to his expectations, but the sincerity of his admission made her smile softly. Okay, Xander began to admit before Buffy could say anything, sometimes when it's dark and I'm all alone I think, what is Buffy wearing? Can that be one of those things you never, ever, tell me about? Buffy interrupted him desperately. It's a deal, he said with a smile as he stood up. Now, let's put this bitch in the ground. What do you say? He asked as he held his hand out to her. I think I say thank you, Buffy offered genuinely as she put her right hand into his so that he could help her up from the couch. Willow and Oz were cuddled on her bed in Fisher Hall. Her roommate was thankfully out and Willow wanted to take full advantage of this time alone. Willow shifted on the bed so that she could join their lips in a sensual kiss. Willow was again shifting herself to pull herself into a more intimate position with Oz, when her dorm room phone rang, interrupting the moment. Willow sighed, shooting Oz an apologetic look as she reached for the phone. Hello. She answered with a breathy voice. Willow, came an unknown female voice. Yes, who is this? Willow questioned as she sat more upright on her bed. Oz shot her a questioning look, but Willow shrugged as she waited for a reply. Hi, this is Kathy, Buffy's roommate, she clarified. I don't know how to say this, but I think Buffy's runaway. What? Willow interrupted in a panic, why would you think Buffy's runaway? Oz immediately was off the bed and was putting his shoes on while he waited for Willow to finish the call. There's a note, Kathy explained. Okay, I'll be right over, Willow informed just before she hung up the phone. Buffy's missing, Willow told Oz in a panic. I gathered, as Willow moved toward the door. Oz stopped her. Should we call Dean? He asked. Yes, Willow yelped. She couldn't believe that she'd almost forgotten about him. If anyone will know where she is, it will be Dean. Willow quickly dialed his number, but it immediately went to voicemail. She sighed before she left a quick message as she slipped on her shoes. Let's go, Willow said as she hung up the phone. She grabbed Oz's hand and pulled him out the door. Willow rapped on Buffy's dorm room door before letting herself and Oz in without waiting for an answer. Kathy looked a little stunned, but she figured it was because Buffy's friends were concerned. She gave them a soft smile as she handed the note to Oz. I came home and found the room empty. The note was just laying on the bed. It seems kind of weird, Kathy explained to Willow. Yeah, weird's a pretty good word for it, Oz confirmed, trying to calm down Willow before he quietly examined the note. Buffy wouldn't just take off. That's just not in her nature. Willow paused, when she realized what she had said wasn't true. Buffy had taken off before. Well, except for that one time she disappeared for several months and changed her name. Willow quickly tried to reassure herself as she rambled on, but there were major circumstances then. There's no circumstances now. Willow looked to Oz for confirmation, but before he could speak up, Kathy interrupted. Does Buffy have a history of emotional problems? 'Cause on my request form I was pretty specific about a stable non-smoker, she whined. Oz ignored Kathy and focused on Willow. I don't think this is her handwriting, he offered as he turned the note around for Willow to inspect. Willow ignored him, too lost her in her own panic. I bet there were circumstances. Oh God, I should have insisted we had coffee. Willow sank down onto Buffy's bed. We've been so wrapped up in our own petty lives that we totally missed the circumstances. We're bad friends, she moaned, throwing her hands up in resignation. Oz gave Willow a comforting smile. Let's think this through. Buffy. How can you be so calm? Willow interrupted him angrily. Long, arduous hours of practice, Oz quipped before he continued more seriously. Now either Buffy took off, or she was robbed, or... It's a prank, Xander announced as he walked into the room, interrupting Oz. Xander. Willow shouted and stood up excitedly at the appearance of her oldest friend. Xander smiled and walked into the room with arms spread wide. How are my guys? He questioned before he wrapped Willow in a hug. He released her and immediately hugged the other woman in the room. Mid-hug he realized his mistake. I don't know you, do I? No, Kathy laughed as Xander continued to hug her. This is very intrusive, isn't it? He asked, unsure of why he had continued to hug this woman. Little bit, Kathy answered as Xander released her from the hug. Stepping away from her, he introduced himself before he turned toward Oz. "Do we hug?" he asked, holding his arms out slightly. "I think we're too manly," Oz said before giving a slight nod to his head to welcome Xander back from his trip. Willow looked on at the people in front of her when she realized Xander had come in talking about a prank. "What's the prank, Xander?" Xander looked at her confused. "Prank?" Then suddenly he remembered why he was here. "Oh, the room," he pointed to the empty side of the room. "Well, some friends of Buffy's played a funny joke and they took her stuff. And now she wants us to help get it back from her friends who sleep all day and have no tans," he emphasized by giving Willow a pointed look. "Oh," Willow exclaimed a little too dramatically, as she realized Xander was talking about vampires, "those friends." "Funny guys," Oz confirmed his understanding of the situation. Xander quickly moved around Buffy's bed and noticed her weapon's chest was indeed missing. They took the chest. He gave Willow and Oz a knowing look before he continued, "Well, let's go and get to our friends." "It's nice meeting you, Kathy," Xander said over his shoulder as he walked out of the room. Willow and Oz followed behind Xander, closing the door before Kathy could reply. Dean flopped onto his hotel room bed, while Sam had gone across the street to pick up their dinner, and as their dad went about reallocating the weapons between the Impala and his truck. Dean closed his eyes for a moment, enjoying the moment to himself when he remembered his phone had dinged several times as they had returned to town. He pulled his phone from his pocket and noticed he had several missed calls and 2 voicemails. "Hey Dean," came Buffy's voice. Dean could hear the sadness in her voice as she spoke. "I don't know why I called. I guess I hoped." Buffy's voice drifted off and Dean could have sworn he heard a hiss of pain. Single quote. "Never mind. I hope your hunt is going well," and then she hung up. Dean felt uneasy after hearing that voicemail. Her sadness seemed beyond the struggles of adjusting to college life. He considered ignoring the next voicemail to call her back immediately, but decided it would be best to listen as it might have been her again. "Dean, it's Willow." Her voice sounded rushed. "Buffy's missing or left. There's a note. I'm not really sure what's happened. Have you heard from her?" Willow asked, panic clear in her voice. "Please call me back." Dean was off the bed and grabbing his bag before the voicemail had even finished. He'd call Willow on the way. He was just about to head out when his father walked through the door. John looked at his son accusingly as he noticed the bag in his hand. "You going somewhere?" he asked harshly. "Buffy's missing," Dean replied, stepping forward trying to get past his father who was blocking his path to the door. John didn't move, but rather continued to look at Dean. He'd been hoping his son would continue with an explanation, but instead Dean's frustration flared. "Dad, Buffy's missing," Dean emphasized again, trying to prompt his father to move out of his way. But John held his position. "How long has she been unaccounted for?" "Don't know, sir," Dean answered tersely. "I got a voicemail from her and say didn't sound right. Then there was a voicemail from Willow saying she was missing. I was going to call for more information once I was on the road," Dean explained, making a move to get around his father, but he wouldn't budge. John sighed, meeting his son's determined eyes with a stern look. "Dean, don't start losing your head over some girl. We're nearly 900 miles away and you don't have any details." Dean's anger had been stewing, but hearing his dad refer to Buffy as just some girl was not something he was going to stand for. "Dad, I have enough." Dean seethed, but was interrupted by John. "You've been distracted this whole hunt," John accused harshly before he managed to pull back his temper. "I like Buffy, I really do, but Dean, you can't let her cloud your judgment like this," his father lectured. "You're better than this." Dean was about to fire back when Sam walked through the door. He noticed the tension in the room immediately. As he looked between his brother and his father, he noticed that Dean was holding his duffel bag. "Dean," Sam questioned with concern, "what's going on?" "Buffy's missing," Dean answered, his voice firm and gruff as he stared down their father. "Let's go," Sam answered, wasting no time in placing the takeout boxes on the small table in the room before he pushed past their father heading for his own bag. "I can be ready in just a second," Sam informed his brother as he threw clothes into his own duffel bag. "You're not going," John ordered again. Sam's head shot up in anger. He knew his father didn't like him going anywhere near the Helmuth, but there was no way he wasn't going to help Dean look for Buffy. He'd really come to like her in the time he'd spent with her this summer. He hadn't thought he would. He'd thought she'd be like Dean or like their dad. Gruff with a hard exterior, but she hadn't been. Instead she was kind, gentle, and open. The best part was she didn't treat him with kid gloves the way his father and Dean tended to. Sam focused on his father with a steely glare. ready to voice his objections, but that was when he realized their father wasn't talking to him, but Dean. "The hell I'm not," Dean raged. Sam had never heard his brother yell at their father like this, and he quickly moved to back up his brother. "Dad, we're going," Sam said firmly as he stood behind Dean. "Now move." John huffed before he turned and walked out the door without further acknowledgement of his sons. He knew better than to battle the both of them. Things with Dean and Buffy were clearly getting out of hand, but he wasn't going to be able to convince Dean of that tonight. Dean was out the open door in an instant. Sam had remained still, in shock, until he heard the sounds of both the truck and Impala engines roaring to life. "Sam," his brother called, snapping him from his thoughts. Sam walked out the door, closing it behind him. He noticed his dad's truck was already leaving the parking lot and headed for town. Sam sighed. Apparently his dad was going to be drowning his troubles tonight. Sam quickly slid into the passenger seat of the Impala. His door had barely shut when Dean flung the car in reverse and sped out of the parking lot. They'd been on the road for several minutes before Dean took out his phone and handed it to Sam. "I need you to call around and see if there is any news on Buffy. Start with Giles," he directed. Sam took the phone from his brother's hand and quickly found Giles's number in the contacts and placed the call. "Hello. Hi, this is Sam Winchester," Sam started, suddenly a little nervous talking to Buffy's watcher. "Ah, yes, Dean's younger brother," Giles said before his tone became more concerned. "Is everything okay with Dean and your father?" Sam was shocked that Giles thought something was wrong with them when Buffy was missing. No, Dean and my dad are fine. I was calling to check on Buffy," Sam explained. "On Buffy?" Giles replied, confusion in his voice. "She's not here." Now Sam knew for sure something wasn't right. It seemed like Giles had no idea about Buffy's disappearance. "I'm going to pass the phone to Dean." "1 second, Sam said hesitantly, pulling the phone away from his ear. Dean's look demanded him to give him an immediate explanation. Dean, I think you need to talk to him. I don't think he knows about Buffy." Dean ripped the phone from Sam's hand and put it to his ear. "Giles." "Yes, Dean, is everything all right?" Giles asked again. This time there was worry in his voice. Dean sighed with frustration. "I got a voicemail from Willow. She said Buffy is missing and asked if I knew where she was. I was hoping you had news." "Buffy's missing?" Giles questioned. "It appears so," Dean answered. "I am on my way, but I'm about 850 miles out." "Dean, I'm going to go to campus immediately and sort this out," Giles rushed. Dean could hear the older man gathering his things. "I'll call or have Buffy call when I get the situation sorted," Giles promised and hung up the phone before Dean could reply. He really didn't know she was missing. Dean looked at Sam with confusion and frustration. Dean slammed his hands against the steering wheel as his feelings of worry surged through him again. He pressed his foot more firmly against the gas, but the roaring engine did little to soothe him. Xander had left only a few minutes before while Buffy stayed holding her position on the skylight. There was a creaking of the glass and Buffy shifted her weight, but luck was not on her side as the glass beneath her shattered. Buffy fell into the room below, surrounded by Sunday and her gang. Buffy groaned as she rolled as she shifted so she could stand. Small cuts formed on her hands from the shattered glass that was scattered all over the floor. She picked herself up and took in the vampires around her. "Oh," she uttered to herself as she came to terms with the troubles of her situation. Sunday stepped forward taunting Buffy as she tossed away the shirt she was holding. "Say, don't I know you from beating the crap out of you?" she jeered. Buffy looked around the room, quickly noting the number and location of each vampire in the abandoned fraternity house. "I just thought I'd drop in," Buffy quipped, trying to buy herself some time. "Get it? Drop in." Buffy frowned and tried again. "Boy, tough room," she mumbled, her eyes darting around the room. "I must say, you've really got me now," Sunday mocked as she and several other members of the gang moved forward towards Buffy. "I mean, it's a diabolical plan. Throw yourself at my feet with a broken arm and no weapons of any kind," Sunday mockingly gasped. "How am I going to get out of this one?" "You've got a nice setup here, but you made one mistake," Buffy countered confidently despite her true inner feelings of doubt. "Yeah," Sunday smirked. "What was that?" "Well," Buffy faltered, "I'm not actually positive, but statistically speaking people usually make at least." Sunday, tired of Buffy's ramblings, punched her in the face, which sent Buffy back down into the pile of glass. Buffy groaned as she felt the glass once again cutting into her flesh. She made a move to get up, but she was kicked by one of Sunday's lackeys. As Buffy dodged another kick, she rolled onto her stomach and spotted her weapon's chest. Buffy began to crawl for the chest when Sunday stepped in front of her holding her Class Protector award. "Oh, and this," Sunday taunted, drawing Buffy's full attention to the gold umbrella as she twirled it in her hands. "This is my favorite item." "You don't want to touch that," Buffy warned dangerously. Sunday dropped the umbrella from her hands in pretend shock before she smiled maliciously and stomped her foot down, breaking the handle. Buffy glared at the vampire. Sunday moved away from the discarded umbrella in a flash to stand over Buffy. She grabbed her by left arm and pulled it straight back. "You know this arm's not looking so good," Buffy screamed in pain as Sunday forced it behind her back even more. "It might have to come off." Buffy pushed aside her pain as she looked at Sunday with deadly intent. "You want to know the truth?" "I only need one," Buffy stated as she flung herself up to throw a wide punch with her right hand. She smiled when her fist connected with Sunday's face, sending her to the ground. Buffy and Sunday rolled to their feet at the same time. Sunday took a defensive position as Buffy pressed forward to attack. Buffy quickly landed a roundhouse kick to Sunday's face, sending her flying over a couch in the center of the room. Buffy ran forward, not wanting to give Sunday the chance to recover. She threw herself onto the couch in order to flip Sunday over onto the coffee table that sat in front of the couch. As the coffee table shattered, Buffy stomped her foot through a large piece of the tabletop and used it to kick Sunday in the face and send her flying back into several boxes of clothes. "This is startin' to suck," the shaggy-like vampire lackey uttered as Sunday jumped to her feet, her face vamped out. As Sunday lunged for Buffy, and so did another vampire in Sunday's crew. Buffy avoided their grasps and grabbed a tennis racket from the pile of junk. She quickly moved to step onto the arm of a chair. Buffy took advantage of her slightly elevated position and landed a jumping roundhouse kick to Sunday's face. Buffy immediately backhanded the tennis racket into the face of the other female vampire that tried to attack her from behind. The tennis racket broke as it made contact with the vampire's face and sent her flying over the couch. Buffy smirked as she looked down and realized she was left with a very usable stake in her hand. Sunday again stepped forward toward Buffy, as several of her lackeys headed for the door, trying to escape. But as they flung open the door, there were the Scoobies. They charged in with crosses and weapons in hand, quickly throwing themselves into the fight. Sunday attempted to throw a punch, but her fists were batted away by Buffy and she was sent sprawling onto the floor. Buffy moved and stood over her, much like Sunday had done just moments before. "When you look back at this, in the 3 seconds it'll take you to turn to dust," Buffy informed her coolly. "I think you'll find the mistake was touching my stuff." Sunday with a sudden burst of speed jumped to her feet and charged at Buffy. Buffy attempted a backhanded punch, but Sunday blocked her. As Buffy attempted a punch with her left arm, Sunday took advantage of the slower swing and caught her arm, bending it backwards, causing Buffy to groan in pain. "What about breaking your arm?" Sunday growled as she cracked Buffy's arm again. "How'd that feel?" Buffy bit back her groan of pain as she quipped, "Let me answer that with a headbutt," before powerfully sending her forehead into Sunday's nose. The vampire staggered backward as her nose broke. Buffy squared off with Sunday again, and for the record, Buffy taunted as she made a show of making a fist with her left hand. "The arm is hurt," she clarified by sending a powerful left-handed uppercut to Sunday's jaw that sent her flying backwards. "Not broken," she finished with a shrug as Sunday crashed to the ground. Buffy stepped forward to finish Sunday off when the gang came up behind her. "Hey, Buff, need a hand?" Oz offered. Buffy smirked, twirling the makeshift stake she held in her hand. "No thanks." Buffy spun around, sending the stake flying into Sunday's heart as she stood. "I'm good." Buffy turned her back on Sunday, glancing around the room. Finally, as Sunday turned to dust as she spotted her Class Protector award still on the ground. She bent down to retrieve it. Buffy had felt some, but not total relief from her insecurities about being both Slayer and a college co-ed as the gang helped her carry her belongings back to her dorm. However, when Giles had arrived armed and ready to face an army of demons, Buffy felt much of the weight that had remained on her shoulders dissipate. Despite the late hour, when Buffy had opened her dorm room door, her roommate Kathy wasn't there. It was odd. Kathy definitely wasn't a night owl, but she wasn't going to complain. Once the boxes of her belongings had been delivered to her room, most of the gang had left quickly, but Willow had stayed. Buffy wasn't getting out of this situation with some quality best friend time. They chatted and shared how the first few days had been. Willow apologized for being too absorbed in her own things to realize how much Buffy had been struggling. Buffy apologized for not coming to her and telling her about what had been going on. It had gotten to be quite late by the time that Willow had finished helping Buffy unpack some of her things and make her bed. She glanced at the clock. She realized it was probably time for her to head back to her dorm, when suddenly a realization struck her and she let out a sudden high-pitched squeal. Buffy looked at Willow with a mix of confusion and worry. "Everything okay, Wills?" "Dean," Willow squeaked. "What about Dean?" Buffy asked, suspiciously. "I may have called and left a message about you running away and us not being able to find you," Willow explained quickly. Buffy sighed, as she bit her lip nervously. She couldn't be upset at Willow for calling him. If she'd truly run away, Dean was definitely the obvious choice in knowing where she was. Buffy just hoped that Dean was still hunting his rawhead and she could leave a message to ease his mind. Then hopefully he wouldn't have too many questions about how this whole situation had occurred. "I'm gonna go," Willow offered, breaking into Buffy's thoughts. "You're mostly set back up and you can try to get a hold of your honey." Buffy smiled as Willow drew her into a hug and suggested, "Let's get breakfast tomorrow and finish our best friend catch up." "Of course," Buffy replied as Willow moved toward the door. "I wouldn't miss it." Dean glanced at the clock in the Impala. They'd only been on the road for a few hours but had already covered nearly 300 miles. Dean continued to grip the steering wheel so tight his knuckles had turned white. Dean glanced over at his brother, who was sleeping. He was tempted to wake him up to have him call Giles or Willow again, but what would be the point? Sam had tried calling Willow's and Giles' numbers several times, but no one had answered. When Sam's calls had gone unanswered, he turned his attention to Dean. He tried several times to ease his mind about what was happening in Sunnydale, but after he'd been met with silence and then some hostility he'd eventually given up on trying to talk with his brother. Sam hadn't realized that he drifted off because the next thing he knew he was being startled awake by the shrill ring of Dean's phone. "Buffy, are you okay?" Dean asked as he muted the Metallica playing on the radio. "Yeah, sorry, I take it you got Willow's voicemail," Buffy apologized. "I hope you weren't left worrying for too long." Dean eased his foot off the gas as he asked with deep concern, "What happened, Buffy?" Buffy sighed. "A couple of really crappy days, but the big thing was a vampire gang on campus. They've been targeting freshman students for a while now. They kill the student and then steal all of their things. They'd leave a note behind so people would assume they'd run away and left the college." Dean relaxed, but he could tell that wasn't the whole story. Why would they target a slayer? Wouldn't that kind of guarantee a slaying? Dean prompted as he pulled the car over to the side of the road. "Yeah, and it did." Buffy avoided the question. "I mean, a few of the vampires fled, but most of the group and their leader have been dusted." "Buffy," Dean prodded again as he got out of the car signaling for Sam to stay put, "why did they go after you?" Dean leaned against the trunk of the Impala as he waited for Buffy's response. Clearly Dean was not going to let this go. "Well," Buffy started, "a couple of crappy days included me getting beat down pretty good the first time I faced off with them." Buffy felt ashamed. "After they dislocated my elbow, I ran. Sunday, that WS their leader, definitely didn't think I was much of a threat after that." Dean could hear the emotions building in Buffy's voice and he hated to push her more, but there was more to this story and he needed to know. "Buffy, why did everyone think you were missing if you were facing a group of vampires with that MO?" Dean's heart broke as he heard Buffy start to cry. "Baby," Dean soothed, "please tell me." Buffy's tears grew louder as all of the feelings of the past few days came rushing back. She shared how she had been feeling lost and isolated the past few days. How she'd attempted to go to Giles and then how she'd been too worried about ruining Willow's college dreams to seek her help. Dean attempted to calm her down, making several soothing sounds as he listened to her story. But as he listened, he grew angry at her friends and her watcher for distancing themselves from Buffy. He could have strangled them all, but that wouldn't help her. "Buffy, Sam and I can be there in about 7 hours, Dean informed her, as he started to head back toward the driver's side of the car. He may not have been able to strangle her friends, but he could definitely wrap Buffy in his arms and reassure her that if nothing else, he would always be there for her. "No, Dean," Buffy reassured him, "I'll be fine and you're needed where you are. Plus, I don't want to cause problems for you with your dad." She sighed softly. "Let's stick to the plan," she insisted. "You are going to visit if a hunt brings you clothes and if not, you'll be here for Halloween." "Buffy," Dean started, but he stopped. Buffy had made up her mind and she didn't know that he'd already had the showdown with his dad for her. Dean knew telling her would only make her feel worse so he shifted tactics. "All right," he conceded before his tone became serious, "but, if you need me, you call. I don't want you thinking about anything else, you just call, got it?" "I promise. If I need you, I'll call." "No waiting," Buffy responded honestly. Good, Dean replied as he slid back into the driver's seat of the Impala. Now you need to get some sleep. I'll talk to you soon. Alright, you get some sleep too and tell Sam hello. Buffy yawned. I love you. I love you, Dean repeated back before he hung up the phone. So, she's okay? Sam asked his brother. Yeah, Dean answered as he started the engine back up. Let's go find a place to crash. We're not going to Sunnydale. When Dean shook his head no, Sam questioned anxiously, what are we going to do about Dad? Dean sighed, I'm not sure, but I'll call him in the morning and get it all sorted out. Living conditions. Buffy waited outside of Willow's dormitory so that they could walk together as she started her patrol and Willow headed over to Oz's for the night. Buffy glanced at her watch. Willow was running late, which was unusual, especially since she had been the one to plan these smaller moments of time together. Buffy figured the walk down memory lane of runaway Buffy was a major motivating factor. But Buffy wasn't bothered by her tardiness as she was just thankful to be out of her room and away from Kathy. Buffy sighed. Kathy was definitely verging on suffocation and the lack of privacy was dancing on Buffy's last nerve. It was harder to get past Kathy than it had been from her mother when she'd been on lockdown after the bazaar encounter. If luck was on her side, there'd be lots of vampires out tonight to take out all of her frustrations on. It was a definite perk of slaying. Sorry, I'm late, Willow called out to her as she came down the steps. No big, Buffy assured her as they began to walk down the path. I was happy to enjoy a little me time. Trouble getting past Kathy, again? Yep, Buffy confirmed with a flustered sigh. She made big with the questions. And you thought your days of sneaking out of your room were over? Willow attempted to lighten the mood with some humor. No such luck. Kathy's nice and all, but she's sort of. I don't know, like, mini-mom of Momdonia, Buffy complained, before turning her attention onto Willow. So what kept you? Roomy troubles of my own, Willow groaned. It's nice she has a lot of friends, but I just wish she'd keep them from moving my stuff around. It took me forever to find my notebook. Buffy had been about to respond, but as the two came to the more wooded section of the path there was a rustling and her body tensed. Buffy shot out her arm to halt Willow's movement. Wait, Buffy's eyes scanned the area. She could have sworn she heard a growl and a rustling in the bushes, but now it was quiet. She glanced back at Willow before she continued her search. Did you hear something? I'm chewing my gum kinda loud, Willow offered. That's not it, Buffy uttered as she continued to focus on the trees surrounding them because something felt off. My sneakers are squeaky, Willow tried again. Buffy, growing aggravated, turned toward Willow. I'm looking for something lurky here, Will. Oh, Willow acknowledged quietly, before she half-heartedly listened for a few seconds. Sorry, I got nothing. Darn, Buffy said before she allowed them to continue on their journey. I could use a little play tonight. Listening to the best of VH1 all day sort of put me on edge. Oh, Kathy's still spinning the divas. Willow cringed, while her roommate seemed to only enjoy music when played at very intense volumes, but there was at least a decent variety. 'Cause it's the funnest. Buffy impersonated Kathy. Willow's slight look of reproach caused Buffy to shift away from her complaints. Well, no big. College is a time of change, right? That it is, Willow agreed with Buffy before she added, I mean, my roomie is kind of challenging too, but this whole dorm thing is just an adjustment we need to make. You're right, Buffy smiled at Willow. I bet, before too long, Kathy will be trip-hopping all over the place, and what are we if not women up to a challenge? Exactly, I mean, did we not put the in girl? Willow teased as they came to stop where the pathway split. Well, here's where I get off. Thanks for the walk and talk, Buffy offered with a smile before she continued, and say, hey, to Oz for me. Willow smiled brightly. Happy hunting. Wish me monsters, Buffy added quickly. Willow grimaced as she waved her fingers at Buffy as if enchanting her with her wish before turning and walking off in the direction of Oz's house. Buffy laughed lightly as she watched Willow walk away for a moment longer before she turned and headed in the opposite direction, determined to find herself something to take out all of her roommate frustrations on. Buffy hadn't made it very far from where she had split from Willow when she heard what sounded like sneakers jogging up the path behind her. Worried that something might have happened to Willow, she whipped around to search the surrounding path. Will, Buffy called out, but there was no sign of Willow. Buffy let out a frustrated huff. She was on edge and looking for a fight, and clearly it was making her senses go all wonky. Buffy attempted to shake it off and recenter herself before continuing on with her patrol. She'd only made it a few more steps when she heard the sound of a branch snapping. Finally, she thought as she turned around with a confident smile on her face. "All right," she called out, "why don't you quit hiding and come out and face me like a thing?" Buffy vigilantly watched for any signs of movement, and when the bushes rustled she readied herself for a fight. But no such luck. Buffy sighed and rolled her eyes, as she spotted her roommate coming around the corner, bouncing toward her. "Hey, I caught you." "Yeah," Buffy groaned before she realized something might be wrong. "Is everything okay?" "Oh, everything's super," Kathy chirped, adding to Buffy's annoyance, "I just decided a decaf latte sounded like heaven after all." "Oh," Buffy tried to hide her exasperation, "you're coming along then?" "Why not?" Kathy shrugged, undeterred as she began to skip down the path once more. "Plus, now you won't have to walk these spooky paths alone." "Reet," Buffy responded with forced cheer as she followed behind Kathy before grumbling to herself, "Just great." Buffy glared at the back of Kathy's head. Not only was she going to be unable to beat up on the lurking creatures of Sunnydale, now she actually had to have coffee with Kathy. They'd made it a little further down the path when Kathy asked, "This is neat, isn't it? The fresh air, the trees, the smell of—" A low, but fierce growl came from behind Buffy and she quickly shoved Kathy down into the bushes beside them in order to keep her out of harm's way. "Of course you come out now," Buffy thought to herself as the orange-skinned demon rushed at her with a club. It swung at Buffy, but she caught its arm, bringing it down over her knee to disarm the demon. Buffy and the demon traded several blows, before Buffy gained the advantage by landing a few vicious punches to its face. As the demon stumbled backwards from the force of her punches, using a well-timed kick, Buffy knocked it to the ground. Buffy immediately placed herself into a defensive stance waiting for the demon to make its next move, but instead it grabbed its discarded club and rolled away from Buffy. Buffy watched in shock and disappointment as the demon fled. Her instincts demanded she give chase, but was stopped by the rustling of the bushes behind her. She groaned silently as she remembered Kathy's presence. She turned around and moved toward Kathy, offering her a hand to help her up. "What the blizzard was that all about?" Kathy asked angrily. Buffy quickly tried to think of a cover story as she shifted her backpack. "He tried to take my backpack." Kathy looked at Buffy with concern. "What were you thinking, taking him on like that?" "Oh I don't know," Buffy tried to soothe her. "I guess I panicked." "I mean, it's just you could have gotten hurt or something," stated worriedly before she looked down at her sweater. "And look at my sweater, it's ruined." She whined. "Yeah, sorry about that," Buffy offered as she turned Kathy back toward their dorm. "Why don't we go get you cleaned up?" Kathy nodded in agreement and allowed Buffy to lead her back to their room. Buffy was starved. She had definitely worked up an appetite rushing out of her dorm to talk to Giles before Kathy was up. Then she'd sat through what felt like the longest math lecture of her life, but she was excited to be hanging with the gang. Buffy grabbed a tray before she started to make her way to the back of the line outside of the cafeteria when she spotted Kathy. Buffy groaned to herself. She may have promised that she was going to be a new, gentler, kinder roommate extraordinaire, but that didn't start before lunch or outside of their dorm, right? Quickly she decided avoidance was her best option and she jumped into the line using her tray as cover. Buffy's relief was interrupted by a male voice behind her. "Ex-boyfriend or loan shark?" "Excuse me," Buffy asked as she turned around to look at the person behind her. "The person you're hiding from," he clarified with a poignant look. "Oh, both. Ugly breakup," Buffy jested as she turned back around in line only then to realize she had rudely cut the line in front of him. "I'm sorry, I just cut you," Buffy offered apologetically as she started to exit the line with a sigh. "No, stay," the young man kindly offered, "I'll watch your back." Buffy smiled gratefully. "Thanks, I'm Buffy by the way," she introduced herself as she moved up to the self-serve counter. "Parker," he introduced before he shot her an amused look as Buffy grabbed a yogurt. "Freshman, huh? Is it that obvious?" Buffy questioned with a laugh. "There are signs," he answered as he put a small box of cereal into the breast pocket of his shirt. "For instance, people who've been around for a while know how to use their dining hall card," he said confidently. Buffy shot him a look of confusion as she grabbed her sandwich. "It's not for food." Parker chuckled. "It's more about how you work it," he replied. "If you do it right, you can get 3 meals worth in one trip, meaning fewer punch cards used annually. And more cash from Dad, which you get to keep for yourself," Buffy finished for him. "Right." Parker's voice dropped. "Conspiringly, the goal is to polish off as much as humanly possible at one sitting." Enough to get you through the rest of the day, if necessary, while chipmunking items for future consumption. Ah, got it, Buffy replied with mock enthusiasm, but Parker didn't seem to pick up on that as he continued. Excess dry goods fit nicely in a backpack or your pocket, he demonstrated by placing a muffin in his pocket before he continued, the wetter items, macaronis, your turkey loaf, then you're into Ziplocs. It's not for beginners, he emphasized seriously. Thanks, I'll just take it slow, she said as they reached the cashier and handed over their cards for punching. Buffy stepped away from the line and began to search for her friends. She quickly spotted Willow, Xander, and Oz seated at a table. She was spotted almost instantly by Willow and had begun to wave her over. Buffy began to make her way toward her friends when Parker's voice stopped her. So, Buffy, do you have? Parker began to ask about her lunch plans. Buffy, not wanting to be rude after Parker had aided her in her avoidance of Kathy, turned toward him with an apologetic smile. Those are my friends over there, she pointed to the table where Willow, Oz, and Xander were sitting. You're welcome to join us, Buffy offered politely. Oh, no, I have someone waiting, Parker answered with a slightly disappointed smile. Oh okay, well it was nice meeting you, Parker, Buffy smiled as she turned to walk away, but was stopped again by Parker. Maybe, I'll see you around, Park asked hopefully. Sure, yeah, see ya around, Buffy called back before she headed over to the table to have lunch with her friends. Buffy never saw the hungry look Parker had in his eyes as he watched her walk away, but Willow did. Ooh, first flirty college boy, Willow teased. What? No, Buffy scoffed, just a little friendly chatter as I avoided Kathy. I don't think it was just friendly chatting, Buffy, Willow refuted, he looked like he was interested in more. If he got hit by the Buffinator, he'll be back, Xander chimed in. Buffy rolled her eyes and her friends, well, if we run into each other again, I'll be sure to let him down easy. So, what else is up with the buff? Any vamp action? Xander asked. Nah, Buffy said with a shrug before perking up, but I did get jumped by a demon of non-specific origin last night. Yeah, something apocalypse why? Xander asked a little too enthusiastically, do we need to assemble the Scooby Gang? Buffy did her best to hold back her laughter, not wanting to insult her friend as she replied, no, but thank you for asking. I just got way too excited, didn't I? Xander asked as he glanced around the table. You just need to get out of the basement a little more there, Xand, Buffy teased, patting his arm. Xander had been about to retort, but was interrupted by Kathy. Hi, everybody, she said as she placed her tray down between Buffy and Xander, briefly moving away to grab an empty chair from the table behind her. I'll just squeeze in, she said excitedly as she sat down. You all know my roomie, Kathy, Buffy said as she smiled tightly at her roommate's invasion. Hi, Willow nodded as Oz casually greeted her. Hey, Kath. Buffy's focus was suddenly drawn to Kathy's outfit. Is that my sweater? She chided. I didn't think you'd mind, Kathy smirked slightly, I mean you got mine all muddy. Buffy sat back and scoffed loudly, I was saving you from a bear, Willow interrupted with a shout. Buffy shot Willow an irritated look before she finished with a huff, a mugger. Willow shot Buffy a look of an embarrassed apology before Buffy turned her attention back onto her roommate. It's not a problem, is it? Kathy asked sweetly, I mean, I figured we're almost like sisters now, living together and everything. No, it's, Buffy glanced around the table and she was met with a pleading look from Willow and her promise to Giles about being a better Buffy came to the forefront of her mind. She smiled tightly, it's fine. I just wished you'd asked. Xander, wanting to diffuse the tension, quickly piped up, so, where are you from, Kathy? Nebraska, originally, Kathy answered as she picked up the large burger from her tray. Ah, yes, Big Sky Country, Buffy heard Xander respond, as the group continued the conversation, but her attention remained focused on Kathy as she bit into her burger. Buffy's eyes narrowed as she watched a large glob of ketchup fall onto her sweater. Dean rolled his eyes as he flopped back onto his bed. Buffy had been on the phone with him for the last 15 minutes and she hadn't stopped talking about her roommate. In fact, he wasn't sure she'd paused to take a breath. He found himself hopeful that she might just pass out from lack of oxygen so he wouldn't have to hear anything more about Kathy. I mean seriously Dean, can you believe her? First she acts like she has sit privileges at my lunch table just because some computer had to make us cellmates, Buffy ranted. Despite his annoyance he couldn't help the laugh that escaped his lips. Buffy, babe, I get it. She's annoying, but do you think we could talk about something else at some point? Fine, Buffy huffed, but she didn't make any attempt to change the subject as she asked, but what about my sweater? I can't have her borrowing all my best clothes and wrecking them. Buffy sighed, you can't believe the stuff that I have to put up with. Trust me, I can, Dean offered. Living with Sammy and my dad isn't always exactly sunshine and roses, Dean informed Buffy as Sam spun around in the desk chair and mouthed, jerk. Dean gave Sam a knowing look before he mouthed back, bitch. So how have Claw? Buffy interrupted Dean. Dean, I think she's just coming back from the bathroom. I'll call you back. Buffy disconnected the call before he had time to say anything more. Dean looked at his cell phone confused. Buffy had hung up on him, she'd never done that before. He shook his head and brushed it off. Buffy okay? Sam asked, noticing the confusion on his brother's face as he stashed his cell phone back in his pocket. Some kind of chick problems with her roommate, Dean informed Sam. I'm sure it will blow over in a few days, Dean finished with a shrug. You sure? Sam asked. Yeah, I'm sure, Dean said as he put his headphones over his ears and pressed play on his Walkman. Buffy thrashed in her sleep as the demon from the woods stood over her. She tried to move, but she couldn't. She tried to scream to call out, but no sounds left her body as the demon reached down and grabbed her face. It forced her mouth open and began pouring blood down her throat. There was a flash of light and then suddenly the demon was drawing symbols on her bare stomach before placing a scorpion onto her. Once again there was a flash of light. Buffy was then gasping for air as she was slightly lifted from the bed before the demon held her down again as a vaporous substance was pulled from her mouth. Buffy woke up with a start and ready to fight, but then she realized she was still in her bed. It was only a dream, she reassured herself. It had felt so real, but not like the Slayer dreams she'd had in the past. She definitely needed to talk to Giles. As she rolled over to reach for her dorm room phone, there was Kathy, staring at her. Do you always make that noise when you sleep? She snapped. Buffy just huffed and rolled back into her bed until Kathy left the room. Once Kathy was gone, Buffy rushed to call Giles. They agreed to meet up on campus before Buffy and Willow's mid-morning classes. Buffy called Willow and let her know about the meeting before she quickly dressed herself and headed out of the room for her first class. Buffy spotted Giles, Willow, and Oz in the commons area of the student center. She walked over to them and flopped into the open seat and set her bag on the floor. You all right? Giles asked with mild concern. Just tired. My dream last night, it was intense, Buffy offered. I see, Giles said before he slipped into watcher mode. Well, tell us what you can remember and we'll go from there. It was one of those orangey demons from the woods, Buffy explained. It was standing over me and it poured blood down my throat. Then there was a scorpion, Buffy explained a little fuzzy on the details. So after that, the demon opened my mouth and sucked some kind of weird light out of me. Buffy paused and looked at the group, but the worst part. I wake up and there's Kathy, staring at me like I'm some kind of freak. Oz's normally stoic face flashed disgust as he spoke up. Well, actually, the worst part, I'd have to go with the demon pouring the blood down your throat. Me too, Willow chimed in nodding with agreement. I'd vote for that too. Buffy looked at her friends with some annoyance, but that's just a dream and this Kathy thing is real, Buffy insisted. All she cared about was that her precious sleep had been disturbed. Giles was taken aback by Buffy's level of irritation and tried to get them back on track. He leaned forward and suggested, perhaps it would be more productive to examine your dreams, determine their meaning, You can read dreams. Kathy interrupted as she walked up to stand between Giles and Buffy. That's really neat, she added cheerfully. Buffy rolled her eyes before she introduced Kathy and Giles to one another, annoyance clear in her voice. Giles smiled tightly as he felt the tension building within his slayer. Nice to meet you, Kathy. Giles stood and offered his hand hoping she'd be on her way, but instead Kathy shook his hand with a ditto before she took off her bag and sat on the arm of Buffy's chair. Maybe you could read the dream I had last night? She inquired excitedly. There was, like, this monster, he sat on me and did all this stuff to me, she explained. Stuff like, scorpions, and Bloody Mary minus the Mary? Oz asked, connecting the dots. That's it, Kathy exclaimed. How'd you know? Well, I'm a good guesser, Oz quipped. Me too, Buffy cut in, her voice high with forced cheerfulness, and I'm guessing that you need to be on your way to class. Right, Kath. Kathy looked at her roommate with a tight smile. Sounds like somebody woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. Buffy mimicked before her tone became harsh, and guess what? You were next to it. Kathy stood with a sigh. You know, I do need to dash. My whole schedule is off because someone, her eyes flicked to Buffy, kept me up all night. His voice became cheerful again. Well, it's been fun. Toodles, she said as she turned and left in the direction of the stairs behind them. Toodles, Buffy mimicked as she called after her. Giles cleared his throat as he glanced between Kathy's retreating form and Buffy. You know what this means. Yes, Buffy interrupted with a huff. Not only does she take my sweater, but now she has to horn in on my dreams. She is the most ever mooch. She looked at Giles before glancing at the others before adding, oh. I haven't even gotten to the floss. Buffy ranted with annoyed frustration. Giles gave Buffy a scolding look, despite his growing concern, as he interrupted her rant. Buffy, focus, please. If Kathy and you are having the same nightmares, chances are something happened to you both when you met the demon in the woods. So we need to figure out if this ritual they're dreaming about has some special use or meaning, Willow confirmed with Giles. Buffy, not wanting to hear more about the boring research part of the gig, stood slinging her bag across her shoulders. Cool, you guys can do the brain thing. I'm gonna go to class. Which could also be construed as the brain thing, Oz offered. Buffy groaned, not when you're minoring in, napping 101, she gave them a small smile before she walked away toward her class. Once Buffy was out of sight, Willow looked between Oz and Giles. Okay, so that was the evil twin, right? She asked with concern, 'cause she was bordering Cordelia-esque. Well, she's definitely pushing the stress meter on this Kathy thing, Oz agreed. Giles stood from his chair, shooting a concerned look in the direction Buffy had gone before coming in to sit closer with Willow and Oz. I concur she's not, herself, but, you know, learning to live with someone can be a challenge, he tried to excuse. And she hasn't been sleeping, Willow added hopefully. Right, then, Giles agreed as he stood up, nothing to get too concerned about. Still, let me know if she, he faltered with his words. Hits the red zone, Oz confirmed. Yes, Giles nodded in agreement as he turned to walk away leaving a concerned Willow and Oz behind. Do you think we need to call Dean? Willow panicked. Let's just wait and see, Oz replied. This might all just blow over. He stood offering Willow his hand. I hope so, Willow echoed as she grabbed his hand and stood from her seat. Buffy could once again hear Kathy blasting Cher as she walked down the hallway. Buffy stopped outside the door for a moment. She wished she could just avoid her room, but she desperately needed to drop off her stuff and change before she went out on patrol. She took a deep breath before she entered the room. She was surprised to see Kathy wasn't alone. Lounging on Kathy's bed was the guy she'd spoken to in the lunch line. What was he doing here? Buffy wondered. Parker, she questioned as she closed the door behind her, drawing both Kathy and Parker's attention. Parker quickly jumped off of Kathy's bed to focus on Buffy. Hey, I just dropped by to say. Well that, he chuckled lightly before continuing, and to, bring you these. He pulled a box of Ziploc bags from his backpack. Buffy took the box from him with a look of amused confusion before he added with a shy smile, you know, to maximize your dining hall exports. They're heavy duty. Plus freezer guard, Buffy added as she looked at the box. That's so. Buffy was struggling to find the words when Kathy got up to stand closer to Parker. Parker was just going to leave his number and go, but we started talking. Kathy laughed and touched Parker's arm flirtatiously. Buffy held back an eye roll at Kathy's actions as her roommate continued, he's such a blast and time just flew. Time, really? How much time? Buffy asked with cautious curiosity as she also began to wonder how he'd known where she lived in the first place. I'm not sure, we sort of got caught up talking Red Wings. It turns out that Kathy's a closet hockey fan. I think it's the violence, Parker teased hoping he was reading Buffy right. He figured a little jealousy might work in his favor. Quit it, I told you that was just between us, Kathy gushed as Parker continued to tease her, it could be the sweaty men. Kathy pushed him lightly, begging him to stop. If you two are going to wrestle, do you mind taking it outside? Buffy asked unamused. I've got a lot of work to do, she stated firmly as she put her stuff down on her bed and turned off Kathy's beloved ballad. Sorry, I didn't realize, Parker said dejectedly. I should go anyway. He moved toward the door. Buffy sighed. It wasn't his fault her roommate was so annoying. She turned toward Parker to apologize, but he was already walking out the door. It wouldn't have killed you to be nice, you know, Kathy scowled. Looked like you were being nice enough for the both of us, Buffy snorted as she opened the window above the bed before she moved over to her closet. As Buffy leaned down to pull out the lock from her backpack, Kathy moved behind her to close the window. I wasn't moving in on your territory, if that's what you mean, Kathy hissed. Buffy scoffed. Right, just like you didn't destroy my sweater. Buffy clicked the lock shut on her closet door before she continued, but the thing is, Kath, I don't want Parker. So he's all yours, but that probably means you're no longer interested. Kathy rolled her eyes and moved away from Buffy's side of the bed. She faced Buffy as she started to floss her teeth. Buffy, noticing her window is once again closed, walked across the room to open the window again. I'm cold, Kathy whined. Well, I'm hot, Buffy smirked as she sat down on her bed. Deal with it. Kathy glared at her. Do you know what your problem is, Buffy? You, Buffy retorted quickly. Hardly, Kathy stated as she glared more intently at Buffy. Your problem is you're spoiled. Maybe the world revolved around you where you used to live, but it's share time now, she offered condescendingly. Share time, huh, fine. Buffy stood with determination. I'll show you share time. Buffy walked over to the fridge and pulled out Kathy's carton of milk. She smiled at Kathy as she opened the carton and brought it to her lips. She locked eyes with Kathy as she guzzled down the milk, uncaring that it was spilling all over her face and the floor. When she finished the milk, she tossed the empty carton at Kathy, who then stormed out of the room in a huff. Buffy smiled to herself as she heard the door slam shut. She then moved to unlock her closet so she could get dressed for patrol. Willow had been right because Oz spotted Buffy not far from the science center. Hey, Buffy, he called to get her attention before he caught up with her with a quick jog. Mind if I join you? Sure, I'm just gonna finish a sweep of the campus before heading to St. Mary's Cemetery, she informed him. Oz gave a silent nod and they continued down the pathway in silence for several minutes before Buffy spoke up. How's living with the band? Fine, we mostly keep to ourselves outside of practicing, Oz answered. That's nice, Buffy smiled tightly. I wish Kathy could do the same. I mean, she is always in my space and wanting to mooch my friends, but I use one little splash of her milk and suddenly there are labels on everything. Buffy took a deep breath as she continued on her rant. I mean, like tonight that guy, Parker, from the cafeteria stopped by and suddenly she's all into him, which is fine because I am all like have him, but then she just starts flossing her teeth for the millionth time, so gross, you know. Well, Oz started to answer but was interrupted by Buffy's continued rant. And then tonight after calling me spoiled, Kathy's like, it's share time. And I'm like, oh yeah, share this, Buffy said intensely as she threw several air punches and kicks. So, Oz looked at her skeptically, either you hit her or you did your wacky mime routine for her. Well, I didn't do either, actually, Buffy admitted with a sigh, but she deserves it, don't you think? Nobody deserves a mime, Buffy, Oz mused coolly as he assessed if Buffy's behavior was becoming critical. Buffy considered his words. Kathy does. She deserves to be locked in an invisible box and blown away by an imaginary wind and forced to wear a binding unitard. Oz supplied. Yeah, the itchy kind, it's perfect, Buffy agreed. Just here to help, Oz gave her a small smile as they continued on. Buffy returned the smile, which I definitely appreciate, but you've never come on routine patrol with me before, Oz. Buffy stopped walking to face him with a serious look on her face. So, what's the deal? Oz shrugged. Seemed more interesting than homework. As long as it's an elective, Buffy muttered before she looked at him again seriously. I can handle myself alone, you know that, right? Never in question, Oz stated firmly, diffusing Buffy's strange tension. Good, Buffy stated as they started to walk again. They walked in silence for only a moment before she started on another Kathy rant. Anyway, tonight I go into the refrigerator, right? And the label Queen has managed to put. Oz interrupted Buffy quietly. Just a thought, Buffy, but do you think all this ranting is scaring away potential demons? Once again Buffy stopped walking and looked at Oz seriously. You're right. Oz was thankful, but his hopes were quickly dashed for a silent patrol as Buffy bellowed, ooh. She's even affecting my work. Now, her rant continued, she's the Titanic. She's a crawling black cancer. Buffy groaned, her frustration reaching its peak as she lashed out and kicked the bench beside them, breaking it in two. Oz looked between the bench and Buffy, but Buffy showed no signs of stopping. She's other really bad things, she groaned again. On the plus side, you've killed the bench, which was looking shifty, Oz joked, trying to ease the tension. Buffy turned to look at him seriously. This isn't funny, Oz. Something has to be done, she commanded before she walked away with a fast, determined stride. Agreed, Oz muttered to himself before he followed Buffy off campus to the cemetery. The rest of the patrol had been fairly routine, but Oz had noticed, when a group of vampires had finally crossed their path, Buffy hadn't fought with her usual skillful flair, but instead it had been raw, even messy. Buffy hadn't gotten to the point of recklessness, she maintained her visual on him the entire fight. She'd been sure to keep him well covered and had never allowed him to get out of his depths, but nonetheless this shift in her made Oz nervous. After the fight, Buffy had offered to walk him home, but when he declined she hadn't put up any resistance, stating she still had more energy to burn, and the two had parted ways. Oz wondered as he walked away if he should have stayed with her, but he felt at this point it was better to keep out of her way. She was capable of taking care of herself, and it was definitely time to send out some warning flares to the rest of the gang. As Oz sat down on his bed, he reached for his phone and dialed Dean's number. "Oz, man, what's up?" came Dean's voice with the sounds of a bar in the background. "It's Buffy," Oz started, but was quickly interrupted by Dean. "Is she all right? Has she been hurt?" "No, she hasn't been hurt," Oz replied calmly, "but she sure isn't acting like herself." Oz heard Dean stepping away from whoever he was with, saying he needed to take the call. The noises of the bar grew quieter until Oz could no longer hear them. "So talk to me, man, what's going on?" "What do you mean she's acting like herself?" Dean asked, clearly very worried. "She's super on edge over her roommate in a way that has everyone concerned." Oz answered, "Tonight, I went with her on patrol and she was definitely pushing the rage meter hard. I've never seen her like that on patrol." Dean sighed. He'd really been hopeful this roommate thing was going to pass, but there had to be something more, especially if Oz was calling him. What was she like on patrol? "Visceral," Oz said. "She was wailing pretty hard on those demons, and I have to say, man, it was pretty unnerving." "All right, I'll give her a call and check up on her." Dean hoped Buffy was just needing to work out her frustration, but his gut was telling him it was likely more. "Thanks for the heads up." "No problem," Oz continued, "but she said she was going to stay out there to burn off some more energy when I left her on patrol, so she might not be back yet," Oz informed him. "You left her out there alone?" Dean was pissed. He didn't understand how Oz could leave her out there and risk her getting hurt. "I wouldn't have left her if I thought she was in danger," Oz reassured him. "I'm sorry, man." Dean felt a little awkward for jumping to such conclusions. Out of Buffy's friends, Oz had always seemed the most level-headed and reasonable. "I get it, man, she's your girl," Oz offered. "I'm going to call Willow and Giles a call. Talk to you later." Oz hung up the phone without waiting for any further goodbyes. Dean, worried and unwilling to wait, immediately dialed Buffy's dorm. It rang twice before Kathy's voice came over the line. "Hello." "Hi, Kathy, this is Dean, Buffy's boyfriend. Is she around?" "Nope," Kathy answered with an extra pop. "I don't know where she keeps going so late at night. You'd think that near mugging would keep her in." Dean pinched the bridge of his nose. Buffy was right, she was annoying. "Okay, can you tell her to call me back when she gets in?" "Sure thing," Kathy replied cheerfully. Dean hung up the phone without any further goodbye. He headed back into the bar and over to the pool table. Hopefully taking a few $100s off these drunken guys would ease his mind while he waited for Buffy to return his call. Buffy came back from patrol and much to her annoyance Kathy was still awake sitting on her bed reading. "Someone called for you, while you were out," Kathy offered snidely. "Who?" Buffy asked. "Oh, I guess I don't remember," Kathy said with a shrug. Buffy gave Kathy a tight smile, most of her earlier rage and frustration having been worked out in the several fights she'd encountered with the local demon population, but she could feel it bubbling back to the surface. Buffy took a breath before she turned away from Kathy. She flung her bag down next to her desk and pulled out a key from her pocket as she walked over to her closet. She stepped inside and angled the door so that she was able to quickly strip out of her clothes and put on her pajamas. "I'm going to be up for a bit," Buffy informed Kathy as she stepped out of her closet, locking it again. "I have a bit of studying to do," Buffy added as she clicked on her desk lamp and sat down at her desk. "No problem," Kathy replied all too sweetly. Buffy opened her textbook for her class, Women and Power in the Ancient World, and began reading her assigned pages, but Buffy soon found herself struggling to concentrate as Kathy sat on the edge of her bed and clipped her toenails, letting the little nail shrapnel fall across the carpet. Buffy once again turned her attention back to her book, but her supernatural hearing wouldn't stop focusing on the sounds of her roommate trimming her nails. Buffy began to tap her pencil incessantly, trying to drown out the piercing sound. She glanced back at Kathy when the clipping of her nails ceased, but that was only because Kathy was once again hitting play on her CD player, and then came Cher's Believe. Buffy tapped her pencil even harder. She reminded herself that she couldn't punch her roommate despite every fiber of her being desiring to do so. She clenched her pencil tighter as her annoyance continued to grow and it shattered in her hand. Buffy groaned before she picked up the earmuffs she had put on her desk in preparation for the next blaring of the Divas session. She sighed with some relief as the music was muted. Kathy, having finished clipping her toenails, went over to the fridge and pulled out a hard-boiled egg. She sat at her desk with a smirk. As she slowly rolled the egg across her desk, Buffy could feel her eyes on her. Buffy glanced over at her and Kathy just continued to stare at her as she peeled it slowly and deliberately. Giving up on attempting to study, Buffy closed her textbook and announced she was going to bed. She shut off her lights and threw herself into bed. Buffy wasn't sure when she managed to fall asleep because Kathy's music had blared most of the night, but then suddenly she was having that nightmare again. Once again after the demon had sucked the glowing energy from her, she was startled awake. She looked over and noticed Kathy was groaning in her sleep before she shot up awake. Buffy rolled her eyes and flopped back down onto the bed. Kathy was definitely something evil, she could feel it, but now she had to prove it. Dean was pacing the motel room, his phone pressed against his ear. He'd dialed Buffy's dorm several times this morning, but still no one was answering. He looked at his watch. Buffy should have been out of class by now. I can't get a hold of her, Sammy, Dean shared anxiously. Dean, Sam attempted to soothe his brother, I'm sure she's fine. She's been stressed. Maybe she got in late from patrol and didn't want to wake you. She probably didn't have a chance to call you before her morning class. She'll call when she gets back to her dorm. I don't know, Sammy, Dean doubted, I just have this gut feeling that something is wrong. Dean, you had that same gut feeling just last week and she was fine, Sam reasoned a little more instantly. Might I remind you that Dad will be here in the morning? Do you really want to have another blow up with him for something that turns out to be nothing? His brother was right, he did not want another fight with his dad. But where did that leave him? After last week's confrontation, they'd worked a small job in Nevada while their father had gone off on another job in New Mexico. After they'd taken care of a relatively easy ghost problem, their father had ordered they find some place in Arizona to meet up. Dean had selected Parker, because it was just across the California border and if he really pushed the drive, he could make it to Sunnydale in 4 hours. He'd really been hoping that once their father arrived he could sneak away for a night or two, but now that something was going on with her it was hard to stay put. Dean threw his hands up in the air in frustration, of course not, but Sam. Dean, Sam interrupted his brother, you love her and you want to spend time with her, but you can't tell Dad that, so now anytime there is any chance of something being wrong, you want to rush to her side. Sam analyzed his brother's behavior before adding quietly, but loud enough for Dean to hear, it's pathetic, really. Dean glared at his little brother both for his comment and being so damn perceptive. Dean stopped his pacing and sat on the edge of his bed just across from his brother. Well, it's not like I could exactly stay in Sunnydale. He leaned toward Sam and ruffled his hair. Then there'd be no one looking after your annoying ass. Dean popped back off the bed, clearly trying to distract himself. I'm gonna run to the vending machine, you want anything? Sam had immediately become lost in deep thought. He knew Dean was teasing him, but his mind wondered, is that what Dean really wants, to be in Sunnydale full-time with Buffy? He was jarred back to reality when he heard Dean's annoyed voice. Hey, Space Cadet, you want anything? No, I'm good, Sam answered quickly, glancing at his brother. Dean shot Sam a curious look, but shrugged it away and left the room. Sam found his thoughts quickly drifting back to the realization he'd had only moments before. Dean wanted something more than this life too. His brother had never voiced anything so very close to his own desires. Sure, Dean wasn't looking to get away from the monster fighting, it was too ingrained into him. But he was looking for a more normal life, at least as close as one could get while still fighting the things that went bump in the night. Sam wanted out, he wanted to leave this life behind, no more monsters and crappy flea-bag motels. Sam sighed. Dean would never leave because he'd never tell their dad he wanted something different. He'd always follow his orders. Sam stopped as he realized that wasn't true anymore. Just last week Dean had disobeyed their father's direct orders and left for Sunnydale. Then Sam came to a sudden epiphany. Dean would eventually tell their father he wanted out, but only if he wasn't around. Dean was staying for him. Dean could walk away from their father if he didn't have to look after him. Sam knew his brother would willingly risk everything, including his relationship with Buffy, to continue to care for him. Sam's thoughts were once again interrupted when Dean burst back into the room. "Get your bag, Sammy." Sam could see the panic in Dean's face as he rushed toward his own side of the room and grabbed the duffel from under the bed and began checking it for all the necessary items. "What's going on?" Sam asked as he stood from his chair. Willow called. "Something is seriously wrong with Buffy," he answered quickly as he zipped up his bag, having confirmed everything was there, including the gift he'd gotten for Buffy. He'd made it to the door before he noticed Sam hadn't moved. "Sam, let's go," he prompted more urgently. "No, Dean," Sam answered. Dean's anger flashed, but before he could start yelling, Sam continued his explanation. "Dad will be here in like 16 hours. Let me stay and I'll fill Dad in, and then you can meet us once everything with Buffy is settled, either back here or on the next job." Dean quickly pondered Sam's request. "I don't know, Sammy. Dean, I'm 16 years old," Sam argued. "I can look after myself for a day." When Dean still looked reluctant, he tried again. "You know Dad will be less pissed if I stay than if we both just take off." Dean looked at Sam. He seemed pretty firm in his idea. He didn't want to leave Sam alone, but Sam was right. They'd left him overnight before for jobs, but it also meant that he'd need to leave him alone with their father. That wasn't exactly his favorite option, but Sam seemed okay with it and Dean didn't want to waste any more time arguing. "Okay, Sammy," he reluctantly agreed, "but you check in every few hours until Dad gets here. Keep the doors locked and don't go out after dark for any reason," Dean ordered. "I know the drill, Dean," Sam groaned. "Promise me, Sam," Dean ordered more firmly as he pulled out his wallet and threw some cash onto the table. "I promise," Sam said softly before he urged his brother out. "Now get out of here and go help Buffy." Dean gave him one last look before he walked out the door. It was only a moment later that Sam heard the Impala speeding out of the parking lot. Sam knew what he had to do. He hadn't expected an opportunity to arrive so quickly, but when Dean had burst through the door he knew this was his chance and he didn't want to waste it. Of course it had taken something serious going on with Buffy to get Dean to leave him alone, and he really hoped she was going to be okay. He knew he needed to move quickly, but as he began to pack his things the doubt creeped in. Could he really do this? "I have to for Dean," he told himself. Buffy had another night of restless sleep due to the continued nightmares, but she wasn't going to let that stop her. She'd pretended to be asleep until after Kathy had left the room for her morning classes. Then Buffy had sprung from her bed and searched the floor. She collected the toenails that had been embedded into the rug and had missed during Kathy's cleanup. She took them over her desk and measured them all before she placed them in a Ziploc bag. Parker's weird gesture had come in handy after all. Buffy went to her morning class before stopping off in the cafeteria for breakfast. As she sat at her table, Buffy once again measured the toenails. They were growing. Buffy smiled. This was the very proof she needed. She left the remainder of her coffee and breakfast on the table as she headed off to find Willow. Buffy had just turned down the hall of Willow's dorm when she noticed Kathy and Willow whispering to one another. She stopped to watch them, but it had only taken a moment for Kathy to turn and spot her, as if she had sensed her, before quickly fleeing. With a few determined strides, Buffy took Kathy's place with Willow. "Why were you talking to her?" she demanded. "Buffy, come on," Willow objected to Buffy's accusation before faltering under her steely gaze. "We were only just saying hi." "Yeah, that's what she wants you to think," Buffy insisted. "Buffy, this has to stop," Willow said firmly. She was worried about her friend, but how she was acting was becoming unacceptable. "I mean, I get it, I have a sucky roomie, too. But you just have to deal." "You're right," Buffy assured her. "I've been thinking a lot about this and it's clear to me now." "Good," Willow sighed with relief. "That's better." Willow looked up at her friend with a smile that was quickly doused. "Kathy's evil. I'm an evil fighter. It's simple really. I'm gonna have to kill her," Buffy explained as her face became cold and determined. "You have to kill her?" Willow questioned, disturbed by Buffy's violent plan. "Don't you think you could just switch rooms or something?" she asked desperately. "Well, I would, but it's not just me in danger from Kathy," Buffy insisted, but when she saw the continued look of doubt on Willow's face she continued. "Look," she pulled the plastic bag containing Kathy's toenail clippings and handed it to Willow. "Toenails?" Willow asked. She didn't know if she was more confused or disgusted. "Evil toenails," Buffy stated as though it were obvious. "I took them off the floor this morning after she left for class. She thought I was asleep." Good thinking, Willow cringed, "'cause those toenails could have attacked you and left little half-moon marks all over your body." Willow finished, hoping Buffy would realize just how out of her mind she was sounding. Buffy gave Willow a look of reproach before she scoffed, "Don't be ridiculous," but when Willow didn't look any more convinced she tried to explain again, "The point is I measured them before I went to class and again after, and they grew. After they were cut. That's a demon thing. She has to be eliminated," Buffy insisted again. Willow gave Buffy a gentle smile, hoping Buffy wouldn't realize just how freaked out she really was. "Of course. It makes sense, now," she agreed before she prompted, "but you better show those bad puppies to Giles before you do anything. You know, just to be sure." "Absolutely," Buffy laughed at her friend, "I don't want to do anything crazy." You hurry on to Giles," Willow told her. "I'll hang here and keep an eye on Kathy." "Great. Good. Thanks, Will," Buffy offered sincerely as she turned to leave Willow's dormitory and make her way to Giles's. Willow watched worriedly as Buffy exited the hall before she quickly turned to the payphones behind her. She dialed Giles's number. Thankfully he picked up after only one ring. "Giles, I just talked to Buffy and, yeah, I think she's feeling a little insane." "Willow," Giles scolded, "Buffy's dramatic flair for her roommate does not make her insane." "No, and not bitchy crazy. More like homicidal maniac crazy," Willow insisted, "so I told her to come to you." "K." Willow hung up before she heard Giles's murmured response, "How wonderful." Willow picked up the phone once more. This time she dialed Dean's number. Buffy knocked on Giles's door. When no one answered, she tried the handle. When it turned, she pushed the door open. "Giles." She called out, but there was no answer. Buffy stepped inside, closing the door behind her. "Giles." She called out again as she made her way into the apartment. "Anybody home?" "Hello." She tried again as she looked around the apartment. Suddenly, Buffy heard a noise from above her, and before she could move, a heavily weighted net fell onto her from above, sending her to the ground. Xander and Oz quickly ran out from their hiding places in the hallway while Giles came down the stairs. Giles and Oz quickly took hold of Buffy and forced her arms behind her back so that Xander could begin tying her wrists together. "What are you guys doing?" Buffy cried out. This is ridiculous," she exclaimed as she attempted to struggle against the ropes and net. "Buffy, this hurts me more than it hurts you," Xander attempted to reassure her. "Not yet, but it will," Buffy threatened, her voice deadly. "Don't say that." Xander attempted to soothe her until he realized exactly what she'd said and he panicked. "Oh, please don't say that." "Buffy," Giles explained firmly, "we're doing this to stop you from making a terrible mistake," he assured her as he began to remove the net so that the three of them could move her over to the waiting bench and tie her to the post on the back of the couch as he continued to explain to Buffy exactly why they were doing this. "Clearly something is amiss." "Yeah, something's amiss here," Buffy interrupted. Miss Kathy Newman." When Giles showed no signs of belief, she pleaded, "Giles, please." "Giles, look in my bag," she urged. Giles stood back as Xander nodded that he'd secured Buffy. Giles looked back at Buffy as she pleaded again, "Giles, please, the bottom pocket of my bag." Giles looked cautiously at Buffy before he moved over to her bag, picking it off the ground and opening the pocket before pulling out the Ziploc bag of toenails. "She has parts that can grow after they're detached. She irons her jeans. She's evil. She has to be destroyed," Buffy ranted, trying to make him understand. "I fear the demon that Buffy met in the woods has somehow possessed her," Giles calmly informed Xander and Oz as Buffy continued her rant. Light FM. Love songs. Nothing but love songs. Xander pulled his gaze from Buffy to Giles as he scoffed, "You think?" Giles looked nervously between the boys and Buffy. The cold look of danger Buffy's eyes held scared him. You stay and watch her," Giles directed. I know a spell that will make the possessing demon reveal itself so that we can fight it, but I need to get some supplies from the magic shop," he said, grabbing his coat. "Oz, will you have Willow meet me there?" At Oz's nod he turned to look at Buffy one last time. "Buffy, he started sympathetically, but when he saw the threatening look in her eyes intensify he stopped and fled his own apartment, calling over his shoulder, "I'll be back as soon as I can." Oz and Xander backed away from Buffy to stand next to Giles's desk. Oz made sure to keep his eyes on Buffy apart from when he dialed the number to Buffy's dorm. He hoped Willow was still there. Giles's phone rang and Xander answered it with urgency. "Giles, what's the news?" "This isn't Giles, it's Dean." "Hey man, what's up?" Xander asked casually, almost forgetting that Buffy was tied up just a few feet away from him. Dean couldn't help but roll his eyes. He often wondered how exactly Xander could remain so idiotic and alive. "I'm calling for Buffy," Willow said she'd be there. "Oh, she is," Xander answered before he turned away from Buffy and whispered, "but she is currently restrained at the moment. Can I take a message?" "What do you mean she's restrained?" Dean growled. "Well, we thought it best to tie her up, until we, figured out exactly what the demon did to her," Xander answered hesitantly. Dean groaned in frustration. He shouldn't have waited to call. He didn't understand how her friends so consistently managed to find the worst solution to the problems at hand. He was already pushing Baby to her limits in his rush to get to Sunnydale, but he pushed the gas pedal just a bit harder. "Listen," he demanded, trying to control his anger, "I'm about 30 minutes away. Please reassure Buffy that I'll be there soon and that we'll get to the bottom of this." "You got it," Xander replied as Dean hung up the phone. Xander turned to Oz, whose eyes had not once left Buffy, and relayed Dean's arrival time with some gratefulness. Dean was a serious demon hunter and he'd definitely be able to help them with their homicidal slayer and with whatever demon had caused this mess. Buffy, hearing about Dean's imminent arrival, knew she had to act fast. Dean, having spoken with everyone else, would likely also be under the same impression that she'd lost her mind, but Buffy knew that she wasn't crazy. She could feel it deep in her gut that Kathy was evil. She didn't understand why the others couldn't see it. She didn't want to have to hurt Dean, and she knew she'd have to if he thought he was protecting her from herself. Buffy locked her eyes with Xander's. "I can't believe this, after all that we've been through, and you guys won't believe me when I tell you that Kathy is seriously bad news," she feigned hurt. "We want to, Buff, it's just," Xander began to plead, but was cut off by Oz. "Shish, don't engage," he urged as Buffy's tone didn't imply hurt, it was more cold and calculating. Something felt off. She'd been silent after Giles's departure, but it was only now after Dean's call that she was once again trying to convince them to let her go. Xander on his own likely could have been convinced to let her go, but clearly Oz was not going to let that happen, so Buffy knew she'd have to get herself out the hard way. She began to struggle against the ropes, which quickly broke apart. However, she continued to struggle for show as she glared at Xander, hoping they'd come in closer to check her restraints. Sure enough, it worked like a charm. After only a few seconds, Xander looked worriedly at Oz. "I don't know if I tightened those ropes enough." Oz looked at Xander. He kept his face neutral despite the urge he felt to roll his eyes. "Then we'd better go over there and check him," he told Xander seriously. Buffy was definitely up to something and he didn't want to play into her hand, but they had to check the ropes if Xander was doubting them. Xander laughed loudly, until he noticed Oz wasn't joking. Xander shot him another worried look. "Oh, dear God," he whined. Oz gave Xander a nod, indicating that it was time. Despite his reluctance, Xander nodded back and they started their simultaneous approach. Oz remained calm, but Xander continued to be more hesitant and repeatedly warned that they should avoid Buffy's legs. Buffy smirked when both Oz and Xander walked within striking distance on either side of her. She couldn't have planned it better if she had tried. As they leaned over her shoulders to check the ropes, Buffy popped up and knocked their heads together. They fell to the ground unconscious and Buffy dropped the rope on top of them. "Nope, not tight enough, Xand," she mocked before she grabbed her bag and left the apartment. She had a roommate to kill and very little time to do so. Xander and Oz were jolted awake by the sound of a slamming door. "Where the hell is Buffy?" Dean shouted as he stood above them. Anger was radiating from his body as he glared down at the pair. Xander looked around as he pulled the frayed rope off of them. Why couldn't Giles have shackles like any self-respecting bachelor? He grumbled as he pulled himself off the floor. "Where is Buffy?" Dean impatiently demanded again. "My guess back at her dorm killing Kathy," Xander grumbled as he held his head. Dean couldn't believe this. First they tied her up, ensuring Buffy felt like no one was on her side, and then before he could arrive to assure her otherwise, they'd gone and let her get away. As he turned to leave, he hoped he wouldn't be too late to stop Buffy from taking her roommate's life. He wanted to believe in her, but she'd break if her hands were responsible for the cold-blooded murder of an innocent person, and he couldn't risk that. As he opened the door, Oz's voice stopped him. "Be careful. She's not herself. We think she might be possessed." "I know how to handle a possessed person," Dean huffed as he slammed the door behind him, shaking the walls. "Well, isn't he just a peach?" Xander complained with a wince. Oz shot him a look of disapproval as he and Xander painfully made their way to Giles's couch to wait for Giles and Willow to return. They didn't have to wait long before Giles and Willow were charging through the door of the apartment. "Toenails," Giles called out as he held out the baggie. Buffy was right, he continued to his desk, handing Willow the bag as he continued this explanation for Xander and Oz. Kathy's toenails not only keep growing after they've been cut, they actually regenerate after they've been destroyed. And that's a demon thing? Xander asked curiously. Oh, unequivocally yes, Giles responded confidently, but then he realized he hadn't heard Buffy's voice. She'd been so adamant, and she was never one to be silent when she was right and he was wrong. He glanced around his apartment and he noticed Buffy that was nowhere to be found. Where is Buffy? He asked with concern. Xander held up the frayed ropes as a silent explanation. Oh dear, we have even less time than I feared, Giles informed the group as he hurried into the kitchen and began shuffling through his cupboards for a vessel and the necessary ingredients for his spell. I've looked up all known regenerating demons. Only one species practices the ritual Buffy's been seeing in her sleep. It's used to steal the soul from the human body. Wait, are you saying that Buffy's been doing a Linda Blair on us because Kathy's been sucking her soul? Xander questioned with surprise as Giles re-entered the living area and put the supplies on his desk. I believe so, yes, Giles responded as if it was obvious. So Buffy was right all along? Oz asked. Willow met his eyes before she looked at Xander. Later on, big remorse, okay. They both nodded in agreement. They definitely owed Buffy an apology. Giles grabbed the book he'd been reading earlier. Now, I've found a spell that should reverse the soul transfer immediately, he explained. Willow and I will perform it at once. Leaving Xander and me to back up Buffy and Dean, Oz said as he headed for the door, pulling a reluctant Xander with him. Did he say Dean? Giles asked. Oh, yeah, I called him, Willow explained. Good thinking, Giles complimented before he jumped into the ritual, lighting the candles as he began to read the incantation from the book Willow held before him. Buffy entered her room with a determined stride. She glared threateningly at Kathy, who was lounging on her own bed. She discarded her bag onto Kathy's desk. Kathy, I think we need to talk. Don't you? Buffy questioned coolly, drawing Kathy's full attention to her as she walked further into the room. Kathy looked up from her book, noticing the threatening change in Buffy's demeanor. She quickly put down her book on the bedside table. Absolutely, she said as she moved to stand face to face with Buffy. Let's talk. Buffy smirked before she looked down at the rug and kicked it over. Oops, look what I did, she goaded with a devilish smirk. Kathy glared back at her for just a moment before she lashed out with a lightning-quick strike and backhanded Buffy across the face. Oops, look what I did, she mimicked. Buffy turned her head back with a deadly glare. You're dead, bitch, she uttered with murderous intent. Kathy wasted no time in leaping at Buffy and grabbing the back of her head, pulling at Buffy's hair. As Kathy pulled, Buffy quickly dug her nails into Kathy's face. When her fingers felt the flesh pull away unexpectedly, Buffy continued to pull, ripping off Kathy's human disguise from her face, revealing her true demon visage as Kathy shoved Buffy away due to the pain of her second skin being torn. I knew it, Buffy gloated to herself as she looked up at Kathy from the human face left in her hands. Buffy didn't have time to continue her celebration as Kathy flew at her with a growl and tackled her to the ground, pinning Buffy with a hand around her neck. Quit it, Kathy demanded as Buffy struggled against her. I knew it. I knew you were one of those demon things, Buffy conversed almost casually. Kathy became annoyed at Buffy's lack of fear. Oh, why don't you just stuff it and let me finish my ritual? Ritual? Buffy asked, confused, before she was struck with a realization her dreams, those dreams I've been having, those were real. Kathy almost looked a little sheepish. I'm sorry, okay. Kathy exclaimed before she continued. I left my dimension to go to college and they sent these guys after me. They are looking for someone without a soul, so I'm borrowing yours. Without even asking, Buffy rolled her eyes. Tonight, when they come looking for me, they'll take the one without a soul, she informed Buffy. Buffy scoffed. Well, thank God I won't have to watch you floss anymore. Kathy became angry, and I won't have to live with a slob. She shouted as she slammed Buffy's head against the ground. Kathy then attempted to force Buffy's mouth open with her hand, and Buffy took the opportunity to bite down hard, causing Kathy to rear back just enough that Buffy was able to get the leverage she needed to flip Kathy off of her and slam her to the floor. Buffy then used her advantage to throw Kathy against the end of her bed. This gave Buffy time to reposition herself so that she could kick Kathy and send her flying back onto the bed. Buffy jumped to her feet as Kathy jumped up, facing off with her. Buffy charged Kathy, but Kathy quickly ducked down and used Buffy's own leverage against her and threw her over her back onto the bed. Buffy quickly recovered as she bounced off the bed. She stuck out and landed a roundhouse kick to Kathy's face before attempting to send Kahi to the ground with a powerful kick to the back of her knee. Kathy stumbled, but didn't go down. Kathy attempted to throw a wild swing at Buffy, but Buffy was easily able to dodge her blows. Buffy aimed a powerful right hook to Kathy's face, but she dodged and blocked the blow before grabbing Buffy's head. Buffy struggled, but was unable to break free before Kathy threw her across the room and through her closet door. Kathy, feeling victorious, gloated melodically, "It's share time, Buffy." Buffy groaned as she shifted her position, but was met with a growl as Kathy grabbed her feet and began to drag her from her closet. Buffy spotted the sweater Kathy had borrowed and ruined on the floor. She gripped it tightly as she was pulled from the closet. "Fine," Buffy sneered, "let's start with my sweater." Buffy flung the sweater around Kathy's neck before she tightened it, attempting to choke out her roommate. Kathy struggled slightly before she reached back behind her head and grabbed the sweater and ripped it in two. "Oh," Buffy groaned in regret as she grieved the loss of her sweater. Kathy used Buffy's distraction to gain the upper hand by picking her up and throwing her back down onto the floor. As Buffy attempted to get up again, Kathy kicked her in the face, sending her back down. Kathy stood over Buffy and picked her up to throw her back against her own bed before she grabbed the phone. Kathy began to whack her across the face with the receiver in time with every word, "All you had to do was log your calls." Buffy was beginning to feel dizzy due to the rapid head blows, but was finally able to catch Kathy's arm on the latest swing before she threw her backward. Buffy scrambled to her feet to once again face off with Kathy. This time Kathy charged and shoved Buffy against her own desk. Pencils fell to the floor as Buffy slid off the desk. Buffy stood, "Aha!" she exclaimed as she began stomping the pencils into broken shards. Kathy growled and once again tried to backhand Buffy, but Buffy blocked the blow before leveraging Kathy around and landing an uppercut punch to Kathy's face. Kathy flew back into the bookshelves. Kathy raged and rushed Buffy to throw her against the dorm room door. The door shook as Kathy once again shoved Buffy against it, but it didn't break. Buffy attempted to punch Kathy in the face, but she dodged it, allowing her to grab hold of Buffy before she ran across the room and launched Buffy through the window, shattering the glass. Buffy hung out of her window at her waist. She struggled to keep herself from falling and was almost thankful when Kathy grabbed onto her again and pulled her back into the room. The dorm room door burst open before it slammed into the counter behind it with such force that it caused the door to shut behind Dean as he entered the room with his gun drawn. "What the fuck do you think you're doing to my girl?" Dean demanded viciously. Kathy quickly grabbed Buffy and placed her in a chokehold, prompting Dean to growl out, "Let her go." "Can't do that, lover boy, I need to finish my ritual," Kathy explained as she forced Buffy's head to the side and attempted to force Buffy's mouth open. Dean, unable to get a clear shot as Buffy and Kathy struggled against one for the upper hand, stowed his gun in the back of his waistband before he rushed forward. He slammed his body against Kathy's and sent her stumbling back. She attempted to pull Buffy down with her, but Dean wrapped his arm around Buffy's waist and tore her from Kathy's grip. He swung her around so that she was positioned behind him. He pulled his gun from his waistband and aimed it at Kathy, ready to pull the trigger when Buffy let out a gasping sound. Dean, his head snapped to look at Buffy, worry etched across his face. "Buffy?" he questioned as she fell to her knees. As Dean's gun lowered with distraction, Kathy started to pick herself up, but then an intense pain tore through her body. Gasping as she fell back onto her bed. Dean's head whipped back to Buffy's demonic roommate. Confusion crossed his face as he watched as her back arched and her mouth opened. Suddenly a glowing light was forcefully removed from Kathy's body and returned back to Buffy, which left both Kathy and Buffy gasping. Dean looked back to Buffy in concern, but when Buffy gave him a quick reassuring smile, he reached down and pulled her to her feet before he pulled her against him, his arm remaining around her waist. Kathy sat on the bed in shock. "How did you do?" Kathy's question was cut short by a flash of a blinding light as Toparic materialized into the room. "Son of bitch," Dean exclaimed, pushing Buffy behind him once again with his gun raised, but Buffy stilled his hand. Toparic growled menacingly at Dean, his eyes glowing bright blue. Dean lowered his gun, under Buffy's silent direction, and the demon turned away from them and focused his attention solely on Kathy. Dean started to raise his gun again as the two demons began to argue, but Buffy stilled his hands once again as she moved to stand beside him. The look in her eyes telling him to stand down. Dean didn't like it, but he knew Buffy was right. They were not positioned well to take on the demons, and it was probably best not to draw attention to themselves during what appeared to be a family squabble. Despite Kathy's vigorous foot stomping, the argument was over quickly as Toparic waved his arm and opened a whirling vortex. Buffy and Dean immediately felt the strong pull of the vortex. The moment Kathy began screaming, both Buffy and Dean leapt over Buffy's bed to avoid being sucked into Kathy's home dimension right alongside her. They risked a look over the side of the bed and watched as Taparik gave one last look around before he descended into the portal behind his daughter. The portal closed behind him. "Are you okay?" Dean asked Buffy with concern as he looked her over for visible injuries. "Yeah, I'm okay," Buffy assured him as he pulled her into a hug. Buffy pulled away slightly so that she could tilt her head up to meet his eyes. "I'm really glad that you're here." "Me too," Dean replied before he pulled Buffy into a lustful kiss. It was then that Oz and Xander rushed into the room. Dean pulled away from Buffy with an irritated groan. Xander looked at Buffy, who was being held securely in Dean's arms. "I guess Giles's reversal spell worked," he said to Oz as he glanced at Buffy hopefully. "Do you feel all soulful again, Buffster?" That was what that was. Giles was doing a spell to return Buffy's fucking soul, and you call to tell me? Dean asked pointedly. But before Xander and Oz could offer any explanation, he continued as his rage bubbled to the surface. "What if we'd killed Kathy before Buffy's soul got put back?" Well, Xander started sheepishly, "we sorta just rushed over to, help. The fact that none of you have cell phones is just..." Dean started to rant, but was cut off by Buffy as she pulled him in for another grateful kiss. Cell phones would be useful, Oz agreed, and then he noticed that Buffy and Dean were quickly becoming wrapped up only in each other. Oz quickly tapped Xander's arm and signaled that they should probably leave the couple alone as Dean pulled Buffy tighter, deepening their kiss. When he still seemed reluctant to leave, Oz pushed Xander out of the room. "I'll let Giles know you're good and we'll catch up with you both tomorrow," Oz informed the couple before he shut the door, not expecting to receive any sort of reply. Dean groaned, still half asleep. Buffy was attempting to pull herself out of his embrace and leave the bed. "I've got to check in with the gang," Buffy insisted softly as she once again tried to untangle herself from his arms. Dean just tightened his arms around her and pulled her back against him. "No, you need to just stay right here, with me," he purred as he started to leave a trail kisses down her body. Buffy moaned as the wet kisses sent blissfully warm tingles throughout her body, but she forced herself to pull back again. "You know how they are. If I don't check in soon, they are just going to show up here," Buffy argued as she rolled out of her bed and made her way to the closet. Dean smiled after her, enjoying the view of her naked body for a few moments before he rolled onto his back with a playful huff. "Fine, but when I get you back here, you're not leaving this bed for at least a week." "A whole week," Buffy teased, with a sinful smirk. "We'd starve." "It'd be worth it," Dean offered with sensual promise. Buffy shook her head as she bent down and tossed his pants at him, demanding that he get dressed. Dean groaned, but he rolled to the side of the bed and pulled his pants on as he stood. He moved around the dorm to collect his shirts, pulling them on as he stood behind Buffy. She didn't move, instead she was looking into her closet through the broken door, in just her bra and underwear. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her against him as he whispered into her ear with a playful nip, "If you're not gonna get dressed, I am taking these clothes back off." Buffy sighed. "It's just, I can't even get a non-demon roommate," she lamented. "What is even the point of all of this?" "Babe," Dean soothed gently, turning her in his arms and forcing her to meet his eyes, but before he could say anything she was already speaking again. "I mean, look at you," Buffy insisted. "Maybe this whole college girl Buffy is just selfish. Maybe I am not supposed to have all of this. Buffy, you and I both know that being a slayer and a hunter are two very different things," Dean reassured her despite the fact he didn't fully understand hers, or Sam's, desire for higher education. "My life is on the road and your life is here. It's not selfish to want something outside of being the slayer, Buffy. Do you want anything outside of being a hunter?" Buffy asked him earnestly. Dean looked at her with a sensual smile as he pulled her hips against him. "Definitely, and I'd be happy to show you," he murmured as his lips dipped to meet hers. Buffy moaned as he deepened the kiss, but then she groaned and once again she forced herself to pull away. "Dean," she whined, "I really have to get dressed." She pulled out of his arms and opened the closet door, pushing him away from her playfully. "Stop distracting me." Dean huffed and flopped back onto her bed. "You know, if you're going to be mean to me," he teased, "I'm not going to give you your present." "Present?" Buffy chirped as she poked her head out of her closet. "I may have picked something up for you last week," Dean offered, hoping Buffy would forget about her plans of getting dressed. But much to Dean's disappointment, Buffy came out from the closet fully dressed. She smirked at him as she deliberately swayed her hips as she sashayed towards him. "You know," she pointed out sweetly, "people usually feel pretty grateful after receiving a present." "Is that so?" Dean moaned as Buffy came to stand between his legs. Buffy murmured before she kissed him lightly on the lips. Well then, Dean said, pulling away from Buffy as he got off the bed. He walked across the room stopping at his bag. He reached into it and pulled out a box. Here you go, he said with an excited smile as he tossed it at her. Buffy caught it easily before turning the box over in her hands. Surprise washed over her. You got me a cell phone. Yeah, Dean's voice lost all playfulness and became serious, that way you can always call when you need me. And I can stop worrying so much. Dean's voice shifted again as he walked back to Buffy, now about that gratefulness. You're so sweet, Buffy exclaimed as she wrapped her hands around his neck to meet his lips in a joyful kiss. Buffy, Willow called through the door as she knocked. Both Buffy and Dean groaned. Their moment was over. She placed a light kiss to his lips before she whispered her promise, I'll say thank you later. Buffy, Willow, Dean, and Oz had made very quick work of moving Willow's things into Buffy's dorm. Buffy and Willow were putting the finishing touches around the room while the guys had gone off to get lunch. I was thinking, Willow told Buffy as she began to hang her Dingo's poster on the wall, I'll stay at Oz's tonight. Are you already trying to get away from me? Buffy accused playfully. I swear the Kathy thing was a fluke, I am a roommate extraordinaire. No more plans of roommate killing, I promise, Buffy said raising her right hand into the air. Willow laughed at her best friend, I'm sure, but what I meant was. I'll stay at Oz's so you and Dean can have the room. Buffy blushed slightly as she continued to put books onto the shelf. I don't want you to feel like you have to leave, especially not on your first night in your new dorm. And I don't, Willow assured her with a soft smile. I just know your time together is limited and I am happy to help facilitate more alone time for you as long as I get details. Buffy raised an eyebrow at her friend. Okay, not detailed details, Willow corrected, but you know, like a blurry watercolor. Oz and Dean walked in as Buffy and Willow burst into laughter together. Sounds like a party in here, Dean commented as he held up the bag of burgers and a six-pack of beer. Should we do this picnic style? Buffy asked as she made her way toward her closet to retrieve a blanket. The group had settled down on the blanket and enjoyed their picnic lunch. Dean couldn't help but notice that it had a very reminiscent feel to the picnic they'd had at Buffy's house after they'd first met. Dean's phone rang and pulled him from his thoughts. Dean looked at his phone and bit back a groan. It's my dad, he whispered into Buffy's ear before excusing himself into the hallway. Hey Dad, Dean began to answer but was immediately cut off by his father. Where the hell are you? John demanded angrily. Dean was confused why his dad would know where he was. Sam didn't tell you. Sam's not with you, his dad immediately questioned back. No, sir, he said he'd wait for you at the motel, while I took care of an emergency in Sunnydale, Dean explained. Well, he isn't here and neither are his things, Dean. Dean could hear the seething anger in his father's voice. How could you be so irresponsible to leave your brother alone for that damned girl? His father shouted. They thought Buffy was possessed, Dean began to explain. Sam's been checking in. I just spoke to him. I don't give a damn. John shouted. You've been slacking on hunts and now you are slacking on taking care of your family. All for what? Some hot piece of superhero ass. Dean saw red, and if it wasn't for the fact that Sam was missing, he would have raged back at his father. But now wasn't the time, and Dean calmed himself as much as he could because they needed to find Sam. All that mattered was making sure his brother was okay. I'll grab my bag and be on the road. Where should I meet you, sir? Back at the motor lodge, and I want you here by 1700, his father ordered. Dean glanced at his watch that gave him 4.5 hours with the time change to get there. It'd be tight, but he could do it. Yes, sir, he replied as his father hung up. Dean stormed back into the room as he rushed to get his bag together. Dean, what's wrong? Buffy jumped up and made her way over to Dean. Sam's run off and Dad's pissed, Dean responded shortly, while he threw his belongings back into his bag. I've got to hit the road and go find him. Buffy didn't take his anger personally. She knew he was worried about his brother. Of course, give me just a minute and I'll have a bag packed, she said as she headed towards her closet. Buffy, Dean stopped packing to face her. You don't. Buffy interrupted him. I know, but it's Sam, she insisted as she turned back into her closest. Dean scrubbed his hands over his face. He wanted her help. Hell, he just wanted her with him, but his dad was already pissed, and bringing Buffy back is a surefire way to make that worse. Who cares? The voice in the back of his head called back, but he did care. He didn't want to disappoint his dad, even more so. He didn't want Buffy hearing all the hateful things his father would say about her. As Buffy came out of the closet with a duffel bag and a pile of clothes, he grabbed her arms. "Babe, I love that you are willing to drop everything and help. In fact, it means the world to me, but I've got this. You've got class and slaying. Sammy's fine and I'll find him." Buffy wanted to argue, she wanted to push back. He'd dropped everything to help her and now she wanted to do the same, but the look of worry in his eyes stopped her. "Are you sure?" "I want to help. You just say the word and we're out of here," Buffy offered again. "I'm sure, babe," Dean said, kissing her head before he zipped up his own bag. "Okay," Buffy relented, "but you call me if you need me and I'll be there in a jiffy." Dean nodded and began to move toward the door. "Also, you tell Sam, I'm kicking his ass next time I see him," Buffy joked as Dean reached the door. "Get in line," Dean shouted back with a chuckle as he closed the door behind him. XXXXX. As Dean slid into the Impala he dialed Sam's number, but it went straight to Sam's voicemail. Dean had almost hung up, but he noticed Sam's outgoing message had changed. "Dean, I want out. I'm going to be fine, please don't look for me." Dean's anger and worry flared as he left a message. "God damn it, Sammy. You call me back." Dean hung up his phone before tossing it across the Impala. "Son of bitch," he shouted. He took a breath and he leaned across the seat in order to retrieve his phone from the passenger side floorboard. He hoped Sam would call him soon, but he knew how stubborn his brother could be. He rubbed his hands over his face harshly, before he shifted the Impala into reverse. He was going to find his brother. Harsh light of day. Buffy and Willow were sitting at a table enjoying their drinks as Dingo's Ate My Baby performed. "Oh, look, Parker's here," Willow said, drawing Buffy's attention over to the pool table. "Yeah, I saw," Buffy groaned. She couldn't help but smirk when Parker missed what should have been a relatively easy shot. "He's still not taking the hints, huh?" "No," Buffy complained, "ever since he showed up at my dorm during the Kathy fiasco, he keeps finding me on campus. He is seriously unavoidable," Buffy huffed. "I swear he is like lint I just can't get rid of. He's clingy lint." Willow smiled sympathetically. "I'm sure he'll move on soon enough, especially when Dean makes an appearance. Any word on when he might be coming back?" "Maybe." Buffy focused her eyes on the drink in her hand before she continued. "Dean's been sort of radio silent." Buffy's sad tone quickly changed to one of reassurance, which is understandable after the whole Sam running away thing. Willow's face scrunched with concern. "Are you sure? It's okay to not like the radio silence." "But I get it, I really do," Buffy insisted as she explained. "Dean was so worried. I don't think he slept more than a few hours in the week Sam was missing, and now that he has him back, he's been focusing on Sam. Plus it seems like their dad's punishment plan is to keep them real busy with jobs." Buffy forced a smile onto her face. "When it calms down, I'm sure I'll be hearing more from him. Plus, our scheduled Halloween visit isn't too far away." Despite Buffy's carefree exterior, Willow could see that her best friend was hurting. She had to admit Buffy was right. Dean wasn't exactly being a jerk. In fact, his dedication to his brother proved what a great guy he was. Maybe a girly night of Sundays and tear-jerkers was needed to cheer her up. Willow had been about to propose her idea when Buffy interrupted her by greeting Oz, who had just left the stage after finishing their set. "Hey, you guys ready to load up and go?" Willow pulled Oz down by his shirt and placed a light kiss to his lips. "I'm ready." She turned to look at Buffy. "Buffy?" "Yup," Buffy answered with a smile as she got off the chair. She was just slipping her coat on when a hand reached out and touched her shoulder. Buffy bit back a groan. "Parker." "Hey," Buffy offered politely as she turned around to face him as she pulled on her coat. "I saw you were about to head out and you know it's not real safe after dark. So if you want, I could walk back to your," he began to offer, but was cut off by the ringing of Buffy's cell phone. Hold on," she said as she pulled the phone from her pocket. Her face lit up immediately as she saw Dean's name flash across the screen. "It's Dean, I'm gonna go," Buffy told Willow and Oz as she walked off, completely ignoring Parker and his offer to walk her home. "Hey, you," she said cheerfully as she answered the phone. "Give me just a second," she told Dean as she waved at Oz and Willow before she walked toward the exit of the Bronze. Parker watched after her, stunned that he'd gotten the brush off. Willow noticed his look of disappointment. "She's in love with him, you know," she offered, trying to give Parker the hint to move on. "But the guy is never around," Parker objected. He was about to say more, but he was cut off by Oz. "Man, it's best to move on," Oz advised, but he didn't wait for any sort of reply as he led Willow away from the table so they could go backstage to get the Dingo's equipment loaded into the van. Neither Willow or Oz noticed the dark look forming on Parker's face. He'd never been turned down so blatantly by a girl in his life. He always got the girl, and this time would be no different, he promised himself. "Ah, now I can hear you better," Buffy told Dean as she exited the bronze, the blaring music fading into the background of the quiet night. "You're not leaving just because I called, are you?" Dean wondered aloud. He was hoping to talk to her, but he didn't want her ditching her plans for him. "No, you just have incredible timing. Oz and the band were just finishing up," Buffy continued, amusement clear in her voice. "In fact, I think I may owe you. You got me out of having to help load up all their equipment into the van." Dean chuckled. He'd missed these little chats. He hadn't realized just how long a couple of weeks could be. It had been before Sam's disappearance that they'd shared a laugh on the phone. Their last few calls had been brief and informative. They lacked any real connection, just small updates as he searched for Sam. "Not that I'm complaining, in any way, but why are you calling? I thought you were going to be pretty busy for a while," Buffy asked, pulling Dean from his thoughts. "Dad and Sam went out on a supply run and I volunteered to keep watch on this house to make sure unsuspecting teenagers don't lose their lives while trying to get their rocks off. I couldn't think of a better way to pass the time," Dean flirted. "You mean other than keeping people from dying?" Buffy deadpanned. "I'm capable of multitasking," Dean shot back, "plus weren't you the one who had to put the phone down to slay a vampire the last time we talked?" "Fair enough," Buffy laughed, but worry made her turn the conversation more serious. "Won't your dad be pretty ticked if he gets back and finds you on the phone with me? Since you are working a job and all. You're worth it." Buffy's heart fluttered at his immediate response. She knew that things with Dean and his dad had been rough lately, and despite Dean's attempt to keep some of the reasons hidden, it had become obvious that she was becoming one of the main reasons for the rift. "So tell me about this case you are working on," Buffy asked, shifting the conversation. As Buffy made her way back to campus, Dean told her about how several teens had recently ended up dead at the hands of their lovers hours after visiting a local hotspot for teenage makeouts. He explained how at first they had suspected some sort of possession at the hands of a vengeful spirit, but every lead had turned up cold. Buffy shivered lightly. She remembered her own encounter with a possessive spirit of a spurned lover, but she pushed her thoughts of James and Grace away as she listened to Dean. His feelings of guilt were evident in his voice as he described how they had shifted their focus from spirit to demon. Dan described how as their investigation had progressed the bodies had become more and more mutilated. The most fitting suspect they could find was a type of siren, but it wasn't quite all adding up. The murders didn't seem to fit their MO because as a rule they weren't ones to stick around one specific place for multiple murders. Buffy found herself impressed with Dean's knowledge. Sometimes she forgot just how knowledgeable he really was about the demons he fought. He liked to play it off that Dad and Sam were the brains and he was just the muscle, but Buffy knew that wasn't the case at all. Dean was as smart as he was skilled. Because he needed to be, she thought sadly, he didn't have her advantages in speed and strength. "So Sam and Dad are off gathering supplies that we need to take this thing down, and I'm just hoping we can keep the body count from rising," Dean admitted softly. "Dean, it's not your fault," Buffy attempted to comfort him, but he wasn't listening. "It kind of is, if we'd just—" "No, it isn't," Buffy interrupted him firmly. Buffy understood how he was feeling. She knew the pain of watching people die around you while being unable to kill the thing harming them. And then it clicked, that was the real reason why Dean had called her while he was still on the job. He was feeling guilty and he needed to talk to someone who'd understand. Her heart warmed a little as she realized just how special that made her in his life, because Dean wasn't exactly an open book with everyone when it came to his feelings. Buffy smiled softly and hoped that her words would ease his pain. "It's not your fault," she repeated. "Living on the Helmuth has taught me one thing. Fighting monsters, it's hard, and it's painful, and it's every day. We can mourn the ones we lose, but we can't let their losses overwhelm us or we'll lose more," Buffy ended softly. She believed in those words, even if she'd so often fallen short of achieving them. Buffy heard Dean's sigh of what she hoped was relief before she heard his voice come across the line. "Thanks for the pep talk, Blondie," Dean said with more of his usual confidence. "Of course if you were here, we could lure this thing out in no time." "You think so?" Buffy asked with a smirk. "Oh, it wouldn't be able to resist us," Dean told her, his voice becoming more huskier as he began to imagine his own fantasy. "Plus we'd get to enjoy ourselves with a little bit of on-the-job lovin'." "Did I just hear the great Dean Winchester volunteer himself as bait?" Buffy teased. "No," Dean scoffed loudly. "You better take it back. he demanded as Buffy's laughter continued, and if you are really wanting to make it up to me, you can tell me what you're wearing. Dean, Buffy shrieked playfully despite the tingles of desire that coursed through her at Dean's suggestion. You owe me, remember, Dean teased back as Buffy entered her dorm room, I got you out of van loading duty. Buffy flopped back onto her bed, but she was interrupted as Willow and Oz quickly rushed into the dorm. She shot Willow a curious look as she pulled herself into a sitting position. Willow had planned on staying at Oz's tonight, what was she doing here now? Harmony is a vampire, Willow exclaimed as she pointed to the bloody vampire bite on her neck that she'd been covering with a tissue before she moved to sit on the edge of her bed so that Oz could clean her wound. Sounds like you've got to go, Dean offered gently, attempting to hide his disappointment that their call was coming to an end so soon. I guess I'll have to take a rain check. Sorry, duty calls, she replied softly before adding, love you. Love you, he repeated back before he hung up the phone. Buffy tossed her phone on the bed beside her as she turned to Willow already in Slayer mode. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. Willow told her how she'd been waiting by the van when Harmony had appeared in front of her and how now as she thought about it, Harmony had been way too nice to her as they spoke, well at least up until the point where she tried to kill her. As Willow finished describing her encounter with Harmony, Oz applied a neon green band-aid over the bite mark on Willow's neck. Harmony, a vampire, huh? She must be dying without a reflection, Buffy mused, laughing before she focused back to the task at hand. You said she mentioned a boyfriend. Well, if you believe her, Willow replied with a skeptical eye roll, she always lied about stuff like that. Willow began to mimic Harmony. Oh, he goes to another school. You wouldn't know him. Well, Oz piped up, Devin dated her for a while, but she was too flaky for him. Which, stop and marvel at the concept, Oz commented, earning a chuckle from both Willow and Buffy. A guy dating Harmony dead? Buffy shook her head in disbelief. He must be like, the most tolerant guy in the world. She cringed slightly before she got more serious. Well, hopefully she'll be out tomorrow and we can take her out. I'll stake out the bronze and hopefully she'll show. Buffy, Willow chimed in, Harmony was always talking about campus parties and college guys. Do you think she knows about the big Wolf House party tomorrow night? Willow was right, it was a good bet Harmony knew about the party. She'd heard several people talking about it at the Bronze this evening and Harmony had never been one to miss a party. I guess that means I am going to a frat party tomorrow, Buffy amended her plan with much less enthusiasm. You want us to tag along? Willow asked a little hopeful. She'd heard the party was on the list of things not to miss at UC Sunnydale. No, Buffy replied, missing Willow's look of disappointment as her plan formed in her head. Why don't you and Oz stake out the Bronze? While it isn't likely that she'll be there, it's probably best we have our bases covered. With everyone on board with the plan, it wasn't long before Willow and Oz took off for the night, leaving Buffy alone in the room. She considered calling Dean back, but the last thing she wanted was to get him in even more trouble with his dad. So with a sigh she fell back onto her bed. She'd really been hoping to avoid frat parties for a little while longer. At least if she was only out to hunt Harmony and maybe her mysterious boyfriend, she wasn't very likely to end up a ritual sacrifice to a snake demon again. After hanging up his phone, Dean had put it back in his pocket. He sighed before he turned the radio back on. He rested his head back on the seat as he continued to watch the house. His call with Buffy had definitely eased some of the tension that had been coursing through his system the past few days. He turned up the radio as Ride in the Storm Out by REO Speedwagon played. He looked at his watch. Sam and his dad had been gone for about an hour and he hoped they would be back soon. He was definitely eager to get the trap laid and to gank the son of a bitch. Luck was on his side. Dean only had the chance to listen to a few more songs before the headlights of his father's truck flooded the inside of the Impala. Dean grabbed his keys as he exited the car and moved to stand between the Impala and the truck. What's the plan? Dean asked as his father and Sam exited the truck. We head back to the motel for the night. We'll get the plan sorted in the morning so we can come back tomorrow evening and take it out, John told the boys. Yes sir, Sam and Dean agreed simultaneously before they moved back around the Impala to drive back to the motel to get some much-needed rest. Buffy paused for a moment outside the Wolf House fraternity house. From outside she could hear the blaring music and the sounds of people cheering. At least the music doesn't suck, she said to herself as she moved up the walkway toward the front door. As Buffy made her way into the house and almost immediately her eyes fell on Parker at the bar. Of course, she thought as she rolled her eyes. She quickly tried to move in the opposite direction, but he had spotted her and was calling out her name. She at first pretended not to hear him, but when he called out a second time even louder, she knew he was going to follow her until he had her attention. Buffy stopped and turned as Parker approached with 2 drinks in his hand. Beer, he offered. No thanks, Buffy said, holding up her hand. Buffy and alcohol are unmixy things, she explained. Okay, no problem, he said, sitting the drinks down trying not to show his disappointment. Well then, how about a dance? Parker, Buffy sighed, I have a boyfriend. And that means we can't dance? Parker questioned with a charming smile. Buffy sighed, no, but. Great, Parker said, grabbing her hand and pulling her towards the dance floor. Buffy, not actually wanting to dance with Parker, was thankful when their path was blocked by a couple. She had just been about to pull her hand out of Parker's grip when she noticed it was none other than Harmony and Spike standing right in front of her. They were holding up what appeared to be a half-drained frat boy between them. They looked just as shocked as she felt. Buffy quickly pulled her hand from Parker's and stepped forward. Spike, she looked at him coldly before glancing at Harmony with a laugh, and Harmony. Harmony scowled before plastering a fake smile onto her face. Buffy. Hi, what a cute outfit. Last year. Well, this is interesting, Spike said, drawing Buffy's attention back to him, sort of a double date. Buffy glanced back at Parker with a slight scowl when he placed his hand on her lower back, but she was not going to give Spike the amusement of displaying her discomfort with Parker's actions. Unfortunately, that decision only seemed to encourage Parker as he stepped even closer. Say, Spike said mockingly, let's have a look at the new boy. Hi, I'm Parker, he said, removing his hand from Buffy's back to shake Spike's hand, but Spike made no move to return the gesture. Rather looked at him with a devilish smirk, until Parker dropped his hand. Buffy was thankful he didn't put it back on her, but she kept her focus on Spike. I like him, Spike declared, he's got. What's the word? Vulnerability, he finished threateningly. And you with Harmony, Buffy replied, overly sweet before she asked, what'd you do? Lose a bet? Hey, Harmony called out, clearly insulted by Buffy's words. Actually, how we met. It's a funny story, and without warning Spike threw the body of the frat boy at Buffy. She quickly dodged and the boy fell onto Parker and sent him sprawling onto the floor. Buffy didn't give Parker a second glance as she ran after Spike, who'd leapt over the couch attempting to make a quick exit out the front door, uncaring that he'd left Harmony behind. As Buffy exited the house, Spike was already out of sight, but in her gut she knew he had to be close by. He wasn't exactly one runaway without a fight. She went around the side of the house and just as she started to give up she saw a brief glimpse of his duster behind one of the shrubs. She approached, pulling out her stake. She attempted to throw a surprise punch as she came around the side of the shrub, but he blocked it before landing one of his own. What's the matter, Spike? Buffy taunted him as he came out of the bushes. Drew dump you again? Buffy didn't wait for a response and instead threw another punch at his face, which he blocked. Undeterred, she immediately aimed her stake at his heart, which he blocked, but left himself open for her to land a solid backhanded punch to his face. Spike growled irritatedly and replied, maybe I left her. Buffy pushed forward to attack Spike, but he grabbed her by the shoulders and tossed her so that they had switched positions. Buffy was ready to attack again when Harmony appeared behind Spike. She left him for a fungus demon, Harmony told Buffy. That's all he talks about most days, she revealed, obviously annoyed that she'd been left behind at the party. Buffy smirked as Spike turned and growled, Harm. He glanced back at Buffy, who shot him a look of amusement, before he turned back to Harmony. We are going. He started to pull her away, calling over his shoulder to Buffy, it isn't time yet. Yeah, but as soon as we have the gem of Amara, you're gonna be. Harmony tried to taunt but was cut off by another menacing growl from Spike. He grabbed her by her arms and shook her violently. Harmony cried out in pain before he dragged her away. Buffy stood there for a moment watching them leave and she was tempted to chase after them, but she had a feeling it was more important to let Giles in on what Harmony had revealed. Buffy pulled out her phone and hit the speed dial number 2. Hello, Giles answered. Giles, I just had a run-in with Spike and. Are you okay? Giles cut her off, unable to hold back his concern. I wasn't aware he was back in town. Yeah, neither was I, but I'm thinking he was trying to keep a low profile. I ran into him while I was out looking for Harmony. Harmony, really? Why? Giles questioned. Buffy hadn't realized she'd forgotten to update Giles on her former classmate's undead status. Apparently, Harmony's a vampire. Willow had a run-in with her last night, Buffy shared a little sheepishly. Well, I can't say. I'm surprised she'd fall victim, Giles uttered before Buffy continued. Yeah, and Spike's with Harmony, if you can believe it, Buffy chuckled before continuing more seriously. Anyway, Harmony said something, I think, about why they are here. And it was enough to make Spike run off, so I figured it was pretty important. She said they were looking for the gem of something. Amara, maybe. The gem of Amara. Are you sure? Giles asked with amused disbelief. Yeah, what's up? Buffy asked as she paced outside the fraternity house. It's not real. It's the vampire equivalent of the Holy Grail, Giles scoffed. It was said to be the source of some enormous power, conveniently vague. She heard Giles pause, his explanation as she assumed he was reading out of a book. Oh, here it is, yes. There was a great deal of vampiric interest in locating it during the 10th century. Questing vampires combed the earth, but no one ever found anything. It was concluded that it never existed, Giles read to Buffy from his book. Well, Spike seems to think it exists and he's looking in Sunnydale, Buffy countered. Yes, well, I'll research it as best I can, Giles informed her. You've done all you can for tonight. Why don't you go home and get some much-deserved rest? That sounds like a plan to me, she agreed happily. Night. Good night, Giles said as they hung up their phones. Buffy returned her phone to her pocket as she turned onto the path that would lead her back to her dorm, but sure enough there was Parker. You leaving? Yeah, I've got a few things to take care of, Buffy said as she started to walk past him. Buffy, wait, Parker called out to her, causing her to stop. I know you've got a boyfriend, but why does that seem to mean we can't be friends? We could be if you weren't interested in more, Buffy answered honestly before she continued. Listen, I've done the whole friendship thing with a guy who wants more and I am not interested in repeating the experience. Fair enough, but at least let me walk you home, Parker offered. Fine, Buffy gave in and started back down the path. They'd made it only a few steps before Parker was talking again. That encounter with that Spike guy seemed pretty intense. Did you two used to date or something? Buffy's guard dropped as she laughed hard and loud. It was several moments until she got herself back under control enough to answer his question. No. No, we really didn't. Spike is just an annoying acquaintance. As they continued down the pathway, Parker pulled a water bottle out of the side of his backpack and took a drink before he asked, Are you thirsty? I have another one, he said, already reaching into his backpack. Buffy looked at him a little weird, but honestly the fight with Spike had left her a little parched. Yeah, thanks, Buffy said as she took the offered bottle of water and began drinking from it. Buffy wondered if she had misjudged Parker. Maybe he was just looking for friendship. The hunt had gone well despite the summoning ritual calling the siren to them in its true and much stronger form. The containment sigils Sam had placed around the house had done their job. With the winged creature limited to the first floor of the abandoned house, Sam and Dean had been able to keep the siren distracted with blasts of rock salt and rounds of consecrated iron. While they didn't do much damage, they allowed the boys to funnel the siren into the entryway, where their father had set the trap. They'd been able to drop a weighted net over the creature, sending it to the ground. Acting quickly, before the siren was able to recover, Sam and Dean had grabbed the long ropes attached to the net and pulled hard and fast. The siren thrashed violently against its bonds, but they held firm. It would have been a struggle to keep the siren contained for more than a few minutes, but their father had wasted no time in entering the fray. He'd dipped the bronze dagger into the jar of blood he'd procured earlier before he'd leapt from the balcony above, landing on the downed creature, pinning its wings to ground before he brought down the dagger with a forceful thrust into the siren's back, puncturing the heart. The siren died with a high-pitched wail. Dean and Sam left the house, exhausted, but unhurt, while their father worked to clean up the scene. They quickly stowed their guns in the trunk before they took off back to the motel to get some rest under their father's orders. You did good, Sammy, Dean complimented his brother. Thanks, Sam whispered quietly. The drive back to the motel was made without another word, only the sounds of the classic rock station filling the Impala. This is how it had been for the last week. Sam was too afraid to say anything, not wanting to risk Dean's wrath, and his brother seemed content to just ignore and avoid the topic of his running away. Sam sighed as they pulled into the parking lot. He wondered how much longer they could go on like this. Dean, Sammy, they'd said simultaneously as Dean had put the car in park. They both smiled awkwardly before Sam had insisted Dean go first. Dean looked like he was about to argue, but instead he gave a slight nod. You head on in, I'm going to give Buffy a quick call. I'll be in just a few minutes. Sam gave a nod of acknowledgement before exiting the car wordlessly. Dean watched Sam enter their room before he pulled out his phone. He pressed speed dial 2 before resting the phone against his ear. He was disappointed when the call went to voicemail. "Hey Blondie. We killed the siren. I'm back at the motel with Sammy. Love you." He hung up his phone as he slid out of the Impala. TW. Saw start. Buffy stumbled down the hallway. She barely recognized her own dorm. Her vision was fuzzy and beginning to darken around the edges of her vision. As she attempted to focus her vision on the room numbers, she felt overwhelmed by the Earth's constant rotation. She found herself feeling grateful for Parker's presence. He had been more than willing to support her when the dizziness had struck. Buffy's eyes drifted shut and she felt herself falling again, but Parker's arms caught her. Buffy forced herself awake. She knew she had to get inside her room so she could call Giles because Spike must have done something to her. As they approached her door, Buffy fumbled with her keys. They felt like lead in her hand before they slipped from her grip and crashed to the floor with a loud metallic clang. Buffy winced from the sound. She shook her head. She tried to clear away the fuzzy feeling before she bent down to retrieve the keys. "Whoa, I got them," Parker offered, steadying her as she swayed on her feet. He quickly reached down to retrieve the fallen keys and unlock the door. Buffy glanced around her room. There was no sign of Willow, but before she could say anything the world went black. Parker was surprised how long it had taken the drugs to kick in. With the amount he'd used, Buffy should have been out within minutes, but they had made it all the way back to her dorm. He'd almost been surprised when her eyes rolled back in her head and her body had started to fall to the floor just after they'd entered the room. He'd quickly caught her and placed her on the bed. He knew he had to move quickly. His plan had been to get her back to his room, but Buffy had been insistent and conscious enough to guide them back to her room. He'd readied himself to play the concerned boy bringing her home if Willow had been there, but luck had been on his side. Of course, being in her room offered no guarantee that they wouldn't be interrupted. Quickly, he shrugged out of his jacket and began removing his clothes as he leaned over the bed, taking just a moment to stroke Buffy's face. Buffy suddenly began to feel the pleasant tingles of arousal as her nipples perked to life. She smiled to herself and began to moan in response. Dean, more," she thought pleasantly as she felt a hand travel from her breast down her stomach toward her pants. Buffy, lost in a state between conscious and unconscious, lifted her hips encouraging, for who she thought was Dean, to tease her fully. She wanted to feel him touching her swollen nub that was dying for release. Buffy began to murmur her request for more when a shrill sound filled the room and Buffy winced. As the shrill sound flooded her ears again, Buffy pulled herself more into consciousness. She now recognized that the sound was her dorm room phone ringing. She shut her eyes and shook her head, hoping to clear the hazy, sluggish feeling. The sharp sound stopped, as did the pleasant grazing of fingers on her body. "Dean," she begged, thrusting her hips into the air. She sighed in relief as she felt hands resume the task of removing her pants. The fogginess of her brain yet again threatened to send her back into an unconscious state, but the voice on the answering machine broke through. "Buffy." Giles's voice came across the line. "Buffy, are you there?" Giles questioned again before letting out a little huff. "Call me. I need to talk to you right away." "Giles," she murmured, confused, but the fogginess attempted to overtake her again. Then in an instant, awareness surged through her as the hands she had just moments ago been taking pleasure in and urging on began to make their way into her panties. Her brain shouted at her to wake up because suddenly she knew these were not Dean's hands. They couldn't be. He was in Colorado working a case. Her eyes shot open as she forced herself up onto her elbows. The hands that were on her pulled back and her eyes met with Parker's. He was hovering over her, straddling her legs. Nausea and fear coursed through Buffy's body. Her instincts surged and she bucked her body, forcing Parker off of her legs. As soon as her right leg was free, it kicked out and met his chest with a force that sent him flying off the bed. He landed on the floor with a thud. "Fucking bitch," Parker groaned as he rubbed his chest and picked himself up. He stepped forward, but Buffy sensed his dangerous intentions, and despite the fog that had once again returned to her brain, she growled out a warning as she pulled her bed sheet over her chest to cover herself from his view. "Touch me again and I'll kill you." Parker stopped. Something in her voice and eyes sent a shiver of fear down his spine. As Parker continued to stand there and stare at her, Buffy forced herself to shout, "Get out." All her efforts had drained her of energy and she could no longer support the weight of her own body. Her arms gave out and she fell back against the bed once again on the edge of unconsciousness. Parker could tell the drugs were taking effect once again and he considered staying, but his chest was now throbbing from where she had kicked him. She was definitely stronger than she looked. Parker wasn't sure if that made her more or less appealing. He took another step toward her, but he stopped. Her shouts hadn't been subtle and they could have drawn unwanted attention. No one had arrived at her door, but that didn't mean they wouldn't, and he didn't want to risk any more exposure. So quickly he grabbed his clothes. He pulled on his pants and shirt. Looking through the door's peephole, he checked that the coast was clear. When he didn't see anyone else, he quickly opened the door and stepped into the hallway. "Fucking tease," he hissed over his shoulder as he closed the door. As Buffy heard the door click shut, the darkness once again overwhelmed her vision. Saw end. Buffy regained consciousness only a few minutes before she heard the sound of Willow's key in the door. Despite it being mid-morning, Buffy quickly threw the covers over herself and pretended to be asleep as her friend entered the room. Willow quickly quieted herself as she noticed Buffy was still in bed. Buffy had felt Willow's eyes stay on her for a moment, then she'd made her way to grab a few of her things from her closet before she headed off to the showers. As the dorm room door clicked shut, Buffy finally made her move to get out of bed. Buffy quickly shed her underwear that she'd been wearing the night before and promptly threw them in the trash. As she made her way around her bed, the shirt and pants she'd been wearing were peeking out from under the bed. They too went into the trash. Buffy wanted a shower, she craved a shower, but she found herself repelled by the thought of using the community bathroom. Buffy pulled on a sweatshirt and sweatpants. As she pulled her hair back into a ponytail, she suddenly remembered that Giles had called. She made her way back over to the answering machine, to listen to his message. He was probably wondering why she hadn't called him back yet. Buffy sat back down on her bed and reached for her phone, but suddenly she felt herself flashing back to the moment she realized it wasn't Dean on top of her. She clutched her knees up to her chest as she attempted to force the memories away. She hadn't realized how long she'd stayed like that until once again the door was opening. As Willow stepped into the room, Buffy jerked herself into a more typical position. She noticed Willow's were filled with concern. "You okay?" Willow asked as she put her towel onto the hook beside her desk. Yeah, just." Buffy stopped. She wasn't sure what to say and she could feel her emotions welling in her throat. "You sure?" Willow asked softly, stepping closer to Buffy's bed. Buffy jumped up. Yeah, just feeling a little under the weather. I think I got some funky cafeteria food yesterday." Buffy rushed the explanation, hoping Willow would drop it. Willow didn't look like she fully bought Buffy's explanation but let it go as Buffy sat next to her on her bed and asked, "How was your night?" Buffy found herself unable to really listen to Willow as her focus was on the rush of turbulent emotions coursing through her body as Willow talked about her night with Oz and the Bronze and how she had stayed with Oz the previous night. A part of Buffy was thankful her friend hadn't returned last night to find her in the aftermath of Parker, but she also felt herself becoming irrationally angry. If Willow had been home, Parker wouldn't have. She stopped herself each time her brain tried to send her down this path. Willow wasn't at fault. She was. Buffy. She heard her name being called and she shook her head and focused back on Willow. "Are you sure you're okay?" Willow asked again. "It doesn't really seem like you are." Thankfully, before Buffy had to come up with an answer, there was a knock on the door. Despite her best effort, Buffy jumped at the sound. Willow's look of concern doubled as she moved to open the door. It was Giles at the door and Buffy felt a wave of relief course through her body. Willow quickly stepped aside and allowed him to enter. Giles wasted no time in beginning his explanation. "I've come to discuss the impending disaster." He held up a book in his hands. "According to this text, the gem of Amara is not only in fact real, but it resides in the Valley of the Sun." "Demon fancy talk for Sunnydale, I take it," Willow clarified as she shut the door behind him. "Precisely," he answered before he continued with his explanation. "I would gather that Spike somehow stumbled upon this information and has come to realize the gem is indeed here and sealed in an underground crypt." "Spike?" Willow asked quickly. "When did he get into town?" "He's Harmony's mysterious boyfriend," Buffy answered as she took a breath. Slaying, she could focus on that. She needed to. "Why don't you guys see if you can locate this crypt?" she suggested as she stood from the bed. "I'll see if I can find Spike before he gets there." Giles nodded. "I think that is wise." He put his hand on the doorknob to leave, but he turned back toward Buffy. "Is everything all right?" Buffy's head whipped to look at Giles, but Willow, after shooting her yet another look of concern, stepped past Giles and opened the door. "You get started," Willow stated as she ushered Giles out of the door. "I'll call Xander and Oz and we'll meet you at your place so you can fill us all in before we start the research party." "Right." Giles had barely made it through the door before Willow closed it behind him. When Willow turned to look at Buffy, she was no longer wearing a look of concern, instead her resolved face was firmly settled across her features. Okay, this funky food explanation, I'm not buying it, Willow stated seriously. Did something happen with Spike? When Buffy didn't answer, Willow pushed a little harder. With you and Dean? No, Will, I promise, I'm fine, just a little off. Buffy rushed as she continued to try and avoid telling Willow about what had happened with Parker. Willow started to push again, not for a second believing that her friend was fine. She was acting far too strange. I've gotta hit the streets and get working on this Spike thing. Buffy quickly, but gently pushed past Willow and made her way out the door, leaving a very concerned and confused Willow behind. Willow sighed. Something was definitely up with Buffy. She hadn't even changed her clothes, and Buffy wasn't one to leave the room in such a disheveled state. Willow sighed. She wanted to get to the bottom of this, but Spike being back in town and causing a ruckus definitely had to be dealt with first. Willow walked over to the dorm room phone to call Xander and Oz. They had a lot of research ahead of them. Buffy found herself thankful for Spike's sudden reappearance. It also provided the perfect cover of avoidance for her friends. They were at Giles researching when they weren't in class or working, and Buffy could pretend to be interviewing people around campus hoping for sightings of Harmony or resting, because as soon as night fell she was out searching for Spike. She only checked in with Giles by phone or after the rest of the Scoobies had packed up for the night. She always made sure to leave the dorm room before Willow woke up and arrived home. The few times she'd crossed paths with Willow in passing or in class, she had been met with investigative eyes. Willow knew something was going on, and Buffy knew she hadn't believed her cover stories, and if given the chance, Willow would get to the bottom of what was up with her, whether Buffy wanted her to or not. Buffy felt dirty and ashamed. She had let Parker touch her. She'd taken pleasure in it, and it felt like such a betrayal. How had she let something like this happen? She could already picture the judgmental faces. Buffy once again tried to push away her thoughts. She couldn't let herself go down that road right now. There was no time to deal with her own drama because Spike was out for blood and the gem of Amara was dangerous. Buffy had done it before and she'd do it again. She'd push away everything she was feeling. She wouldn't give in to her pain because she needed to be the Slayer. And that was what she would be. There was only one problem with Buffy's strategy, and that was Dean. He had already called twice. Buffy at first had been determined not to listen to the voicemails, but her resolve had crumbled after his second call. His voicemails had been sweet and simple check-ins. He'd finished each message with a simple, "Love ya," and Buffy's chest tightened. She loved Dean and he loved her, but would he still love her after WHT had happened with Parker? What would he think of her? Would he believe her? What kind of Slayer let this happen to herself? Buffy's thoughts spiraled and Buffy struggled to push them down because her heart screamed to let him in, to tell him the truth. She'd already picked up the phone a couple of times to call him, but one thought had stopped her. Even if he believed her, she knew he'd never be able to look at her the same, and Buffy knew her heart would shatter into pieces seeing his loving eyes shift with judgment or worse, pity. Giles' residence. Willow picked up the phone as Giles was in the kitchen making the group some tea and sandwiches. Hey, Willow, it's Dean. Is Buffy around? No, she's back out looking for Spike. I'd try her cell phone, Willow offered. Dean suddenly felt concerned. He'd been calling Buffy, but she wasn't answering. What if she'd been hurt and the group hadn't realized it yet? I've been trying her and I haven't heard back from her the past couple of days. When was the last time you spoke with her? A few hours ago, Willow answered hesitantly, but I am just sure it's because she is so busy with the Spike hunt, you know. Dean wasn't sure if he felt relieved or not. Buffy likely wasn't hurt, which was definitely a positive, but then why wasn't she returning his calls? Dean understood being up to your eyeballs while hunting, but they'd always managed to at least keep the other updated even if the calls only last a minute or two. Buffy's silence was definitely unnerving. Did something happen with you too? Willow asked, concerned, but she didn't wait for an answer. She's been acting strange and I thought maybe you two had been in a fight or something, but I'm going to try her on her cell again. Dean cut Willow off, not wanting to talk with her about his relationship with Buffy, but the fact that Willow was concerned about her and noticing a shift combined with the radio silence had Dean very worried. Buffy's search for Spike had aided in her avoidance of Dean's calls. He'd left several voicemails over the past couple of days and she had yet to return them. She could hear his concern growing with each unanswered call, but Buffy was too scared to call him back. She hadn't been able to really come to a decision on whether or not to tell Dean about what had happened with Parker or not. She'd been hoping to wait to speak to him until she'd come up with a plan, but the fact this was the second time in less than an hour that he was calling her let her know just how worried he really was. Buffy knew that if she didn't answer his calls soon he was more than likely going to show up, despite his father's demands. The idea of talking to him over the phone frightened her, but the idea of him seeing her right now was far worse. She took a deep breath as she brought her phone up to her ear. "Hello," she answered, trying to sound like her usual self, but even to her own ears her voice was flat. Finally, Dean sighed with exacerbated relief before the concern entered his voice. "Babe, I've been trying to reach you." "I know, I'm sorry," Buffy sighed. "I've been busy hunting Spike and I'm getting nowhere." "You want to fill me in?" Dean asked, hoping Buffy would open up. Willow's earlier line of questioning told him something more was going on with Buffy than the Spike manhunt. "Spike's here looking for some powerful demon gem and I've got to get to it or him before he gets his hands on it," she told him as she ran her fingers through her hair as her frustration bubbled to the surface. "Do you need an extra set of hands?" Dean offered sweetly, concern still etching his voice. "I don't need you rescuing me," Buffy snapped, but she instantly regretted her tone. "I'm sorry, Dean," she took a breath. "I've got this, it's just been a hard couple of days," Buffy admitted honestly. Immediately she knew that was the wrong thing to say because tears filled her eyes. She took a deep breath as she tried to stem their flow. "Buffy, you don't sound okay," Dean told her honestly as he gripped the phone tighter and leaned back into his seat in the Impala. He could tell something was off with her, but he also could hear her stubbornness in her voice and he wasn't likely to win any sort of argument, so he tried again to get her to open up. "Tell me about what's got you so twisted up. I can tell it's more than just this Spike thing." Buffy took a deep breath as her heart and brain battled. Buffy so desperately wanted to tell him the truth, let him know what had happened to her, but then the fear of his rejection flooded her body. What if Dean wouldn't believe her, or worse he did, but was so disgusted with her that he left her just the same? Dean heard her shuddering breath and it worried him. Buffy was definitely not telling him something, and whatever it wasn't good. "Oh babe," he started, but Buffy cut him off. "Dean, I can't," she rushed. "I've gotta go. I'll call you as soon as I wrap up this Spike thing. I promise." Dean wanted to push, but he knew now wasn't the time, especially not if she was off on a hunt. He didn't want to be the thing that left her distracted, so he dropped it. "All right, go kick some vampire ass, Blondie." Buffy had wanted to say something more, but she'd felt her emotions welling beyond the point of control, and as she clicked the button on her cell phone to end the call. No sooner had she ended the call, a strangled sob left her body. Buffy forced her fist into her mouth, not wanting to draw any unnecessary attention to herself as she tried desperately to stop the tears. Dean's concern doubled when Buffy just hung up the phone without any form of goodbye. He sighed as he put his phone back into his jacket pocket. Then he reached for his keys and put them in the ignition of the Impala, but he didn't turn them. A part of him wanted to rush right to Sunnydale, but he also knew Buffy was right. She didn't always need him to rush to her. She was more than capable of kicking demon ass without him, but the detachment in her voice scared him. "Fuck," he shouted and slammed his hands on the steering wheel before he ripped the keys from the ignition. Buffy had told him not to come, and if he rushed off to Sunnydale because he was worried about her, well, that was a surefire way to piss off his father. Dean didn't like it, but he'd stay put for now. But if there was any hint from Buffy or her friends that she was in over her head, and he'd be speeding his way into California. Buffy had stayed out all night again, only going back to her dorm to change her clothes and grab her textbooks once she was sure that Willow would have already left to go back to Giles's. She'd only dared to make contact with the group for a few brief check-ins. Enough that they wouldn't send the cavalry, likely in the form of Dean, but not enough that Willow could corner her about her continued avoidance. Buffy desperately wished she could just shake the uneasiness that had settled into her body since the morning after her encounter with Parker. However, no matter how hard she tried, the feelings wouldn't budge, and as of yet, no one she talked to had believed her when she'd insisted that she was fine. Even her professor this morning had commented that she didn't seem like her normal self. She'd brushed him off politely, but Buffy knew that if she wasn't fooling him, there'd be no fooling anyone else. She had decided yesterday that she didn't want anyone to know about what had happened with Parker. She didn't want them to look at her with the same pity and disgust that had so often been present on their faces just after they'd learned about how her night with Angel had reverted him back to a psychotic killer. Now Buffy was walking around campus, having just left her linear algebra and applications class, when she spotted Parker across the quad chatting with another girl. She was immediately struck with a tidal wave of emotions. She felt angry, disgusted, embarrassed, used, and her thoughts began to spiral when suddenly she found herself moving to stand behind him. Parker whipped around when he felt her presence behind him. "Buffy," he said cheerfully before he introduced her to the girl he was talking with. "Buffy Summer, this is Katie Loomis." Katie gave her a small friendly wave which Buffy didn't return as she glared at Parker. "What do you think you are doing?" Buffy asked, her voice coming out in a growl. Parker took a step back before focusing his attention on Katie. "Hey, Katie, you're going to be late for class. I'll catch up later, okay?" Katie nodded as she quickly grabbed her bag before leaving them alone. Parker took another step back from Buffy. Her tone was dangerous and he remembered just how strong she'd been. His chest was still bruised from the kick she delivered, but he attempted to play it cool as he asked calmly, "What's up?" "What's up? That is what you have to say to me?" Buffy seethed. "You took advantage of me." Buffy's voice was starting to get louder and Parker quickly cut her off. "I did no such thing," he lied loudly. "You invited me into your room and you were enjoying yourself. Don't you remember begging me for more?" "You drugged me," Buffy told him coldly. Parker leaned in, not realizing exactly how dangerous Buffy could be. "Is that precious boyfriend of yours going to believe that?" He smirked when Buffy stumbled backwards as though she'd been slapped. "Right," Parker said. "I've got to go, see you around," he called out to her as he turned and walked away. Buffy stood there stunned, tears welled in her eyes. She sank down onto the bench and put her head into her hands. How had she let this happen? She continued to cry until a shadow suddenly crossed over her. "Wow. That was pathetic," came Spike's voice. She looked up and there standing in front of her in the full rays of the sun was Spike. She didn't have a moment to react before he punched her in the face, which sent her to the ground. Buffy groaned as she rolled over to see Spike standing over her. "Isn't today such a beautiful day? Birds singing, squirrels making lots of rotten little squirrels. Sun beaming down in a nice, non-fatal way," Spike taunted excitedly. "It's very exciting, I can't wait to see if I freckle." Buffy jumped up, grabbing the lawn stake that was surrounding a new flower bed next to where she had landed. Putting all her anger and rage that she felt into her fists, she struck out ferociously at Spike. She landed a solid punch to his face before they began trading back several blocked blows until Spike managed to connect with a quick succession combo that once again sent Buffy to the ground. He attempted to jump on her, but she flung him back with a powerful kick. Her brain flashed to her doing the same with Parker and she almost didn't notice Spike's attempt to jump onto her again, but his movement had registered just enough that she managed to push him back as she got to her feet. She rushed him quickly, her stake aimed with deadly intent. But rather than going for the block, Spike opened his arms and let Buffy's stake find its mark. "Oh, do it again," Spike said, holding her hands to his chest. "It tickles," Spike said, as he released her from his grip as he pulled out the stake. "You know, in a good way," he informed her as the wound healed instantly. "The gem?" Buffy asked as both of them paused their attacks. "Oh yeah," Spike answered cockily before holding up his left hand to show off his newly acquired ring, the Gem of Amara. Spike resumed the fight without warning as he swatted the stake from Buffy's hand before sending a powerful backhand punch to her face. Buffy was once again sent sprawling to the ground. He stood over her again and continued his taunt, "The official sponsor of my killing you." His face transformed from his cruel smirk to those of his demonic features as he launched himself at Buffy. Buffy shoved him back enough to get to her knees before he was attacking her again. She blocked several punches and a kick aimed to disorient her, but when she tried to land her own punch to his gut, he grabbed a hold of her arm and fistful of the back of her shirt before throwing her with a devastating force into a metal pole. Buffy cried out in pain as she sank to the ground. Buffy attempted to get up, but Spike landed a kick that sent her flying backwards. Buffy rolled over and despite the pain she pushed herself up into a fighting position. They once again were trading blocked blows when Spike grabbed a hold of the back of her hair and rammed her face into the same metal pole. Spike used his height and weight to continue to press Buffy against the pole, but she managed to bring her arm up and grab Spike by the throat. She used her strength to crush his windpipe before she threw him backward. Buffy didn't waste a moment and attacked him before he could recover, sending a powerful kick to his stomach that sent him to the ground. He quickly flipped himself into a fighting position and sent a roundhouse kick to Buffy's face that she couldn't quite dodge. But she didn't go down, instead immediately she attacked again. She kicked his legs out from him, sending him to the ground. As he attempted to pick himself up, she kept him down with a powerful roundhouse kick. As he struggled to get back up, she mimicked his earlier actions as she grabbed him from behind and threw him over a few concrete benches. As he rolled across the concrete patio, he picked himself up, but Buffy used the benches to give her a height advantage. She kicked him in the gut before she landed several punches to his face. She was about to land another devastating punch when he caught her arm and threw her down onto a glass table. The table shattered, sending glass pieces into Buffy's back as she fell through the metal frame onto the ground. Buffy started to pick herself up, but the pain and exhaustion were setting in. Getting tired, Slayer? Spike baited her. He wasn't ready for this fight to be over. He was enjoying this fight too much to let it end so quickly. He paused his attack and allowed Buffy the time she needed to force herself into a standing position. She blocked his kick, but his quick series of punches each landed onto her body powerfully, and once again she found herself on the ground. Spike paused as he loomed above her tired, broken figure. She would be his third Slayer and he wanted to savor it. This kill would be so much sweeter than his others because she had been so troublesome and she hadn't gone down easily. She'd left him a wheelchair and had been the catalyst that ended his century-long relationship with Drew. While Spike had never taken an jealous interest in torture, he wouldn't kill Buffy yet. He owed her too much pain to allow her to die quickly. She needed to suffer and beg for it. Buffy picked herself up, slowly, as she pulled her throbbing arm into her chest. Her arm had only fully recovered recently from Sunday's repeated brutal attacks. So, you let Parker take a poke, Didn't seem like you knew each other that well. What did it take to pry apart the Slayer's dimpled knees? Spike mocked her with a wicked smile. Maybe I should give it a go, You're a pig, Spike, Buffy spat in disgust. He jumped from his position a few stairs above Buffy and landed a kick to her side, causing her to fall to the ground as she felt her ribs crack. He moved over her. Oh, words hurt Buffy, but what was it? Were you too strong? Did you bruise the boy? Spike asked crudely, or was it that you weren't worth a second go? He paused cruelly as she pulled herself to her knees before he landed another kick to her face. Come to think of it, seems like someone told me as much. Who was it? Oh, yeah, Angel, he smirked as he saw the pain flash across her eyes. Buffy jumped to her feet in an instant, letting her emotions fuel her as she landed several vicious rounds of kicks and punches to his face. She sent Spike to the ground over and over again. In a weak attempt to stop Buffy's brutal blows, Spike reached back with his left hand. Buffy saw her moment. She violently ripped his arm back until she heard it pop from its socket and Spike cried out in pain. She reached for the ring and Spike called out in fear, "Take it off me this way, we both burn." Really? Buffy asked cruelly. Let's see, and without hesitation she forcefully pulled the ring from his finger. The moment the ring left Spike's finger, she could hear and smell his skin sizzling in the sun. She made no move to attack as Spike ran off smoking in the midday sun. She watched as he dove into an open utility tunnel. Buffy didn't have the energy to give chase, instead she sank to the ground exhausted. Buffy had remained outside in the courtyard for several minutes before she felt her body ready itself for the journey back to Giles's apartment. She pulled herself off the ground, groaning as her injuries were pulled and tugged. She looked at the ring in her hand once more before she closed it tightly in her fist and slowly walked in the direction of Giles's. Buffy, Willow called out, rushing to hug her friend tightly as she came through the door. Buffy groaned in pain and Willow immediately released her. Are you okay? Giles asked, noting Buffy's painful reaction. Did Spike find you? Yeah, he did, but I'm fine, she reassured him. Spike had his fun using me as his punching bag until I took this off of him. She held out the ring, offering it to Giles. He's dead? Giles asked curiously as he took the ring from her. No, he got away, Buffy informed him, her exhaustion evident. He went into the tunnels and I didn't give chase. That's for the best, you had the ring, no sense in risking it or yourself. Giles smiled at her kindly as he led the group back to the couches and set the ring on the table for everyone to see. I like it, Willow observed as she looked at the elegant ring. It's smaller than expected, Oz chimed in. Worth getting your ribs bashed in? Xander asked Buffy as he took notice of how she was sitting with her arm wrapped around her center. Buffy shot him a quick smile and chuckled despite the pain. It's also very dangerous, Giles informed the group, and we're destroying it. I've found. We don't destroy it, Buffy interrupted Giles, causing a look of confusion to cross everyone's face. Buffy, any vampire that gets his hand on this is going to be essentially unkillable, he stated as he gave her a serious look, but when Buffy met him with a pointed look of her own he let out a mumbled, oh. I have that gig in LA. I could swing by, Oz offered quickly and quietly. Thanks, Oz, Buffy whispered. She was grateful for his continued support. He'd been the only one who never seemed to judge her and Angel's relationship too harshly. Wait, Xander asked as Oz reached for the ring, "What's in LA?" "She's giving the ring to Angel," Willow said softly as she began to warn Xander, "Don't make," but Xander's rage exploded. "What do you mean you're giving the ring to dead boy?" Buffy met Xander's furious eyes with a look of determination. "He should have it." "And how's Dean going to feel about that?" Xander asked before he continued his rant. "First you let him bite you and now you are giving him a ring of invincibility. That doesn't exactly scream, 'I'm over him,'" he sneered. Buffy's eyes filled with tears as she brought her other arm around herself to hold her ribs tighter as she held back her sobs. She didn't know how to argue back. Xander was right, Dean wouldn't be thrilled, but that wasn't the only reason he'd have to hate her, so what did it matter anyway? Angel deserved this ring, and while their romantic relationship was solidly in the past, she still cared about him. "Xander, that's enough," Giles demanded, silencing the boy from any further scathing remarks. "Buffy," Giles asked gently, "are you sure?" "I'm sure," Buffy whispered as she stood from the couch. She couldn't be here any longer. She needed to get away. Her tears that were threatening to fall were not likely to stop soon, and a breakdown now would have the group asking far too many questions that she was unwilling to answer. She made her way to the door without another word despite Giles's and Willow's calls after her. Buffy fled from Giles's apartment, tears streaming down her face. She was going to lose Dean. She knew it. It felt like maybe she didn't deserve the love and happiness she had found first with Angel and even more so with Dean. Maybe it was destiny. Maybe being the Slayer meant she needed to be alone. Buffy was so lost in her thoughts and fears that she didn't hear Willow's pounding footsteps behind her. When Willow's hand touched Buffy's back, Buffy shrieked and pulled away into a defensive stance. Willow stood there horrified by Buffy's reaction. She had never seen Buffy so unaware or so scared in her life. The devastation that was evident in Buffy's eyes nearly crushed her heart. "Oh Buffy," Willow sighed as she tried to take a step towards her shaking friend. Buffy started to back up as Willow approached, but she forced herself still. "Sorry, I guess I'm still on edge from the fight with Spike," Buffy attempted to cover. "Buffy," Willow started, but decided now wasn't the time to push for honesty. "Let's get you back to the dorm and cleaned up," she offered gently as she slowly reached out and put her arm around Buffy's shoulders. Willow didn't attempt to press Buffy for any information as they made their way from Giles's apartment to their campus dorm. She'd hoped that Buffy would open up as they walked, but Buffy had remained silent and she hadn't a clue what to say. Buffy's tears continued and occasionally were sniffled away. It wasn't until they were back in their room and after Buffy's wounds had been cleaned and dressed and she'd changed her clothes that Willow found her courage to finally ask, "Will you please tell me what's going on with you?" Buffy stared at Willow for a long moment before she sank down onto her mattress. Suddenly the tears left her body in a flood. Willow rushed to her side and wrapped Buffy in her arms as she continued to sob. She'd done this once before with Buffy, but this time felt infinitely worse. Perhaps it was because she didn't know what had happened to cause Buffy such despair. "Did something happen with Dean?" Willow asked gently. "He's going to hate me," Buffy sobbed as she buried her head into Willow's lap. "Oh Buffy," Willow cooed, "you can't let what Xander said." "It's not just about the ring," Buffy interrupted. It's, Buffy faltered as her sobs grew louder and her body shook harder. Willow was struggling to understand what was going on. If everything was going fine with Dean, what had been triggering her strange mood over the past few days? Willow knew Buffy well enough that the hunt for Spike had not been the real reason she'd kept away from the group. No, Willow knew better. Buffy had been avoiding the group, but she hadn't been able to work out why. When Buffy's sobs finally subsided and Willow assumed Buffy had cried herself to sleep, she hoped that tomorrow she'd be able to get the answers she needed. She clicked off the side lamp between their beds and shifted out of Buffy's bed. As she settled herself on her bed with her textbook, she found herself unable to focus on the text, because her eyes were drawn to Buffy's form. Then Buffy rolled over and their eyes met through the darkness in the room. "A few nights ago, I ran into Parker at the Wolf House party while I was searching for Harmony." Buffy paused and took a deep breath before she continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "The next thing I know, I was waking up in my bed with him on top of me. I think he drugged me because I blacked out, but at one point I thought he was Dean, but then I knew. I just knew that was wrong and she shook her head trying to recall what exactly had happened, kicked him and he left or." Willow sat there in stunned silence. She opened and closed her mouth a few times. How had this happened? She wondered to herself. How had this happened to Buffy? Her mind swirled with questions as she continued to stare at Buffy, who was beginning to fidget under her gaze. Please don't tell anyone, Buffy begged in a whisper, but she didn't wait for any sort of response before she turned in her bed so her back was to Willow once more. Willow understood this was the signal that Buffy wanted no more discussion about what she had revealed, but Willow wanted to speak up. She wanted to say something to comfort her friend, but she had no idea what to say. For several long moments she just sat there frozen. She listened in silence as Buffy's breaths evened out, but her mind wouldn't stop spinning with all the unanswered how, what, and why questions spiraled through her mind. She didn't know how long she'd sat there staring at Buffy. She felt like she had failed Buffy as two questions haunted her mind. How was she going to help Buffy through this? And why didn't Buffy tell her sooner? Willow was only pulled out of her spiraling thoughts when Buffy began to thrash in her sleep as she yelled out, "Parker, no! Parker, stop!" Willow rushed to Buffy's side and shook her awake. "Buffy, you're dreaming, he isn't here, it's just me, he can't." Willow stopped herself. That wasn't true, he'd already hurt her. Buffy jolted awake and sat straight in her bed. As she surveyed the room around her, Buffy's blind panic gave way to tears as she realized with some relief that Parker wasn't there. It hadn't been more than a dream, this time. Willow still didn't know what to say, but she decided she would do everything in her power to assure Buffy that she wasn't alone. So she climbed into Buffy's bed and wrapped her arms around her. Willow held her until she'd fallen back asleep. Willow moved back over to her bed. She still had no idea what to say to Buffy, but the guilt hit her full force. Willow felt completely out of her depth. She just hoped that by the time she saw Buffy next, she'd know exactly what to do. Buffy had left the room early in hopes of avoiding Willow, but Buffy hadn't been sure of where to go. She didn't have any classes until later in the day and she wasn't up for studying in the library. Suddenly she missed the days of being able to hide away in Sunnydale High's library. She thought about going to Giles's, but there'd be too many questions there too. As Buffy walked aimlessly around campus she realized, while she'd be able to avoid Willow and the gang for a little while longer, the one person she couldn't avoid was Dean. She needed to call him. She'd promised him she would. He'd already been on the verge of driving out to Sunnydale and if she put him off calling him much longer, there'd be no stopping him and Buffy was just not ready for that. Buffy moved to sit at the base of one of the larger trees in the center courtyard on campus. It was still early enough in the day that there were very few students walking around. Resting her back against the tree Buffy pulled her cell phone from her pocket and pressed down her first speed dial button. As she brought the phone up to her ear she hoped that she'd get Dean's voicemail. "Buffy." Sam's voice came across the line just a moment later. "Sam," Buffy asked surprised, "where's Dean?" "He just got in the shower. Do you want me to go get him?" Sam asked sweetly. "No, that's okay." Buffy stopped him. She'd been about to tell Sam that she would just call back later, but there was something about his voice that made her stay on the line. She recognized a sadness in his voice that hadn't been there when she'd been riding along in the Impala with him and Dean over the summer. "Everything okay with you, Sam?" Buffy asked, truly concerned. When Sam didn't answer right away she tried again. "You're not planning on running away again, are you?" Sam would have been offended if anyone other than Buffy had asked him that question, but it was the way her tone held no judgment that made him want to open up. "No, I've learned my lesson," he told her honestly before adding playfully, "plus the way Dean tells it, I'd have a very angry slayer on my tail." "More like a concerned slayer," Buffy corrected, "but seriously Sam, I know I may just be the girl dating your brother, but I do know what it's like to return home after running away. It's not so easy." "Yeah," Sam admitted, "both Dad and Dean are still pissed, but Dean's trying to hide it. I'm not exactly sure how to fix it. Well, saving my friends from a zombie attack helped me a lot, but I don't exactly recommend raising the dead to solve your problems," Buffy joked. Sam laughed, truly, for the first time since he'd been back. He'd thought it before, but Dean was really lucky to have Buffy, but then he realized he had her too. Here she was talking to him on the phone because she was worried about him. It took time, but opening up and explaining why I'd run away and why I'd stayed away helped. I had to rebuild everyone's trust in me because I'd hurt them. Buffy paused, deciding if she wanted to say more. Dean wouldn't be thrilled if she revealed too much, but she needed to ensure that Dean would have Sam because he might not have her for much longer. Sam heard Buffy take a deep breath and her voice started to crack as she continued, "You hurt Dean and he was really scared, Sam. It's going to take him some time, but he'll come around." Buffy's voice cracked again as she sniffled, "and he's gonna need you." Sam suddenly became worried. Buffy didn't sound like herself. While Dean wasn't exactly one to share his thoughts and feelings with him, especially now, Sam had started to pick up that something might be going on with Buffy. Dean had definitely been in a mood. Initially he thought it was him. But hearing how Buffy sounded on the other end of the phone, he was starting to believe Dean's mood had more to do with what was going on with her. "Buffy, are you okay?" Buffy smiled lightly at Sam's genuine concern. She'd been trying to comfort him and now here he was checking up on her. She wiped away the tears that had started to form in her eyes and took a breath. "Yeah Sam, I'm fine. Just been a really sleigh-heavy week." Sam heard the water of the shower turn off and he knew he didn't have much time. "Whatever is going on with you, I think you need to tell Dean. He hasn't said anything, but he's worried about you." Buffy didn't have a chance to respond because she heard Dean's voice in the background. "What are you doing on my phone?" "Buffy was calling so I answered it." Sam's reply came through the phone before the line became filled with a rustling sound. "Buffy, hey." Dean could already hear that same distant tone that had been in her voice the last time they'd spoken, but he ignored it. "How's the manhunt going?" Buffy took a breath. "I found him, well more like he found me, but I got the ring and Spike is no longer an invincible vampire." "You don't exactly sound like you're celebrating," Dean remarked curiously. Buffy knew this was her chance to take Sam's advice and come clean. Her heart was calling out for her to tell Dean the truth, to tell him everything that had happened. Dean looked at his phone. The other end of the call had gone quiet. He'd been worried the call had dropped, but that wasn't the case. "Buffy, what is it?" Dean promoted her again. Buffy could hear the worry in his voice and she had to tell him something. "I know you're going to be mad, but I've decided to give the ring to Angel." Dean's entire body tensed and he felt his blood boiling. "You're giving a vampire ring of invisibility to Angel?" Sam wished he could disappear. This was definitely not a conversation he wanted to be a part of, but he'd have to move past Dean to get out of the motel room. Something that would certainly draw Dean's attention to him, and that was the very last thing he wanted. Instead Sam decided it was best to slowly slip his headphones over his ears and pretend like he wasn't eavesdropping on their conversation. "Buffy, you can't be serious." Dean raged before Buffy could answer his initial questions. "As a matter of fact I am," Buffy answered, immediately on the defensive. Her tone clearly warned him to stop, but Dean continued to yell. "No vampire deserves that kind of power, Buffy. I know you have a soft spot for him, but how could you do something so stupid?" "I'm going to hang up now," Buffy told him coldly. "Don't call me back until you're actually ready to talk about this instead of biting my head off like a big jerk." Buffy didn't wait for any sort of reply before she hung up her phone. That would do it, Buffy thought to herself. That was likely the end of her and Dean's relationship. She felt tears welling up in her eyes, but she pushed them away. "This is for the best," she told herself over and over again as she started to move away from the tree. "Son of a bitch," Dean shouted as he threw himself back onto his bed. How could she do something so fucking stupid? Dean launched himself off the bed and out the door. It had taken an hour of driving around before Dean had cooled down enough to really think about what Buffy had done and that the way he was reacting to her decision was the same way his father was reacting to his. Dean truly felt each of the decisions he'd made regarding Buffy were right, but his father hadn't once tried to listen to his reasons. Instead he'd just yell and order him to fall in line. He didn't like the decision Buffy had made and he sure as hell didn't understand it, but he owed her the chance to explain to him her reasons, but honestly, he didn't know if he really even cared anymore. He definitely did not want this to be something that tore him and Buffy apart. Dean pulled over and picked up his phone, dialing her number. It rang once before it went straight to voicemail. He looked at his watch. Buffy shouldn't be in class. The fact that she'd turned off her phone did not bode well for him. He sighed. He was definitely in the doghouse. "Babe, I was an ass. Call me back, please." Dean hung up the phone and he turned the Impala around. He needed to get back to Sam or his dad was going to be pissed. Fear itself. "You're really going to dress up?" Sam asked in stunned disbelief. "Yeah, what of it?" Dean asked, shooting a glare at his little brother before he turned his attention back to the bag that he was packing. "You haven't dressed up since we were kids. Dude, last year when I wanted to go to that Halloween dance with Mallory you gave me such shit." Sam shot his brother a teasing grin. "Your point, Sammy?" Dean asked, warning his brother he was beginning to tread onto thin ice. Sam ignored him and continued to tease his brother. It wasn't often that Sam found an opportunity to give Dean a taste of his own medicine. "She must really have you whipped if." "Ouch!" Sam shrieked as Dean landed a couple of quick punches into his arm. Sam was readying himself for attack when Dean's phone rang and Dean held up his hand. "It's Dad," Dean told him, putting an end to the scuffle. "Hey Dad," Dean answered the phone. Sam watched as Dean's face fell as Dean uttered several, "Yes, sirs." Clearly their father had new orders for them. "I understand," Dean said as he clicked his phone shut. "Change of plans, Sammy," Dean said as he looked at his brother. "Get your bag ready, we're headed to Alabama to help Dad with his case." Sam wanted to say something, but he could see the disappointment on Dean's face as he continued to pack up his bag. Sam hated his father for this. Dean was happy just moments before and actually excited for the chance to have some normal fun. But once again their father had ruined it. Sam, not wanting to upset Dean any further, quickly moved to pack his bag without argument or discussion. It wasn't until they got into the Impala and were pulling out of the hotel turning to go south on US 59 instead of north that Sam asked, "Why does Dad need us?" Apparently his hunt has gone south. Dean stopped when he noticed the worried look on Sam's face. "He's fine, but he thinks we might be looking for a lucrocata. You know how slippery those sons of bitches can be." Sam understood why their father needed help, but he couldn't stop his feelings of disappointment for Dean. As much as he'd been giving Dean crap for being willing to dress up, it had been so nice to see him happy and excited for his time with Buffy. "Dean, I'm sorry about your trip." "Don't be," Dean stated firmly, "this is the life." "But, Sammy, not now," Dean interrupted his brother as he turned up the volume to the classic rock station. Sam sighed and pulled out the book from his bag. He might as well get some work done if Dean wasn't in a sharing mood. Sam jerked his head from his book when he heard Dean smack his hands against the steering wheel. He raised his eyebrow as he turned his head toward his brother. "Dean." When Dean didn't respond, Sam tried again. "Dean, let's talk about this." "No," Dean answered stiffly. Sam watched as his brother's body sat a little straighter as he shifted in the driver's seat. Sam knew his brother was upset by the way his jaw remained clenched. "There are other hunters. Maybe we could," Sam tried, but was cut off by Dean. "Sam, stop." Dean turned his head to meet his brother's eyes quickly before focusing back on the road. "Just focus on the studying you need to do." Sam didn't want to drop it. Ever since Dean had walked into his hotel room in Flagstaff, things had been tense between the two of them. It had just started to get better as Dean's trip to Sunnydale approached, but now that it had been called off it seemed like they were going backwards. Sam recalled the soreness he'd seen in Dean's body when he'd opened the door to his Flagstaff hotel room. Dean had been angry, but his relief of finding Sam alive and unharmed seemed to take over as he pulled him into a hug before walking into his room. They'd only had a few moments together before their father had shown up and the yelling started. At first Dean and their father had teamed up against him. They lectured him about his irresponsibility and the danger he'd put himself in, but then the tides had turned. As he'd finished packing his bag, their father had ordered him into the truck. Fear coursed through him until Dean had stepped between them. Dean had told their father in no uncertain terms that he'd be riding the Impala with him. That was when the shit had really hit the fan. Dean stood there as their father lectured him about how family needed to come first and that no piece of ass was worth abandoning his family. He'd yelled about how this wasn't the first time Dean hadn't shown enough responsibility to look after Sam. When Dean had remained silent, Sam took charge. He'd started to step around Dean to confront their father, but Dean had stopped him by extending his arm out to block his path. Sam had about to speak up anyway, but Dean's low voice halted him. "It's not worth it, Sammy." Sam had wanted to protest, but Dean had already focused his attention back on their father. "I've got him, sir. He won't leave my sight," Dean had promised. And Dean had kept his word. There had been no late-night trips to the bars or verbalized thoughts of sneaking away to Sunnydale when they'd been in Denver. Dean now sat outside in the Impala watching the door when he wanted some time to talk to Buffy alone, but more recently, that was happening less and less since the one time Dean had stormed out of their room after that argument with Buffy. "Dean," Sam tried again as he pulled himself from his memories. "Damn it, Sammy," Dean raged, "we're going to meet Dad. He needs our help and we don't abandon family." Sam sighed as he turned away from Dean and back to his book, but he couldn't study as the feelings of guilt surged through him. Running away had seemed like the perfect plan when he'd thought of it, but now watching Dean torpedo the only true relationship he'd ever had with a girl tore at his chest. He realized now that the better plan would have been going to Sunnydale with Dean, like his brother had wanted. From there he could have convinced Dean that they should stay instead of continually moving from crappy motel to crappy motel. "I really am sorry, you know," Sam whispered mostly to himself. I know you are, Sam. Dean offered him a small tight smile before he focused his attention back onto the road. As Dean once again turned up the volume on the radio, Sam knew there was no room for discussion. Dean wasn't going to listen to any of his ideas. They were going on this hunt. Dean, can we please stop for some food? Sam asked again as they passed the sign for the latest roadside diner. Dude, are you serious? Dean asked, annoyed. We've got like an hour left, you can't wait. All of his other requests for stops had been denied, but this time Sam was not giving up. I'm hungry. He knew he was pressing Dean's buttons, which was not something he wanted to do, but if they didn't stop before they met up with their father, Dean wouldn't have a chance to call Buffy, and there was no way in hell Sam was going to let that happen. Please Dean, Sam whined again, I'll buy and I'll get you a piece of pie. Sam couldn't hold back his smirk when Dean perked up at the mention of pie. He kept his celebration silent as Dean gave in and turned in the direction of the diner. When Dean placed the Impala in park in front of the small burger shack and moved to get out of the car to go in, Sam stopped him. Dean, why don't you stay out here for a moment and give Buffy a call, while I get us a seat and order, he suggested, hoping his brother would take his most likely unwelcome advice. Dean glared at his brother as he turned in his seat to look at him. You're not even hungry, are you? Sam gulped under the weight of his brother's stare. I am, but I just thought you could also use a moment to yourself to call Buffy. Damn it, Sam, why won't you just stay out of this? Dean seethed. Because you and Buffy were happy and then I messed it up, Sam admitted with a shout. Don't think I haven't noticed that you haven't been sneaking off to call her, and I don't want to see you lose her because I did something stupid. So either you call her or I do, Sam ended firmly. Dean sighed. Sam was right, he hadn't been calling Buffy as much, but that had less to do with Sam and more to do with Buffy not answering his calls. It was beginning to seem more like purposeful avoidance now that she'd started to return his calls when she was sure to get his voicemail. At first he'd chalked it up to their fight, but even after the two had cleared the air she still seemed to be avoiding him more often than not. The few times that they had talked, Buffy hadn't seemed like herself, and every time he would ask about it, she'd rush him off the phone. He could feel it in his gut that something was going on with Buffy. He'd hoped that this trip would be the opportunity to sort it all out, but obviously that wasn't going to happen. Okay, Sammy, Dean said as he pulled his phone from his pocket, preparing himself to get her voicemail. Yet again, stay where I can see you. I'll be in a few. Sam gave his brother a silent nod as he got out of the car and headed into the diner. Dean dialed Buffy's number nervously. He didn't want to disappoint her. Despite her clear avoidance of talking about whatever was going on with her, she'd never suggested he not come for Halloween. Hey Dean, Willow answered Buffy's cell phone. Hey Willow, Dean replied in disappointment, is Buffy around? She just went to the bathroom. Would you like me to have her call you back? Would you mind if I just waited on the phone with you? Dean asked, knowing if Buffy was supposed to call him back he likely wouldn't hear from her for a while. Oh sure, Willow said excitedly. We were just getting ready to head over to Xander's to carve pumpkins. She paused for a moment before she rushed to reassure him. But don't worry, Buffy got one for you too. She figured you could carve it when you get here. Dean felt his chest tighten. Thankfully, before his silence went on for too long, Willow spoke up again. Oh, here she comes now. Dean heard Willow pull the phone away from her ear and hold it out to Buffy as she let her know that he was on the phone. Hey, Buffy said as she grabbed the phone. Hold on for just a sec, she said as she put the phone to her chest. Will, do you mind if I catch up with you in a few? Buffy asked. Willow smiled gently. She was glad to see that her friend wasn't fully avoiding Dean and his calls anymore. No problem, Oz and I will meet you in the commons room. Buffy picked the phone back up. Sorry, she offered, we were just getting ready to head out, she explained. I heard. Pumpkin carving. Should be fun. Yeah, it should be, she agreed. We do it every year before Halloween. I hope you don't mind that we're doing ours tonight. I figured you could carve yours during the movie marathon before we hit the bronze. No, that's just fine, Dean reassured, trying to keep the sadness out of his voice, but Buffy was quick to pick up on it. You are still coming, aren't you? Buffy asked hesitantly. Dean took a deep breath, and that was all Buffy needed to hear to know that he wasn't. She wanted to hang up, but she waited for his explanation. Dad caught a tricky hunt. He called as I was packing up. Sam and I are headed toward the Kanekyu National Forest now, Dean informed her. Even if we wrap up the case quickly, I'm still out a good 3 days drive. There's no way I'm making it there for Halloween. Dean heard Buffy sniffle as she tried to hold back her tears, but the disappointment was clear in her voice. I get it, it's okay, she attempted to reassure him, that's the life, right? She repeated the very words he'd said to Sammy earlier, but hearing them coming from her made his heart clench. The worst part, Dean whispered softly. I still think demon goo hardening in your hair might be worse. Buffy attempted to joke, not wanting Dean to feel any worse than he already did because despite everything going on between them, she really did understand why he was canceling his trip. Only if you're a princess, he teased back, hoping to lift her spirits. Buffy rolled her eyes before allowing herself to ask the question, do you think you can still come to Sunnydale after you finish the case with your dad? She held her breath as she waited for his answer. Dean paused. He didn't want to hear the disappointment in her voice grow deeper, but with how everything had been going with Sam and his father, he really didn't know when he'd get away and be able to head back west. I really hope so, he finally responded. Buffy felt her eyes strain with tears as her throat tightened. Okay, she replied with a strangled cry. She wanted to say more, but she stopped herself, unwilling to cry while they were still on the phone. Sweetheart, Dean cooed sadly, I'll do my very best to get there as soon as I can. I miss you, he admitted in a whisper. Buffy forced herself to smile at his words as she echoed, I miss you too. They sat in silence for a moment longer before Buffy broke it. I better go, Willow and Oz are waiting for me. Okay, Dean said, not wanting to say goodbye just yet. Be safe on your hunt, Buffy told him before she gave her farewell. Love you. Love you, Dean repeated back before he heard her hang up the phone. The redness around Buffy's eyes was evident as she walked into the Commons room, and despite the smile she had plastered on her face, both Willow and Oz could tell all was not well with their friend. Everything okay? Willow asked. Yeah, but Dean's not going to make it for Halloween. Before Willow could ask any more questions, Buffy explained further, his dad needed some last-minute help on a case. I'm sorry, Buff, Oz answered as Willow pulled her best friend in for a hug. We can stay in tonight instead, if you want. Willow offered, looking at Oz for confirmation that he wouldn't mind canceling their plans. I can make an ice cream run, Oz offered in confirmation. No, Buffy pulled away. She forced a smile back onto her face as she continued, Scooby time is exactly what I need. You got it, Willow offered comfortingly, wrapping her arm around Buffy's shoulder as they left the dorm. Buffy kept the smile on her face until they made it into the van, but all the while her brain was spiraling. She'd been working hard over the last couple of weeks to convince everyone, especially Willow, that she was okay and that she'd dealt with everything. She'd even begun to fool herself. At times she'd started to feel like herself until something would happen and all the feelings of terror, guilt, and disgust would come rushing back. She refused to go backward, not tonight. She had plans with her friends and canceling would leave room for far too many questions. If they believed she was okay, then she would be. The drive over to Xander's had been mostly silent. Buffy HD listened in as Willow and Oz talked about their plans for their pumpkins. She didn't interject with any plans of her own, and thankfully they hadn't asked. When they'd arrived at Xander's, Buffy had put on her best fake smile. Her sadness had gone unnoticed by Xander as he showed them over to the carving station. He'd gone all out making sure it had all the necessary carving tools and a bowl to hold the pumpkin goop. Willow, Xander, and Oz had gathered around the table with their selected pumpkins and started to work on them. In their excitement they hadn't noticed that instead of carving, Buffy had laid on the bed across from them and right next to the pumpkins she'd picked out for her and Dean. Buffy noticed her friend's distraction and stopped all thoughts of working on her own pumpkin. When the others had finished scraping out their pumpkins, innards, Buffy grabbed the bowl off the table and out of their way. As the others worked on carving their pumpkins, Buffy mindlessly sank her hands into the bowl of pumpkin remains. I don't know, I was going for ferocious, scary, but it's coming out more dryly sardonic, Xander said as he looked at his jack-o'-lantern. It does appear to be mocking you with its eye holes, Willow commented playfully as she looked over his shoulder at his work. Oz quickly joined in on the critique, yet, its nose hole seemed sad and full of self-loathing. Xander chuckled at their antics before he turned his jack-o'-lantern around to show it to Buffy. What do you think, Buff? When Buffy didn't answer, Xander took note of her focus on the bowl of pumpkin goop and tried again, Earth to Buffster. Buffy murmured before she realized that all of her friends were now looking at her. Sorry guys, Buffy offered with a small smile and a forced laugh. But when everyone met her with a questioning look, she continued, I guess I was just thinking about the life of a pumpkin, Buffy explained as she continued to sink her hands into the bowl of pumpkin. You know how they grow up in the sun all happily entwined with others. Her voice grew more downcasted as she continued. Then someone comes along, cuts you open. She grabbed a handful of the stringy slimy pumpkin and squeezed it in her fist, and rips your guts out. Xander looked away from Buffy with discomfort on his face as he glanced at Willow, who was wearing a face of equal disturbance. Okay, and on that happy note, Xander jumped up, changing the subject as he headed over to the plastic bag on the counter. I've got a treat for tomorrow night's second annual Halloween screening. His voice dropped low as he tried to sound spooky. People, prepare to have your spines tingled, your gooses bumped by the terrifying. He stopped as he noticed the title on the videotape that he'd pulled from the bag with a look of disappointment and confusion. Fantasia, Fantasia. Maybe it's because of all the horrific things we've seen, but hippos wearing tutus just don't unnerve me the way they used to, Oz mused, trying to lighten the mood. Phantasm, Xander cried out, ignoring Oz's remark. It was supposed to be Phantasm. Stupid video store, Xander moaned as he came to sit back down between Oz and Willow. Now we're going to get stuck with whatever is left on the shelf. I thought we were doing the Alpha Delt thing anyway, Willow questioned as she looked around the group confused. What thing? Xander asked as Buffy spoke up. The scary house. You guys really want to do that? It sounded kinda lame, she offered with little enthusiasm. It actually borders on fun, Oz corrected, his voice almost showing excitement. You have to go through the scary house maze to get to the party. Which is usually worth getting to. Those guys go all out, Oz informed the group. As witnessed last Friday night, Willow bantered with Oz, recalling the party they'd gone to the weekend before. Very true, Oz confirmed with a slight smirk. There is a party? Xander asked. Willow's head shot to Xander immediately upon hearing the confusion and disappointment in his voice. I didn't tell you. She asked with sympathetic eyes. No, but it's cool, Xander tried to play off his hurt feelings. You guys got your little college thing. I'm fine. I mean, I got better things to do than tag along to some fraternity, Xander ranted, visibly hurt. You're invited, Willow quickly reassured her friend. Okay, but only because I lied about having better things to do, Xander admitted humorously. A blast will be had by all, Oz said, looking at Buffy hoping to get her excited, but instead Buffy stood up from the bed as she finished wiping her hands off on the nearby towel. I'm gonna get going, she announced as she pulled on her jacket. Now, Xander asked in surprise, I mean tonight still. He paused to look at his watch. Okay, it's a little mature, but still. I'm sleepy. You guys have fun, Buffy offered as she headed for the stairs. You want me to come with? Willow asked as she started to stand. Oz started to pull his keys from his pocket as he offered, I can drive you. No, you guys stay, Buffy said, waving at them to sit back down. Have fun, I'm fine, she insisted as she walked up the stairs. Sad Buffy, Xander commented, shaking his head. What happened anyway? Dean isn't able to make it, Oz offered quietly, and Xander gave him a nod of understanding. She didn't even touch her pumpkin, Willow pointed out sadly, directing everyone's attention to Buffy's lopsided and lumpy pumpkin. It's a freak with no face. Bailing on the buff, Xander commented, does anyone else want to smack that guy? He asked, raising his hand. Willow raised her hand slightly as she offered some argument in Dean's defense. It really did sound like his flaking was unavoidable. He had to help his dad on a case, Oz agreed, sounds pretty legit to me. Willow and Oz had stayed at Xander's for a while longer as they planned their evening of partying for the following night. You coming to my place or going back to the dorm? Oz asked as he started up his van. Willow looked at him sadly. I think I should go back to the dorm just in case Buffy needs me. You don't mind, do you? Not at all, Oz answered before he commented. Buffy's seemed really down these last couple of weeks. I'm sure his Dean thing isn't helping. Willow was surprised to hear that Oz had noticed Buffy's sadness over the last few weeks. She'd thought Buffy was doing better, but apparently she'd missed all the signs. What was she going to tell him? Willow gulped. She hated keeping secrets. Oz noticed Willow clamming up and asked, is everything okay with her? Willow looked at Oz nervously. Buffy had begged her not to tell anyone about what had happened between her and Parker, but it was killing her to be the only one who knew. Especially since Buffy was still refusing to talk about it. Can I tell you something in secret? Willow asked desperately as she wrung her hands. Anything, he assured her. That night after Buffy took the gem of Amara from Spike, Willow paused, feeling unsure about revealing Buffy's secret, but she had to tell someone else. She couldn't be the only one who knew anymore. After we got back to the dorms she told me Parker, she paused again, unsure of how to say what she knew. Well Parker, he did what? Oz asked, his voice holding a deeper and more serious tone. He suddenly recalled the other day hearing some guy talking about Buffy being a good lay. He'd chalked it up to weird rumors, but suddenly he became worried about how those rumors had started. He tried to rape her, Willow admitted softly. I don't have a lot of details, but all I know is he drugged her somehow and that Buffy must have fought him off, but she's not talking about it. Oz let out a low growl which surprised Willow. She didn't hear that from him very often. That last time had been when he'd saved her from Harmony's attack. She didn't want me to tell anyone, but I couldn't keep it to myself any longer, Willow admitted. I thought she was doing better, but I am seriously worried about her. I've tried to get her to open up, but nothing. Do you think we should tell Xander or Giles? Or maybe Dean? You can always tell me anything and I won't tell Buffy that I know. Oz reassured Willow about her decision to tell him, but I think if Buffy wants this kept a secret, we need to honor that. Oz had dropped Willow off at her dorm. He really hoped that she could help Buffy, but he had plans of his own. He'd meant what he'd told Willow about not breaking Buffy's confidence, but that didn't mean he couldn't try to get Dean here. Oz sat down on his bed and picked up his phone. It rang several times before it went to voicemail. If you have this number, you know what to do. Oz sighed, but left a message. Hey man, I heard you got caught up in a case with your dad, but I wanted to let you know, Buffy's really hurting. When you can, you need to get here. Oz hung up the phone. He hoped that would be enough to bring Dean speeding into Sunnydale, because if Buffy was going to open up to anyone it would be Dean. Oz laid back, his own thoughts coursing through his head. He wasn't exactly sure how he was going to help Buffy without her knowing that he knew, but one thing was for sure, Parker wouldn't be getting anywhere near her again. Dean listened to Oz's voicemail again as they drove back to the motel. A part of him was glad that he hadn't been able to take his friend's call. Oz was a level-headed and reasonable guy, so for him to be calling there had to be something more than Buffy's disappointment about his canceling of their plans. If he had to bet on it, he'd bet Oz knew what had been bothering Buffy. Dean knew something was going on with her, but anytime he so much as touched on the subject she'd change the subject or get off the phone. Dean wondered if he should call him back and try to get more information out of him, but he knew that would be pointless with Oz. Oz was right, he needed to get to Sunnydale. Something wrong? His dad asked him as Sam snoozed between them. No, sir, Dean lied, unconvincingly, as he quickly put his phone back inside his jacket. I take it this is about Buffy, his father stated coolly, glancing in Dean's direction before focusing back on the road. It's nothing, just a voicemail from Oz. Dean tried to brush off his father again. He wasn't up to arguing with him about his feelings for Buffy. To his surprise, his dad eyed him suspiciously once more, but let the subject drop as they continued their drive back to the motel. Dean knew he probably shouldn't poke at his father's patience, but he really wanted to know if his father thought the Lucrocata was still in the area or if he was suspecting that it had moved on. Of course his question had been met with an impatient groan. Dean, you need to focus and stop counting down the minutes until you can run off to see that girl of yours, John huffed with frustration. It's not that, Dean countered, I am asking because neither Sam or I saw any trace of this thing. Considering we didn't hear from you until you were calling us back to the truck, my guess is you didn't either, Dean argued back in hushed tones, hoping not to wake Sam up with another fight. I didn't, but I don't think it's moved on. There is no evidence yet that it is killing somewhere else, John explained firmly. You know, sometimes monsters lay low when they know we're on their trail. This thing has been hunting here for years and I doubt it is going to give up its hunting grounds so easily. When Dean only gave him a nod, John looked at his son with narrowed eyes. He wasn't ready to give up on the Buffy conversation yet. What is it about that girl? I love her, Dad, Dean told him, yet again, knowing that he wasn't going to avoid the lecture. Love like this can so easily get out of hand, John cautioned before he ordered, don't let her break you, Dean. Yes, sir, Dean answered, despite his inner voice demanding he push back. He wanted to shake some sense into his father, but he knew it would do no good. His dad didn't care that he loved Buffy or that she loved him. He'd been fine with their relationship when it had seemed casual and likely to result in a powerful ally, but the moment his dad had realized the serious nature of their relationship, he'd tried to put a stop to it. Now, it seemed like every time Dean saw his father, he'd lectured him about his role in the family and Buffy's likely limited lifespan. His father had even started to use his own feelings of devastation when he'd lost their mother to try and convince Dean to break it off, But Dean refused again and again despite the wedge it was driving between them. Buffy was special and for some reason she thought he was too, and that was worth fighting for. "Morning, Sammy," Dean mumbled, his voice still gravely from sleep, as he pulled himself into a sitting position on his bed. He scrubbed his hands across his face before he swung his feet over the side of the bed. "I was trying not to wake you," Sam apologized. "I was about to go out and get us something to eat." "You want your usual?" Dean rubbed his hand over his face again. "Yeah, thanks." Sam gave him a small smile, but was stopped by Dean's voice telling him to wait, as he pulled out his wallet. He held out a few folded bills to Sam. "I'll be back soon," Sam told him as he took the money and left the room. Dean looked at his watch before he pulled out his phone. He hoped it wasn't too early to be calling Buffy, but he really wanted to talk to her after Oz's message. Her phone rang several times and Dean was sure he was once again going to be sent to voicemail, but then her sleepy voice came across the line. "Hello. I'm sorry I woke you. I thought you'd be up," he continued. "Didn't you tell me something about a guest lecture?" "It's okay." Buffy's voice was slightly slurred by sleep. "That's not until later." "You want me to let you get back to sleep?" "No," Buffy answered honestly as she pulled herself up to rest against her headboard. "You're worth getting up for." "That's good to hear," Dean told her flirtatiously. "I like getting up for you too." "Your brother's not around to hear you talking like that, is he?" Buffy asked with a light laugh. "No, Sam's not here. He's out on a food run." Dean's voice dipped a little lower. "Which means I have you all to myself." "That's good. I don't want you corrupting his sweet mind with your dirty talk," Buffy teased. "Sweet," Dean scoffed. "He only acts that way around you because he has a big crush." "He does not," Buffy groaned before changing the subject. "How's your hunt going?" "Slow. Dad thinks the Lucrocata is laying low, but it might have moved on. I'm hoping we'll wrap it up tonight." "Lucrocata," Buffy repeated, her eyebrows scrunching as she tried to recall exactly what that was. "Voice-changing demon hyena, right?" "Yeah, nasty bitches," Dean confirmed. "They are tricky to track and tough to kill, but with the three of us." "Don't rush anything and end up getting hurt," Buffy cautioned. "Promise, but speaking of tonight, what are your plans?" Dean asked, shifting the conversation back to Buffy, hoping to get some insight into exactly what was going on with her. "Willow wants me to go to this Halloween party with the gang, but I'm not sure I'm feeling totally in the party mood." Despite her best effort, Buffy couldn't keep the sadness out of her voice. "You should go, you already have the sexy costume," Dean reminded her playfully. "But you won't be here to enjoy it," Buffy lamented. "No, but you're going to take a few pictures for me." Dean's voice became husky with a sensual promise. "We'll put that costume to use again." "You're hopeless," Buffy blushed. "Hopelessly in love with you," Dean responded cheesily, knowing it would earn him a laugh, but instead the line went silent before he heard Buffy sniffle as she held back tears. Buffy knew Dean had been playing and she'd been enjoying it until she realized that this might be one of the last times he ever said those words to her. Her mind flashed to Parker's cruel remarks. "Is your precious boyfriend going to believe that?" Buffy once again felt her throat tighten as she fought back sobs. "Buffy," Dean sighed. "Babe," he tried again as he heard her crying, unsure of what had triggered her tears or how to stop them. "What's the matter?" he asked, his gut telling him this was something more than her being upset that he'd had to postpone his trip. "I've got to go," Buffy rushed, as she sucked in her tears. "Buffy, don't go, talk to me," Dean insisted, "please. Willow's going to be coming back so we can go to breakfast." It wasn't a lie, but she probably had another hour until Willow was going to come back from her Sunday morning study group. Dean knew she was avoiding him, but he dropped it, not wanting to start another argument over the phone. "Okay, love you." "Love you," Buffy repeated back as she hung up the phone. Unable to go back to sleep after Dean's call, Buffy had gotten ready as she waited for Willow to arrive. She did her best to get herself perked up and ready to be best friend Buffy, because she didn't want a repeat of last night. As soon as Willow had gotten home, she tried to push Buffy into talking about Parker, and Buffy knew if Willow picked up on any sort of distress then she'd try again. Talking about Parker was the last thing she wanted to do. She wanted to forget that it ever happened and move on with her life. Luckily for her, Willow had come home too excited to notice anything going on with Buffy. "Buffy, look," Willow squealed as she waved around the flyers she held in her hand. "There's a Wiccan group on campus." "That's great, Will," Buffy smiled. Willow was too caught up in her excitement to notice that Buffy's smile didn't reach her eyes as she continued. this Daughters of Gaia group is exactly what I am needing to grow my witchy skills. Willow paused, suddenly changing the subject. You ready for breakfast with me and Oz? Yup, coffee goodness is exactly what I need, Buffy chirped as she led Willow out of their dorm. I mean, I've got the basics down, levitation, charms, glamours, Willow continued confidently as they entered the cafeteria, but I just feel like I've plateaued Wicca-wise. What's the next level? Buffy asked. Transmutation, conjuring, bringing forth something from nothing, Willow said excitedly before her voice grew more cautious, gets pretty close to the primal forces, which can be a little scary. Will, no one's pushing you. If it's too much don't do it, Buffy offered, trying to comfort her friend. Don't do it, Willow repeated a little offended, what kind of encouragement is that? Ooh, Buffy consoled, this was an encouragement talk. I thought it was, share my pawn. Buffy quickly tried to switch gears to be more encouraging, but hey, you've found yourself a new witchy group and that is sure to help. Willow gave Buffy a forgiving smile. Exactly, she stated confidently, encouraging herself, you know, maybe I can handle it. I'll know when I've reached my limit. Wine coolers. Oz appeared behind Buffy and Willow as they moved toward the checkout. Magic, Buffy corrected. Ooh, you didn't encourage her, did you? Oz asked cautiously. Willow's brows creased as a deep frown formed on her face. Where is supportive boyfriend guy? She asked. He's picking up your dry cleaning, Oz quipped before he continued, but he told me to tell you that he's afraid you're gonna get hurt. Okay, Brutus, Willow attempted to joke back, but when she was not met with any signs of humor she tried to explain, Brutus, Caesar. She looked between Buffy and Oz as she attempted again, betrayal, trusted friend. Backstabby, she said as she used her banana to stab the air. Oh, I'm with you on the reference, but I won't lie about the fact that I worry. Oz pulled her slightly aside, trying to give them some privacy. I know what it's like to have power you can't control. I mean, every time I start to wolf out, I touch something deep and dark. It's not fun, he admitted, before he became more supportive, but just know that whatever you decide, I'll back your play, he offered as he kissed her cheek. See, concerned boy is sweet boy, Buffy chimed in reassuringly. I kinda like him worrying anyway. Willow blushed as she stepped up to the register to pay for her breakfast. Suddenly a bout of loud laughter broke through the noise of the cafeteria. Buffy immediately recognized the laugh and her eyes met with Parker's. She quickly averted her eyes and stepped away from the line, putting down her food. You know I forgot, too, Buffy faltered as she took another step back. To be hungry, she finished as she ran out of the cafeteria. Willow shot Oz a look of concern as she placed her food in his hands and ran after Buffy. Wait, Buffy, Willow cried out, catching Buffy by the arm to halt her retreat. Don't let jerky Parker chase you away. He comes near you and he'll face my fiery wrath. He isn't, Buffy lied, but seeing Willow's look of disbelief she corrected, I just don't want to deal with this right now. I'm taking a holiday from dealing, happily vacationing in the land of not coping, Buffy explained, desperately hoping Willow would just let her go. Willow wanted to press harder, but what else could she say? The hallway outside of the cafeteria was definitely not the place to have a heart-to-heart discussion. So instead she submitted to Buffy's avoidance before she encouraged, you know what, I bet you'll feel better at the party tonight. Buffy didn't want to disappoint Willow. She was not in a partying mood, but if she told her that it was only going to make Willow push harder, so instead she said the first thing that came to mind is why she couldn't go tonight. I think I'm gonna have to patrol. Tonight? Willow questioned, but, it's Halloween. Buffy smiled at her friend sympathetically. I can double-check with Giles, but I'm sure he's going to think I should be on active Slayer duty. You know he doesn't care about Halloween, she stated, hoping Willow wouldn't push the issue. Buffy, Willow started, but Buffy interrupted her. I'm gonna go check in with Giles, you know, to be sure. I'll catch you later. Buffy turned away from Willow and headed down the hall. Now, what about class? Willow called after her quietly, but Buffy didn't stop or even acknowledge her. Maybe Buffy really did just need a vacation from dealing with the Parker business. Willow wished that she could turn Parker into the slimy slug that he really was. She watched after Buffy until she turned the corner. Willow let out a final sigh before she headed back into the cafeteria to have breakfast with Oz. Oz watched as Buffy fled the cafeteria, Willow closely behind. He took out his wallet and paid for Willow's and Buffy's food. Oz glared at Parker for a moment, which went unnoticed. His body flooded with anger as a desire to punch the man in his smug face surfaced. However, he knew now was definitely not the time or the place to confront him. He told himself that causing a scene would only hurt Buffy, so for now he would stand down, but if Willow managed to get Buffy back in the cafeteria, he'd be sure that nothing happened. As Oz walked past the group to his selected table, he overheard one of Parker's friends ask, "Hey, wasn't that Buffy chick?" "Yeah," Parker scoffed, "the bang was good, but the whininess so unattractive." He laughed and his friends followed suit. Oz felt his inner beast growling with anger. He couldn't allow Parker to continue on with his hateful rumors. Oz placed the food he was carrying down on the empty table before he strode over to Parker's table. He forced his face to remain in its neutral state, but he couldn't stop the sparks of his rage that flickered in his eyes. "Hey Oz," one of Parker's friends said as they saw him approaching the table. Oz held back a smirk as Parker gulped, silently, but he kept his cool as he asked, "Parker, can we chat for a moment?" "Sure," Parker said as he got up from the table and moved to the side of the cafeteria with Oz. "What's up, man?" Parker asked, trying to sound casual. "It seems you're spreading rumors about a friend of mine," Oz whispered, but the anger was clear. Parker sighed, "I don't know what Buffy told you, but..." Oz cut him off, "I'm not interested in your spin story, but if those rumors don't come to an end it's not going to go well for you," Oz threatened before he patted Parker on the shoulder. "Enjoy the rest of your breakfast," he added before he turned away and made his way back to the table to wait for Willow and hopefully Buffy. He hadn't been at the table long when he noticed Willow entering alone. "No luck?" Oz asked as Willow sat down. "No, and now she's skipping the guest lecture and trying to get out of tonight's party," Willow exasperated. "I think we just need to give her time," Oz offered. Buffy stood outside Giles's apartment door. She debated turning around and heading back to campus without actually speaking to Giles. She glanced at her watch. She'd probably even have time to make it back for Psyche's guest lecture if she put her Slayer speed to good use, but then she'd have to see Parker and that definitely wasn't something she was interested in doing today. So there she stood at Giles's door. She took a breath and knocked. She wasn't going to make the mistake of rushing in on him again. This sight of his friend, Olivia in only Giles's shirt had been more than enough for her eyeballs. "Happy Halloween," Giles stopped his enthusiastic greeting as watched the look of shock wash over her face. "Hello, Buffy." "Oh, my God. It's a sombrero," Giles stated. Buffy's mouth opened and shut once before she replied, "And it's on your head." It seemed festive, Giles quickly explained before he turned to allow Buffy entrance to his apartment. Come in." Buffy couldn't believe her eyes. The apartment was filled with decorations. He'd placed fake cobwebs around his apartment and right in front of her hanging from the ceiling was a Frankenstein's monster. "Candy," Giles prompted holding out a giant bowl full of candy and chocolate. Buffy glanced around the room again before she questioned him skeptically, "What's going on here? You hate Halloween." "I never said any such thing," Giles defended himself. "My watcher's duties took precedence and I simply hadn't taken time to embrace its inherent charms," Giles continued excitedly, "until now." He reached up and turned on the hanging Frankenstein's monster. "It's alive," Giles shouted playfully as he turned around expecting to see Buffy smiling with enjoyment, but instead he was met with a cold look that lacked any enthusiasm. "See how he shakes." He trailed off before his tone became more serious. Is there something you wanted?" "I was thinking that I should patrol tonight. You know, possibly the cemetery, or if you had a better sug." Buffy had gotten straight to the point, but as she looked at Giles through the swinging tassels she became distracted again. "Could you please take that off?" She pointed to his hat. "Oh," Giles set down the bowl of candy he was holding. "Yes, of course." He smiled gently and removed the large sombrero from his head as he asked, "Is there some specific danger you were sensing?" "No," Buffy answered honestly, "but then you know we were all caught off guard when Ethan turned everyone into their costumes." "True, but what happened then was anomalous. Creatures of the night shy away from Halloween," he explained before adding, "they find it all much too crass." "Hard to believe," Buffy deadpanned, causing Giles to glance around his apartment before he met Buffy's eyes with a reassuring gaze. "Well, I promise you, there is little likelihood of any supernatural activity tonight." Giles then turned his focus onto Buffy. "You don't quite seem yourself." "Is everything all right?" Giles questioned with concern. "Didn't I hear you talking about Dean coming for a visit?" "Plans changed," Buffy answered, but when Giles's look of concern deepened, she attempted to reassure him. "I'm all right." Giles didn't look convinced so she tried again. "Okay, I'm bummed, but I'll deal." Picking up his large bowl of candy, "Are you sure you don't want one then? I hear chocolate can help in situations like these." Despite her foul mood, Buffy's face twitched with a smile. She reached into the bowl and selected a Reese's peanut butter cup. Thanks, are you sure you don't want me patrolling? She tried once again as she made her way to the door. No, enjoy the night with your friends, Giles encouraged her as she walked out the door. Buffy sighed after she closed the door. Without Giles's support she'd be unable to avoid her friends and the haunted house party. Buffy glanced at her watch. She'd go back to campus to collect her missed work from the guest lecturer. It hadn't been long after his call with Buffy had ended that Sam had strolled through the door with their food in hand. Any sign of Dad? Dean questioned as his brother handed him his takeout container. Truck is still out there, so I'm guessing he's passed out in his room, Sam answered, taking a seat at the small dining table. Dean noticed that Sam was already on edge as he was only poking at his omelet rather than eating it. He took a bite of his bacon before he spoke. Spit it out, Sammy. What's on your mind? Sam smiled gently. Maybe this was his opening. I think we should go out to Sunnydale after this, Sam offered. Maybe we could even stick around there a little more. I could go to school and... Dean groaned, interrupting his brother. Sam, you know Dad doesn't want you anywhere near the Helmuth. Plus, given the events of the last month, I don't think I can use the "you're responsible enough to handle yourself" argument anymore. Sam had been about to fire back with how his running away in fact demonstrated that he could take care of himself, but he recalled Buffy's advice and instead remained silent. Dean had been hurt and worried and he needed time. So while Dean's words hurt, he knew he probably deserved to have some of that pain returned back to him. Dean went back to his breakfast until Sam asked, "Should you go and get Dad?" Dean bit back a groan, but Sam was right. He probably should go and wake him up before the food got too cold. Plus they needed to lay out a plan for today's hunt. Dean smirked mischievously as he met his brother's eyes. Sam looked at him cautiously, but when he raised his arms out in front of him, placing his right fist into his upturned left palm, Sam groaned. "Dean, no, I went and got breakfast," Sam pleaded. "Scared, Sammy?" Dean taunted. "Fine," Sam grumbled, raising his own hands to mirror Dean's position. "Best 2 out of 3. Dean gave a quick nod of agreement before his face settled seriously. In sync, the brothers pounded their fists. Dean threw scissors and Sam threw rock. Sam smiled as Dean groaned. He stretched out his arms, shaking his hands before he resumed the ready position. Once again the brothers battled. "Oh, come on," Dean shouted as he looked at Sam's winning paper. "Every time, Dean," Sam chuckled as his brother glared at him as he moved out of his seat and towards the door, grumbling how paper shouldn't be able to beat a rock. John sat at the table and pulled out his takeout container from the bag on the table, while Dean grabbed his own and sat on the edge of the bed when he noticed Sam had still barely touched his food. "You okay, Sammy?" Dean asked with a concerned raise of his brow. Sam took a breath. As far as dumb plans went, he'd had his fair share recently. Provoking his dad and Dean this morning was definitely up there, but he wasn't like Dean. He couldn't just keep pushing down his feelings and focus solely on the job. No, there were too many issues that needed to be dealt with. "Sam," John questioned, when Sam left Dean's question unanswered. "I'm sorry I ran away," Sam uttered softly. "Sam," Dean warned, but Sam wouldn't stop. "No, Dean, let me get this out." Sam stood from his seat and began pacing. "I am so sorry that I worried you. It was dumb to take off, but I don't regret trying to leave this life behind." Dean watched as his father tensed, and while he felt his own anger flaring, he kept it under control. He needed to be ready to put himself between his father and Sam. "Boys, I get that this life isn't easy," John forced his temper down. "The things we fight, they don't stop. I've done my best to raise you boys, to keep you safe." "Dad, we know that," Dean interjected from the bed before looking at his brother. "Right, Sammy?" "Sam, you know you boys come first." "No, Dad, we don't. You don't think of anyone but yourself." Sam cut his father off, refusing to back down. And Dean was on his feet before their father fully stood from his chair. "Let's not do this," he insisted, but his voice went unnoticed. "And just what is my big crime this time, Sam?" John stepped away from the table to square up with Sam. "How many other hunters could you have called for this job?" Sam demanded. "Oh, so that's it," John pointed at Sam before bringing his hands down in frustration. "It's that girl. You want to be like Buffy. Is that it, Sam?" "Dad, don't," Dean warned, but he was again ignored. "You want to pretend you can have it all with the friends and the school, but Sam, you don't realize how many people she has failed to save trying to have it all." Dean was at a loss for words. He shook his head to try and come up with something to say, but he didn't have to because Sam was already speaking again. No Dad, you don't see it because you don't see us. Sam shook his head with defeated realization. We're not you Dad, we want things other than this and it's not the things that we hunt holding us back, it's you. Sam accused the fight leaving his body as he sank down onto the edge of his bed. John threw his arms up in the air and stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Dean, Sam looked up at his brother. Sam, why couldn't you just leave it the fuck alone? Dean rubbed his hands over his face in frustration as he began to pace trying to keep his anger at bay. Dad's not perfect, but Sam, you can't blame everything on him. Dean looked at his brother for a moment before he continued pacing, and as for the family business, I like hunting things and saving people. But don't you want more Dean? Sam asked curiously, with Buffy. Buffy is more in this life than any of us, Dean answered back honestly. This life is her destiny, she never could have walked away. Dean watched as Sam fell further into dejection. He sighed, he knew his little brother had always struggled with this life. While he didn't exactly understand why it was so hard for him to accept this was the hand they were dealt. His relationship with Buffy had opened his eyes and he wasn't going to continue to beat him up for it. Listen Sammy, Dean sank down beside him on the edge of the bed, we'll give Dad some time to cool down and then I'll go find him to figure out how to finish up this hunt. Once it's done then maybe, I can convince Dad that you and I could use a little vacation. Maybe we can get to Sunnydale for a little while. What if we just stayed? Sam whispered. That's not an option, Dean answered firmly, but when Sam shot him a look he continued, okay, sometimes I think about going and starting a life with Buffy in Sunnydale, he admitted, but I've got you to think about. Dean didn't allow Sam a moment to object before he continued, Dad's right about one thing, you don't need to be staying on a helmet for long. It is too dangerous and if I wasn't here, I think you and Dad would kill one another. Dean bumped his brother's shoulder with his own. Now what do you say to actually eating our breakfast? Sam wanted to talk with Dean more, but he knew that was as much of a heart-to-heart he was going to get with Dean today. So instead of wallowing in his pain he put a smile on his face and bumped his shoulder back into Dean's. That sounds good, I'm starving. Buffy stood in the cross-section of paths near the fraternity house waiting for her friends to arrive. She scanned the area thoroughly. Giles was right, despite the plethora of drunken college students there was no sign of any creatures going bump in the night. Her face held a deep frown. What kind of slayer wished for demonic mayhem on her only holiday of the year? Buffy took a deep breath and looked at her watch. It was already 10 o'clock. She hoped that if she put on the happy Buffy face for a couple of hours she'd be able to bail early. Hey there, Daff, Xander broke her from her thoughts as he approached. Whatcha got in the bag? He pointed at the large purple purse Buffy was carrying. Weapons, Buffy replied sweetly. Oh, Xander looked shocked. Just in case, Buffy reassured him before continuing, I like your tux. Bond, James Bond, Xander mimicked before he explained, I'm going for a cool secret agent guy, for insurance. You know, in case we get turned into our costumes again. Buffy glanced over his costume again. I hate to break it to you, but you'd probably end up a cool head waiter guy. Xander scoffed lightly before he chuckled, as long as I'm cool and wield some kind of power. Did I miss the memo that we were going to be the real Scooby Gang tonight? Oh, we're not, Buffy smiled sadly. Dean and I had planned on hitting up the Bronze after what I had thought would be our movie night. Xander still looked confused before Buffy added, he was going to be Fred. Luckily before Xander could comment she spotted Willow and called out to her with a wave. Medieval Will Buffy corrected her greeting as Willow and Oz joined. Hail, ye old varlety, thou, Xander stumbled through his joke. I'm Joan of Arc, Willow clarified. I figured we had a lot in common seeing as how I was almost burned at the stake, and plus, she had that close relationship with God. And you are? Xander asked, looking at Oz who was dressed in his usual attire. Oz casually opened his jacket to reveal a, hello my name is, sticker with the name God written in black Sharpie. He grabbed Willow's hand once again as he started to lead the group toward the frat house. Of course, Xander said a little ruefully, I wish I'd thought of that before I put down my deposit. I could have been God. Blasphemer, Oz interjected. Buffy was about to respond when they were stopped by a group dressed in army fatigues coming out of the bushes just ahead of them. Buffy looked them over cautiously noting their ski masks, night vision goggles, and their rifles which looked more than a little like the real things. Nice costumes, she tested them, as she pushed herself in front of her friends, very stealthy. The masked men did not acknowledge her or her friends as they silently continued on their path. Buffy's Slayer's senses tingled, but not in a way that meant demon, but there was something off about them that didn't feel right. She watched them stalk away until Willow questioned. What are they supposed to be? NATO, Oz guessed. Willow and Xander both shrugged and began moving forward with Oz, but something in Buffy sensed that she'd need to be cautious and keep an eye out for those soldier boys. She watched as they disappeared behind another row of shrubbery before she quickly caught back up with her friends. Oh, yeah, Xander piped up. I invited Anya to join us, but she is going to meet us at the party in a bit, he explained. Apparently she's having some trouble finding a scary costume, but I guess I should have suggested Bond Girl. Perfect, Buffy muttered. Everybody's got a date, but third wheel Buffy. You're not a third wheel, Willow quickly replied, attempting to keep Buffy's sadness at bay. Technically speaking, you're a fifth wheel, Xander added jokingly, but before he could say more Willow scoffed and pulled him forward so he could walk with Oz while she moved back to walk next to Buffy. We're gonna have the best time, Willow attempted to reassure Buffy as she put her arm around her shoulders, plus you look great in your costume. Buffy gave her a tight smile in response. It wasn't long before the group had made it to the fraternity house. Oz led them up the steps, and as they moved across the porch to the front door, Oz turned to face them with the faintest hint of a smile. Let the horrors begin, he called out as he opened the door. As they entered the house, Xander was quick to note the emptiness of the house, but it was quickly brushed off. It was likely the other guests had already made it to the party part of the house. The group continued through several rooms, casually making light jokes and comments about the spooky decor. Buffy looked on unenthusiastically at the cheesy decorations. She hoped that Anya would make her appearance soon, because once the others were all paired off, she'd be able to make a hasty exit back to the dorm. Buffy was pulled from her thoughts when Willow let out a scream of disgust. Buffy's body tensed as she looked around, but she relaxed when all she saw was Willow flailing around with a large piece of decorative cobweb. Ew, ah, cobweb, Willow cried out again as she ripped the part that was stuck to her chainmail before she calmed herself down. Okay, that part was realistic. Well, frat boys aren't too obsessive with their cleaning, might not be decoration, per se, Oz teased as he continued to lead the group forward. That's not sanitary, Willow groaned as the group moved forward, but were immediately stopped as Xander let out a terrified shriek of his own. Buffy's Slayer reflexes once again kicked into gear as she prepared to take out a threat, but then her eyes met with the knife-wielding plastic skeleton that was held on a pole from the closet. I wasn't scared, Xander gave the group a poignant look, I was in the spirit. Willow was quick to comfort Xander, and we'll back you up on that. Even if they question us separately. Buffy relaxed again, but she wondered to herself why her Slayer instincts seemed to be flaring up with all these innocuous threats. Something felt off, but she dismissed her feelings. She didn't want to be at this party, and if there was a monster to fight, then she'd have a very valid reason to ditch her friends. Buffy sighed to herself, she really was a crappy friend. Oz looked over at Willow as he reached for her hand, but movement on her shoulder caught his attention. His eyes went wide at the sight of the tarantula on her shoulder. He stepped forward quickly to push it from her shoulder as she began to panic. Get it off. She repeated again, get it off. Oz checked Willow over as Buffy searched the floor for the giant spider, but it was nowhere to be seen. It is gone, he reassured her, wrapping his arm around her. Okay, that is really not sanitary, Willow cried as she let her head fall onto his. Buffy continued to look around. She didn't know where the spider had gone, but something in her gut didn't feel right. Maybe her Slayer senses weren't misfiring after all. Suddenly to Buffy, this situation felt vaguely like prom. Her friends were happy and had dates. All they wanted was a normal spooky night of fun and partying, and she was determined to give it to them. Let's get to the party part of the party, she demanded as she stepped forward to lead the group onward. Are you sure it's off? Willow whispered to Oz as they followed behind Buffy. Yeah, he confirmed, tightening his grip around her. No one wanting to stay in the haunted house section any longer continued following Buffy as Oz gave directions through the house, but it was beginning to seem like the house was shifting, moving, changing. I thought this led to Oz stopped as he looked around and noticed Buffy crouching down, her fingers touching what he could already smell was human blood. What is it? Xander asked from over Willow's shoulder. Buffy inspected the red stain on the carpet and her fingers for a moment longer. As she sniffed her fingers, she confirmed Oz's suspicions. Blood. Real blood. Okay, actual creeps have been given, Xander said with some panic before yelling out, bravo, frat boys. Suddenly Buffy began to hear a high-pitched noise. Shush, she commanded as she stood up. Do you hear something? Like a squeaking noise? She asked the group as she continued to look around the room for the source of the perpetual frequency that pierced her sensitive ears. Oh, It's these rented shoes, patent leather. I asked the guy too. No, no, Willow interrupted Xander as she looked around. It's something else, she offered with confusion, unable to distinguish what she was hearing. I hear it, too. Something like. Oz began to look up, not only because of the high-pitched sound, but because a pungent smell had hit his nose. The rest of the group followed his lead, and that's when they saw that the ceiling was covered with bats, perched upside down. Without warning, all the bats lurched from the ceiling and were flying overhead. There were several screams as they all ducked and covered their heads as the bats suddenly dropped down. Buffy swatted her arm around several times to keep the bats from landing on her, but then the noise was gone. The bats had all flown off down the hall. As the group looked around in confusion, unable to figure out exactly what was happening, Oz noticed the figure of a bat on the floor. He stepped toward it. As he crouched down to investigate, Willow called out to him, "No, Oz, don't, it might be rubber," Oz said as he picked up what appeared to be nothing more than a typical Halloween decoration. "It's made of rubber," he said again as he turned around to show it to the group. Buffy grew concerned, and her Slayer senses were telling her this was no longer a safe place for her friends to be. What the hell is going on here? She demanded as she looked around, desperate to find the source of the creepy feeling that was moving up her spine. "Look, maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just a neat trick," Xander desperately hoped his friends would agree as fear flooded his body. "You know, something done with wires or..." "Release me," a demonic voice echoed through the house. "Or it might be something else," Xander said more firmly as a look of horror took over Willow's face. Buffy immediately kicked into full Slayer mode. There was no way some demon was going to ruin her night further by killing her friends. Plus, she couldn't wait to rub it in that yet again Halloween had not turned out to be a quiet night after all, but before you could gloat to Giles, she needed to make sure her friends were safe. "Let's go back the way we came. We can assess the situation before you guys go for help," she turned and led the group back to the entrance. Willow looked at Xander and Oz with concern, but when they gave a nod of acceptance, she followed them. As they made their way toward the start of the haunted house, the loudspeakers continued to pump out screams and sound effects throughout the house, but Buffy could still hear what she thought sounded like real screams. It was hard to distinguish exactly where they were coming from, and her body tensed as she kept her guard up, ready to protect her friends. Buffy looked around in confusion as they entered what had been the entryway. The room had changed. The door was missing and the stairs were no longer there. "Where's the stairs?" Xander questioned as he walked past Buffy. "Where's the door?" Willow questioned, her voice cracked with fear. "This is the way we came in, right?" Buffy ignored Willow and Xander's questions as she looked to Oz for confirmation. He was standing on a chair. A look of confusion started to form on her face, but before she could ask, he ripped a set of wires down and the continuous track of creepy sounds and screams stopped. "Thank the Lord," Buffy uttered in relief. "You're welcome," Oz quipped quietly. "Hey, I have a neat idea. Let's get out of here." It was clear Willow was beginning to panic, and Oz quickly put a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Buffy felt annoyance run through her. "And you were so anxious for me to come." "I'm serious, Buffy," Willow rebuked seriously. "We don't know what we're dealing with." "My turn. Does anyone hear that?" Xander asked. "I'll know what it is we're dealing with once I find it," Buffy answered confidently, but once again a noise began to fill her ears, causing her to trail off and ask, "Do you guys hear something?" "Like I said, sounds like a hissing," Xander repeated with irritation. Buffy placed her large purple bag onto the table at the center of the room as she continued to look around. "It's like a SSSS noise," she clarified as she continued her visual search of the room, but still nothing seemed any more out of place than before. "I thought the word hissing kind of covered that nicely," Xander snarked as Buffy's attention focused on the closet door ahead of him. Buffy put up a hand to signal to her friends to hold back as she led the closet door open. She relaxed when she came across a scared black man dressed in a Marine's uniform. "I'm sorry," he cried as he attempted to scramble further into the closet. "I didn't know," he sucked in a breath as he cried, "I'm sorry." Oz stepped forward as he recognized him. "Chaz." Oz crouched down and reached out for him, but Chaz shrank away from his touch and repeated, "I didn't know." "What's happening?" Oz asked, hoping Chaz could give them the answers they needed. Chaz trailed off as he began rocking back and forth much harder than before. "What is it?" Buffy asked impatiently before receiving a harsh look from Willow. Chaz focused on her. "It's alive," Chaz repeated twice as he began to look at the floor again. "What's alive?" Buffy pushed him harder for information. "He's in shock," Xander offered. "Buffy," Willow tried to stop her, but Buffy cut her off. Chaz, what happened here? Buffy demanded again as Xander shook his head in confusion. Why was Buffy just completely disregarding everything he was saying? He knew she'd been having a hard time recently, but this new bitchy attitude she was suddenly sporting was not his favorite of her looks. Chaz looked up at Buffy ready to answer, but then his eyes focused just over her shoulder and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Buffy let out a groan of pain as she felt something slice over her shoulder blade. The rest of the group jumped back at the sight of the skeleton wielding a knife, but Buffy, who had crouched down in pain, suddenly spun around with a wide punch which knocked its head to the side. The force of her blow did not behead it like she thought it would, but she didn't waste any time as she quickly followed through by thrusting her leg forward with a powerful kick that sent it flying backward. By the time it hit the ground, it was once again nothing more than the plastic skeleton holding a plastic knife. Buffy quickly moved to stand over the now lifeless Halloween decoration. The group followed her, including Chaz. Buffy shook her head in confusion as she stared at the skeleton. She hissed in pain as she felt Willow and Oz touching her shoulder. She shrugged away from their touch. I think the dress took most of it as she glanced over her shoulder at the wound as she moved away from her friends. It could need stitches, Oz corrected her gently as he watched the blood stain grow on Buffy's dress. You should at least get a bandage or something. Suddenly a girl's high-pitched scream rang through the house and Chaz jumped away from the group and went back to hiding in the closet, slamming the door shut behind him. Cowering in a closet is starting to seem like a reasonable plan, Oz said seriously as he looked toward the group. What closet? Buffy asked, drawing their attention away from her and back to the now blank wall where the closet had been. While the group continued to stare at the wall in disbelief, Buffy sprang into Slayer mode. I'm gonna make my way upstairs and see if there are any people up there. She began digging through her purse, looking for her cell phone. Damn, she thought as she realized she'd left it charging on her nightstand. She turned her attention back to the group. While I do that, I need you guys to find a way out of the house and use it, she ordered. You're telling us to run away and leave you behind? Willow balked at the suggestion. Buffy took a breath, she could see the anger on her friend's face. Not wanting an argument, she countered, we need help. When Willow looked like she was going to continue to argue, Buffy cut her off. We need the only person that can make sense of what's happening. We need Giles. Will, that seems pretty reasonable, Xander offered, definitely not wanting to be in the house any longer. But Willow didn't seem to be paying attention to him as her anger surged. Okay, but why does that equal leaving you behind? She demanded before she explained her plan. I can magically guide us to an exit and then we can all regroup at Giles's and come up with a plan. Buffy sighed in frustration, because I'm telling you. You're telling me, I can't do my job if I have to worry about each of your safety, Buffy barked back, no longer trying to hide her frustration. It's not your decision. Buffy rolled her eyes, she was the Slayer, of course it was her decision, got to disagree with you there. Oh, of course you do, Willow stated harshly, rolling her own eyes, lately it's all your way or no way. Let's all take a breath, Xander tried. Buffy, maybe. Being the Slayer doesn't automatically make you boss, Willow scoffed as she pointed out, you're just as lost as the rest of us. As Buffy's body stiffened, Oz sensed the tensions were getting too high and neither of them was going to back down. It was beginning to seem like this fight was shifting into more than their current situation. He stepped between the two and turned his attention to Willow. What are we talking about? Willow mirrored Oz's calm demeanor as she turned to face him. It's a simple incantation, a guiding spell for travelers when they become lost or disoriented. Oz bit back a sigh as he looked at Buffy desperately. He'd meant what he'd said earlier. Willow's increasing use of magic was worrying him, but he'd back her play if this was something she really thought she could handle. Buffy shot him a look that said, fine, before she looked at Willow impatiently. And how does it work? It conjures an emissary from beyond that lights the way, Willow explained, confident in her plan. Conjuring? Buffy asked harshly. She may have been distracted earlier when they'd been walking to breakfast, but she had heard enough of the conversation to know that Willow wasn't ready to simply conjure anything. Buffy ignored her friend's look of hurt before she continued, Will, let's be realistic, your basic spells are usually only 50-50. Oz winced at Buffy's harsh words. He knew she wasn't completely wrong, but it wasn't like the blonde to be so harsh and he began to wonder exactly what was happening to Buffy. She had flashed annoyance and anger in dangerous situations before, but he'd never seen her so volatile. Oh yeah, Willow retorted, hurt and angered, well, so is your face. Willow immediately turned on her heels and walked off, missing Buffy's look of confusion. What does that mean? Buffy called out, taking a couple steps to follow Willow. I'm not your sidekick, Willow jeered as she stormed from the room. Will, hang on, Oz tried as he reached out for her, hoping to stop her, but as she continued to stomp away, he followed her wordlessly. He didn't like that Buffy had hurt Willow's feelings, but Buffy had been on edge, understandably so. He hadn't missed her small shakes and the glimpses of fear in her eyes as she tried to figure out what was going on. He knew Buffy well enough to know that all she wanted was her friends to be safe and out of harm's way. He couldn't begrudge her too hard for that, even if she'd taken a more aggressive approach than usual. Suddenly a painful thought struck him: she's protecting the group because she couldn't protect herself. Well, that was a bunch of laughs. Xander rolled his eyes at the antics of his two best friends as Buffy made her way back to her purse, pulling out a small crossbow. When she didn't respond, he tried again. Look, Buffy, we are all tired and a little edgy, he emphasized as Buffy loaded her crossbow. Maybe Willow is overreacting. I'm sure part of it is because of how you've been pushing away, girl, lately, Xander commented, following behind Buffy as she looked around the room intently. I don't know what has been going on, but whatever it is, now is not the time to let that stuff tear us apart, he argued lightly. What I'm saying is, I'm right with ya. I'm right by your side. I'm Xander, Buffy called out. Where the hell was he? She wondered as she looked around the room. She hadn't seen him leave with Willow, but then, she couldn't remember the last time she had seen him. Funny how you still haven't lost your sense of inappropriate humor. Buffy turned around, but Xander NTICED, she seemed to be looking right through him as she continued to look around the room as if he wasn't standing right in front of her. A slightly worried look crossed her face as she tried to recall again the last time she'd seen him in the house. Xander, where did you go? She called out again. Buffy, knock it off. Skit's over. I'm right here, Xander demanded, his frustration turning into blind terror. Buffy sighed with increased irritation. This is so typical of him. She quietly seethed through clenched teeth as started down a hall the group had yet to explore. Typical, Xander called out, offended. Xander, Buffy, Xander yelled again, following after her, but when he entered a room full of candles, she was gone and he was all alone. Buffy continued to move down the hallway. She was checking doors, but all of them were locked. Her spine tingled as Willow's screams for help met her ears. The screams were muffled and they were coming from somewhere behind her. Buffy quickly turned around as she rushed towards her friend's screams. When the screams she heard became suddenly more clear, she looked around. There beside her was a large black door. Willow must be in there, Buffy thought as she forced it open with her shoulder. Immediately she felt herself falling. She hit the ground with a loud thud before drifting out of consciousness. Willow! Buffy groaned as she came to. Her body ached and her head was throbbing. She looked around and realized she must have fallen into the basement. Why was she in the basement? She wondered before she remembered she'd heard Willow screaming. Willow, she called out loudly, but instead of hearing her friend calling back to her, a raspy voice spoke, all alone, and then the basement door slammed shut. Who said that? Buffy groaned as she sat up, pain shooting through her ribs. A young man that she didn't recognize came into her line of sight. His head was tilted to the side in an unnatural angle, his neck clearly broken. He looked at her, his eyes vacant. They all ran away from you. They always will. Open your heart to someone and he chuckled, but don't fret, little girl. You're not alone. He paused with an almost vicious smile as his visage transformed into Parker, his neck no longer broken, not anymore. Buffy felt sick to her stomach and moved to get up, but suddenly hands surged up through the basement floor and grabbed onto Buffy, holding her down as Parker approached her. Stay away from me, she called out as she struggled against the hands that were holding her down. She felt her body giving way to panic as he continued to move towards her. She only felt a small sense of relief as the hands seemed to be losing their grip. However, that was short-lived as three zombie-like corpses pulled themselves up out of the ground and began to make their way on top of her. Buffy bucked her body, but they continued to hold her down as Parker circled a hungry smile on his face. Buffy threw her body around despite the pains that shot through her with every move. Finally she was able to get the upper hand as she flung the two corpses holding down her arms away. She flipped herself over, groaning as the gravel dug its way into the flesh of her arms and knees. Ignoring the pain, she launched herself forward, trying to fully escape the grip of the rising dead. But as she attempted to stand, she was quickly pulled down as the corpses latched onto her legs. Buffy continued to push herself forward, despite the pain of the gravel embedding itself into her knees and palms as she crawled toward her fallen mini crossbow. No matter how hard you fight, you'll just end up in the same place, Parker taunted as he stopped just behind where the crossbow was laying on the ground. I don't see why you bother. And then right in front of her, her crossbow vanished. Buffy froze for just a moment, but it was long enough for one of the dead bodies to get its arms around Buffy. It pulled her down and dragged her back. Feeling desperate, she searched the room again for any other weapons, but there was nothing and there was no one to help her. No weapons, no friends, no hope. Tears sprung to her eyes as Parker's voice echoed the words of Angelus. Buffy felt her fear settling in, but then she remembered what she had realized then: all she really needed was herself. Buffy let out a cry of rage as she fought harder to dislodge herself from the grip of the corpses. She kicked out, sending one flying across the room. Buffy again was pulled back as she moved to stand up. Hands both buried and zombie alike were grabbing at her ankles as she forcibly drug herself away in hopes of finding some way out. As the Parker figure loomed in her peripheral vision, she noticed a small door, just behind him under where the stairs should have been. Buffy felt a surge of energy, now that she had a goal. She'd make it to that door, and she lurched forward again. One of the creatures grabbed a hold of her ankle and attempted to pull her back. Without hesitation she launched herself around in a spin kick, sending the zombie flying back into several others that had started to swarm her. Unwilling to waste her opening, she crawled toward the tiny door. She felt as the gravel of the floor worked its way deeper into the already present wounds on her hands and knees, but she was unwilling to let her opportunity to get away slip through her fingers. The dead men kept coming for her, but she continued to evade them. She reached for the handle on the door. Quickly she twisted it, but it was locked. In a desperate panic, Buffy forced the small door open with her shoulder. She barely registered the pain of her shoulder cracking as she dove through before slamming it shut behind her with a kick. Instantly she'd spun around and anchored the door with the weight of her body, but to her surprise no attempts were made to breach the door. Buffy's face scrunched with confusion. She took a few deep breaths before she allowed herself to observe the room she had entered, the goat room. Buffy muttered to herself, "How did I get upstairs?" She questioned aloud as she stood from her seated position. She winced in pain as she took a few hesitant steps forward. She looked around the room and quickly made note that the room was full of party-goers. They were cowering around the room, many of them hidden under the furniture. They were all shaking, some were crying and others were begging out of fear, much like Chaz had been. That was when Buffy noticed a familiar form crouched in the chair beside her. "Oz?" she questioned lightly, reaching out to touch his shoulder, but then Willow ran into the room shouting and waving her arms around, causing her to pull her hand back. "Get them off of me," she repeated several times as moved around the center of the room. Hearing Willow's screams, Oz was jerked from his own fearful and cowering state. He looked at his hands and noticed they were no longer the hands of a monster, but instead his own human hands. He started to feel more like himself and he rushed toward Willow. "Willow," he called her name a couple of times before grabbing a hold of her shoulders. "What's wrong?" "I couldn't get them off," Willow cried weakly as Oz pulled her securely into his arms. "Shish, it's okay," he tried to soothe her. "We're okay." "We're not okay," Buffy contradicted him. "We need to get out of here." "We need." "I'd offer my opinion, but you jerks aren't gonna hear it anyway," Xander interjected. Buffy moved towards him, but he continued as if not noticing her. "Not that didn't go to college boy has anything important to say." "Xander, what are you talking about?" Buffy demanded. Xander jumped, but then looked at Buffy hopefully. "You heard that? You can see me." At Buffy's confused look, Xander felt relief. "Good. Oh God, good. The house separated us," Oz chimed in. "I think it wanted to scare us. But we got away," Willow said with a quiet hopefulness. "No," Buffy said as she looked around, "it brought us here. We all got so scared that we ended up here." "But why?" Buffy asked as she moved toward the painted symbol on the ground. Xander followed her and explained, "I saw them painting that earlier. They were copying it out of," he trailed off as he glanced around the room, "that," he shouted excitedly, pointing to the book that was resting on the table just behind them. The group moved to the book. Willow picked it up and began examining the page. "I think it's Gaelic." "Can you translate?" Buffy asked urgently. "Release me." The demonic voice they'd heard earlier shook the room with its calls. "Release me." "Willow, give me something," Buffy demanded, as fear and doubt flooded her body. How was she going to protect everyone in this room? How could she keep them all safe? "Okay, the icons called the Mark of Gokner. I think this is a summoning spell for something called Gokner," Xander supplied. "Well, yes," Willow rushed as she continued to try and quickly translate the text so she could explain what was happening. Somehow the beginning of the spell must have been triggered and Gokner is trying to manifest itself to come into being. How? Buffy asked. It feeds on fear, Willow replied with a frown. Our fears are manifesting it. We're feeding it. We need to stop, she said seriously as she looked at the Scoobies. If we close our eyes and say it's a dream, Xander began peacefully, but suddenly his tone shifted to one of terror, it'll stab us to death. These things are real. Release me. Clearly that wasn't going to work, Buffy thought to herself as she came up with another plan. Okay, so our fears are feeding it, if we get everyone out of here. Buffy was interrupted as all of the doors in the room began to rattle. Xander didn't wait for Buffy to say anything more as he turned toward the door behind him shouting, "Good plan. Let's go." He was only a few steps from the door when suddenly it burst open. He jumped back with a scream, but it wasn't the demon, it was Giles. Giles looked around the room and turned off his chainsaw as he stepped through the door. Giles, Xander called out in relief, "Everyone, it's Giles." Before he added with confusion, "with a chainsaw." Anya, despite her large bunny costume, rushed forward from behind Giles and wrapped her arms around Xander's neck. Xander smiled and hugged her back, "Glad you could make it." The walls closed up behind us, Giles informed the group as he set down the saw before moving to take the book from Willow's hands. He read for just a moment before he said, "Ah, Gokner. Yes, of course. Its presence infects the reality of the house, but it's not managed to achieve full manifestation." He looked at Buffy seriously, "We cannot allow this to come into being." "But if it does, I can fight it, right?" Buffy asked, looking for Giles's reassurance. A tight look came across his face as he flipped back a couple of pages in the book before moving to stand next to Buffy. "This is Gokner," he showed her the picture in the book. Buffy grimaced as she looked at the menacing demon who had long talon-like claws and appeared to be covered in barbed chains. "I don't want to fight that," Buffy agreed with Giles, "so, we break the spell." "How?" "Whatever we do, let's do it fast," Xander urged as he clung onto Anya. Giles murmured before he called out after he flipped through a couple more pages. I have it," he began to read. "The summoning spell for Gokner can be shut down in one of two ways. Physically destroying the mark of Gokner." Buffy, without listening for more, strode over to the mark and punched a hole straight through the floor. She ripped out several floorboards as she looked up at Giles proudly, but she was not met with the look of approval she'd been expecting, but instead a look of exasperation, and she winced. "Is not one of them and will in fact immediately bring forth the fear demon itself," Giles read aloud angrily at his slayer. Buffy looked down at the glowing mark with a sigh. A loud raging roar shook the room. "Everyone out," she demanded as she moved into a defensive position. This time her friends didn't argue and they started to make their way to the door, but as Gokner appeared, Willow stopped the group. "Guys, look. This is Gokner," Buffy questioned as she looked down at the demon who looked just as ugly as his picture, but no longer seemed so scary. "Big overture. Little show," Xander sang as he made note of the demon's minute stature. "I am the Dark Lord of Nightmares," Gokner's tiny voice called out as he looked up at the group. Buffy held back a laugh as he continued, "The bringer of terror. Tremble before me. Fear me. He's so cute." Willow chuckled. Buffy was unable to hold back her laugh as Gokner raged his demands at the group. "Tremble." Xander bent down and began talking to Gokner as if he was talking to a little baby or a small puppy. "Who's a little fear demon? Come on, who's a little fear demon?" Gokner focused on Xander with a violent glare as Giles scolded him, "Don't taunt the fear demon." Xander jumped back. "Why, can he hurt me?" Giles sighed. "No, it's just tacky." He turned his focus on Buffy. "Be that as it may, Buffy, when it comes to slaying, size doesn't matter," Buffy asked as she looked down at Gokner. Sensing his demise, Gokner focused all his attention onto Buffy and he became serious as he pointed at her. "They're all going to abandon you, you know." Buffy felt a moment of true fear course through her. While Gokner himself was no longer scary, his serious, almost knowing tone triggered her greatest fears, that in the end, she'd always end up alone. She took a deep breath and shook away his words. Yeah, Buffy quipped as she brought down her booted foot on Gokner. "Ew," she squealed as demon guts sprayed out and all over her new purple boots. An hour or so after their fight, their father had returned to their room with a map and his journal in hand. Dean noticed that thankfully, he and Sam seemed to be on the same page of ignoring their fight and getting down to business as they gathered around the table. Their father had laid out a plan. It involved Sam and Dean playing the role of obvious hunters in order to draw the Lucrocata's attention. Their father would use its focus on Dean and Sam to his advantage with a stealthier approach that would allow him to catch the beast off guard and swoop in for the kill. Dean hated playing bait, but after the morning's earlier argument between his father and Sam, Dean was unwilling to push any buttons and agreed with the plan, much to his father's surprise. "All right then, we leave at 1300, their father stood up from his chair. "Get yourselves ready," he ordered as he walked out the door. "Yes, sir," they both responded, unsure if John actually heard them or not. "You boys clear on the plan?" John asked his sons again as they were unloading their gear from the back of his truck. "Yes, sir," Dean and Sam answered simultaneously. "Good, I don't want any distractions or screw-ups," John ordered as he closed the tailgate to his pickup before heading north into the woods. "Yeah, this is just going to be just great," Dean mumbled to himself as he took off west into the woods. Sam chuckled at his brother's words as he followed behind him. It was more than likely going to be a long day and playing bait was never fun. They'd been in the woods for hours and there had yet to be any sign of the monster. Dean once again found himself questioning if his father was right about it still being in the area. The more they searched, the more Dean felt certain that it had moved on. Frustration coursed through him because being right had no upsides. It was going to mean more time wasted in these woods, and because his father would never leave a job unfinished, it would result in a tracking mission to find its new hunting grounds that in all likelihood would lead him nowhere near Sunnydale. "Dean, help me." Dean snapped his head to the right. That was Buffy's voice. He knew the Lucrocata could mimic voices and even shapeshift into other forms, but he'd never thought it would be so effective. His heart raced, even knowing it was a trick. Every nerve in his body wanted him to run towards the voice as it called out again, "Dean, please." Sam heard the sound of a woman's voice. It was coming from the direction Dean was covering. When the voice called out again and Sam recognized the voice the demon was using, it was Buffy's. Sam without thinking rushed toward his brother, but as a branch cracked under his foot he suddenly had a gun pointed at him. "What the hell, Sammy?" Dean questioned his brother as he immediately lowered his gun. "You know better than to charge at someone during a hunt. I could have shot you." Sam apologized with a shrug. "I heard it using Buffy's voice and thought you might need some help." "Radio in. I think it's hiding out there." Dean pointed to an old cabin about 30 yards ahead of them. Sam quickly snuck away before pulling the walkie-talkie up and radioing their father with their location and confirmed contact. He waited and listened for his father to radio back with orders, but the radio remained silent. "I need help." Buffy's voice rang through the woods again. "Why won't you help me?" Sam watched as Dean tensed, but he was clearly keeping his focus sharp, hoping the demon would appear. He approached his brother quietly this time as he replaced the walkie-talkie on his belt and pulled out his gun. "No word from Dad," Sam whispered. "Then we hold our position," Dean whispered back. Sam and Dean continued to scan the area. It had gone eerily quiet, but then the bushes about 100 yards ahead started to rustle and a low growl echoed around them. "Be ready, Sammy," Dean ordered as he lifted his gun a little more purposefully. "Why don't you just come on out?" Dean shouted out. The forest was silent again, but the hairs on Dean's arms were raised and he knew that the Lucrocata was near, but his concern became that it may be trying to circle them. The lore wasn't quite clear on how it worked, but Dean knew that the demon had some sort of hypnotic power that it used when circling its victims. Dean reached for his brother and pulled him so they were now back to back. "You see anything?" he whispered. "Nothing," Sam confirmed just as a rustling to their left was heard. Both Sam and Dean raised their guns, ready to strike, but it wasn't the Lucrocata, it was their father. Surprise came across their faces at his sudden appearance, but just as they lowered their weapons they noticed a strange dazed look on his face. "Dad," Dean called out to him. Then in an instant the Lucrocata jumped out from the bushes that were off to their father's left side. "Damn it," Dean shouted as he rushed toward his father raising his gun, Sam just behind him, but the Lucrocata was quick and it shoved their father back. He flew back several feet and a loud crack was heard as he hit his head on a nearby tree. Dean shot at the monster as it began to move toward their father. It yelled loudly in pain as the bullet lodged itself into its thigh, but was not otherwise deterred from John's prone form. "Stay back," Dean ordered Sam with a shout as he ran forward after the Lucrocata. Suddenly there was a wail of pain and their father was screaming. The Lucrocata sunk its teeth into their father's leg, but before it could tear away a deadly chunk, Dean raised his gun and emptied his clip into its chest. The beast released its bite as it screeched in pain before it fell onto John's once again unconscious form. "Sammy," Dean shouted for his brother as he ran toward their father, already removing his belt from his pants. He knew he'd need to staunch the bleeding quickly. "Oh God," Sam cried out as he came up behind Dean, his body suddenly frozen. "Keep it together, Sam," Dean commanded as he attempted to push the Lucrocata's corpse off of his father. "He's going to be fine, but I need your help." Sam's mind began to race. Help Dean, help Dad, yet his body remained frozen for just a moment longer before he was able to rush forward. He grabbed the Lucrocata's hind legs and pulled hard. The beast's body moved just enough to free their father. As Sam moved back around the monster's corpse, Dean was already tightening his belt around their father's leg. "He's gonna be okay, Sammy," Dean reassured his brother, "but we've got to get him up." This time Sam did not hesitate and he stepped forward to his father's side. Dean and Sam each squatted down so that they could get one arm under their father's shoulders while using the other to scoop under his knees. On the count of 3, Dean instructed before he counted aloud so they could lift their father simultaneously. Their father let out a groan as he was lifted into the air, but otherwise he remained unconscious as they carried him out of the woods in the direction of his truck. Buffy had left Willow with Oz. Despite their earlier argument, Willow had offered to go with Buffy back to their dorm, but Buffy had insisted she let Oz take care of her. Thankfully Willow hadn't put up too much resistance. On the way home she'd been so distracted by all of the unpleasant thoughts that wouldn't leave her head that when a man in a demon mask had jumped out to scare her she'd punched him in the face sending him to the ground before she'd even realized he was human. "Geez, that hurt," he cried out as he tore the mask from his face. Buffy remained silent, in shock. She hadn't realized he was human. She'd reacted with a punch, but she easily could have pulled out her stake and, oh God, she could have killed him. Buffy's stomach turned at the thought. As he stood with a glare, "What the hell is wrong with you, lady?" he exclaimed before he ran away from her. "That's what I'd like to know," Buffy whispered to herself as she continued down the street. When she made it back into her room she heard her phone beeping. She noticed she had several missed calls from Dean. Trepidation coursed through her body. She decided to avoid his calls for just a little bit longer as she got herself cleaned up from the fight. With her wounds patched and covered, Buffy sat on her bed, her knees curled into her chest. She brought her phone up to her ear as she pressed play on the messages. "Hey, I hope this means you are out at that party having a great time. Call me when you get in. Love you. I guess you're still out having fun. You better have taken pictures of yourself in that costume because I bet you looked awesome. I wanted to let you know that the hunt is over. Call me when you get in. Love you." Buffy didn't know what she was feeling. There was something in Dean's voice, but she wasn't sure what it was. Maybe the fear demon had been right, she'd lose him, she'd lose everybody, but a small voice that had been struggling to surface the past couple of weeks cried out, "Dean loves you." Buffy debated waiting to call Dean back until the morning, but she took a breath and leaned into that hopeful voice and pressed her speed dial number 1. Dean picked up almost immediately. "Hey, Blondie." With the sound of his warm voice, Buffy's internal dread melted away as the little voice called out to her again, "See, he loves you," and Buffy felt lighter than she had in weeks. "It sounds like we are 2 for 2 in the demon slaying tonight," she remarked playfully. "I know I was supposed to be out there tonight kicking demon ass, but weren't you supposed to be partying and not slaying?" Dean admonished, teasingly. "The party turned into a demon summoning. Which is the second fraternity party I've been to where frat boys have summoned a demon," before she added offhandedly, though this time it seemed more accidental. Dean knew he should stop her to tell her about the serious turn his own hunt had taken. He hadn't wanted to worry her with his voicemails and he knew she'd be upset for not telling her right away, but his dad was fine and for once her voice sounded happy to be on the phone with him. "Well, don't leave me hanging, tell me about this frat party demon." "I went with the gang to that whole haunted house thing. It turned out that one of the frat boys picked up a random occult book and drew the sigil for summoning a fear demon. Somehow, before the party was in full swing, they triggered the ritual. It was able to distort reality and play into everyone's fears. So the House of Horrors ended up more on the side of terror than good spooky fun. Only major plus, this demon was way less snake-like than the last frat party demon I had to slay." Dean chuckled. It was so nice to hear Buffy once again falling into her typical banter. "Tricky kill?" Dean inquired, hoping to keep this conversation going because he didn't want it to end. His Buffy was suddenly back and it almost broke his heart when he'd heard her genuine laughter come across the line because he knew once he told her about his dad it would disappear. "I squashed him like a bug and I mean that literally." "Huh." Dean's face scrunched with confusion, that was definitely not what he was expecting. "He was like 4 inches tall," Buffy explained. "I stomped on him with my stylish yet affordable boots." "Babe, That sounds made up, Dean teased. Are you making this up because you're jealous I got to gank a monster tonight? I had to throw out my boots. Buffy grieved the loss of her new purple go-go boots. I tried scraping him off, but let me tell you, Fear Demon does not come out. I'll take your word for it, Dean chuckled. From your message it sounded like you'll be able to head this way. Buffy inquired. The hope in her voice made Dean groan. It'll be at least a few days before I can even try and get away, Dean informed her, his disappointment clear. I made the kill, but my dad got pretty banged up. Oh Dean, I didn't realize, Buffy offered before she quickly questioned, is he okay? What happened? The Lucrocata worked its hypnotic mojo and knocked Dad down. He hit his head on a tree which knocked him out, but that was probably for the best because it sunk its teeth into his thigh before I could get the killing shot off. Dean trailed off briefly before he continued, we got him to the hospital and he's already checked himself out, but he's pretty pissed to be out of commission for a little while. I'm glad it's not more serious, Buffy was relieved. I'm sorry I was just babbling on while you had such serious stuff going on. I was enjoying the story, Blondie, and I wish I could have been there to see you slaying any size demon in that Daphne costume. Dean took a breath before he continued, but as far as my trip, tomorrow we're taking off to Pastor Jim's and then maybe to Uncle Bobby's so Dad can heal up, Dean informed her. Dean, if you can't, Buffy started, but she was interrupted by Dean. No, Buffy, I'm coming out there. My dad's going to be fine and he corrected himself, I need to see you. His words should have been reassuring, but the fear she felt earlier returned and sent her brain into a sudden tailspin. The echoes of the fear demon words, they're all going to abandon you, played through her mind before suddenly she flashed back to Parker's actual words, is that precious boyfriend of yours going to believe that? Buffy, Dean questioned when the line went quiet, but his concern amplified when he heard a slight gasp come across the line. Buffy, he tried again, what's going on? It's nothing, I'm fine. Buffy's distant and detached voice did nothing to soothe his worry. Buffy wiped away the tears that had started to form, as she tried again to ease his worry. I think the day just caught up with me. Babe, talk to me, Dean urged again. There's nothing to talk about, Dean, Buffy snapped before she sighed. She ran her hands through her hair. It was a crazy night with a mind-bendy demon and I think it's time we both got some sleep. Dean wanted to argue. She'd sounded more like herself than she had in weeks for it to go crashing down. He wanted to push back, but he stopped himself because he wasn't going to get anywhere arguing with her over the phone. To get to the bottom of whatever this thing that seemed to have a hold over her, he'd have to be there in person. Okay, Blondie, good night, Dean offered in resignation. Good night, Buffy paused. I love you. I love you too, Dean replied as the line went dead. Dean looked at his phone, damn it, he shouted as he tossed his phone onto the nightstand next to him. Something definitely was wrong. When Buffy had first called it had seemed like whatever funk she'd been in had ended, but the way she'd said, I love you, sounded distant and forced. Buffy stared at her phone a moment longer before she curled herself into a ball. Sobs racked her body violently. Why did this keep happening? Why couldn't she just forget that night? She just wanted everything to be like it had been. Be or bad. Buffy approached the lecture hall door for Psychology 105 and a sense of dread immediately flooded her system. She hated going now. Her body pulled against itself as she continued to push herself forward through the door. Immediately her eyes met Parker's. Parker never missed a class and she could hear him whispering about her. He was why the words tease and slut now seemed to follow her around. Buffy pulled her eyes from his to search for Willow and Oz, but thankfully she'd gotten her before them. Willow always picked a seat in the front rows. While the front row had never been her preference, she tolerated it for Willow, but now it was torture to sit there, knowing Parker's eyes were on her. A shiver ran over her spine. Buffy shook it away quickly as she made her way to the right side of the classroom and found a few seats together that sat a few rows behind Parker. As she waited for Willow and Oz she attempted to keep her focus on preparing for class and not Parker, but each time she heard his laughter ring out she recoiled. She still found herself in a state of uneasy panic whenever he was around. Being near him made her feel weak and helpless. She shuddered with frustration. She was the Slayer, she reminded herself. She could crush Parker's skull without breaking a sweat, but that was the worst part. A part of her that wanted to. A part of her truly wanted to kill him and Buffy hated him for that more than for what he'd done to her that night. You're here early, Willow commented as she sat next to Buffy causing her to jump in surprise. Yeah, my last class got out a bit early so I had extra time, Buffy shared quickly trying to compose herself under Willow's worried eyes. You okay? Willow had questioned, but thankfully Professor Walsh had entered the lecture hall, which put an end to all discussions. Buffy sighed in silent relief. Buffy and Willow made their way from psych class to the courtyard to meet up with Xander while Oz left for band practice. They'd found a round table to sit and study at while they waited for Xander. Buffy let herself become lost in her psych textbook as she tried to prepare for the next lecture. Willow had tried to make conversation, curious about what job Xander was so excited to tell them about, but Buffy had just remained focused on her assignment. Willow had quickly given up in trying to engage Buffy in any sort of discussion. Willow was unsure what to do. Most days and times, Buffy seemed to be handling and working through the Parker incident, but it seemed that every time Buffy saw him she'd shut down. Willow had been quick to notice how Buffy's eyes seemed to continuously find Parker during today's lecture. She'd given her hand a comforting squeeze and told her to focus on the lecture and not let poopy head Parker ruin things for her. Buffy had smiled tightly, but still her eyes had flicked to him frequently. Willow was worried, but knowing Buffy wasn't going to be opening up, she too began to focus on her own work. It wasn't long before Xander was making his way over to their table. Willow gave him a slight wave, but frowned when Buffy didn't seem to even notice as Xander approached the table. Rough day. Xander interrupted Buffy's studying, flicking his lighter in front of her face. Buffy stared at the flame for a moment before giving Xander an annoyed look before returning her attention back to the book. Come on, Buff. Be a lonely drunk, Xander pleaded before he tried again. Rough day. Buffy shot Willow a knowing look before looking back up at Xander. Please stop flicking at me. Xander didn't seem to notice Buffy's truly downtrodden attitude. Instead he prodded, work with me here. His frustration turned to excitement as he announced, I'm finally an essential part of your college life. No more looking down on the townie. I'm the new bartender over at the pub, he shared proudly, got my lighter, my rag, my empathy face. Willow looked at Xander curiously, congrats on getting the job, it is great, but aren't you too young to be a bartender? Au contraire, mon frère, Xander began but was interrupted by Buffy. Mon frère means brother, she corrected, not even looking up from her book. Mon grand frère, Xander sputtered as he held up his fake ID, behold, 21-year-old goodness. Willow stared in disbelief at the picture on the ID. Xander was wearing a very obvious fake mustache. She looked back at him critically, I don't believe this is entirely on the up and up. Xander turned the ID around to look at and asked earnestly, what gives it away? Looking at it, Willow answered with a chuckle. Buffy had pulled herself away from her studies long enough to glance at the ID. It was bad and she couldn't help but ask, how much did you pay for that? Xander's wince told her all she needed to know, I think they overcharged, she told him before she continued, you know you could have called Dean. He could have made you a better one. Well, no one's going to see it anyway, Xander insisted defensively, now I'm the bartender. I kick people out. Buffy couldn't help but smile, Xand, you know there's more to it than wiping and kicking, right? Xander just looked at her confused and she continued, mixing drinks for instance. Well, I've seen cocktail, Xander stated confidently as he began to shake his hips while pretending to shake a cocktail shaker from side to side, I can do the hippie shake. So what do you say, rough day? Xander asked, flicking his lighter. Buffy rolled her eyes, well, even if I've had a pretend cigarette I couldn't tell you my pretend problems, Buffy stated, her terse mood returning as she admitted, the real ones have clogged up my headspace. Xander, unaware of the depths of his friend's troubles, cheered, ooh, those are the best kind. Unload 'em right here, baby. He sat in front of her, his empathy face firmly in place as he held out his lighter again. Rough day. You wanna talk about it? When Buffy leveled him with a glare he backpedaled quickly, shutting up now. Willow watched as Buffy retreated back into her book. As much as she wished that Buffy would tell the others what had happened to her so then they could rally around her. That didn't seem to be something Buffy was ready for, so instead she decided to pull the attention away from Buffy and her very real problems and play along with Xander. I'm pregnant by my stepbrother who'd rather be with my best friend who's left me with no place to live. No food except this bottle of wild turkey which I drank all up. Xander stared at Willow in confusion, Will. Willow rolled her eyes, that was me being tanked and friendless for ya, she explained. Xander nodded in approval, it gets my Oscar nod. What do you think? He asked, looking at Buffy. You know what? Buffy huffed, it's class time, she began packing up her stuff to head to her next class. So are you going to come by tonight to the pub? Xander quickly asked, hoping his friends would come to support him. Willow shook her head no, Oz. Bronze. Date, she informed Xander cheerfully. Buffster. Xander asked hopefully as he walked behind them. Alcohol and Buffy remain unmixy things. I think I am going to stay in and study. Seeing Xander's disappointed face, she continued, sorry Xand. Before Xander or Willow had any time to say anything more, Buffy had walked off toward her next class, leaving her friends behind. Xander watched after Buffy, confused, before he turned to Willow. Do you know what is up with her? Willow gave him a sad smile to confirm his suspicions. Are you gonna share with the class? Xander questioned. Not this time, Willow shared softly. It's something Buffy has to share when she's ready. Xander stops abruptly, putting his hand onto Willow's arm, and asks, she's not pregnant, is she? Willow huffs, no Xander, she's not pregnant. Now drop it, Willow insisted with a decisive look of resolve. Buffy flopped back onto her bed. She was thankful she had successfully avoided Willow before she left with her date with Oz. Buffy sighed. She felt bad for pushing everyone away, but ever since she had told Willow about what had happened with Parker, she could see the look of pity that seemed permanently etched onto her face. She didn't want to see that look in Xander's or Giles' eyes. She remembered the sad look he'd gotten in his eyes when he'd driven her home after they had discovered that Angel had reverted back into Angelus. It had taken Ms. Calendar's death to make that look disappear. Then Buffy's thoughts turned to Dean. How could she tell him? Buffy knew he'd react in one of two ways. He'd blame himself, or what she believed to be the more likely option, he'd hate her. She was the Slayer and she'd allowed Parker to take advantage of her, and she'd even taken pleasure in his touch, even if it was just for the briefest of moments. How could she explain that to Dean? She felt dirty. She felt like she had betrayed him. How was taking any sort of pleasure in another man's touch not a betrayal? Buffy was pulled from her thoughts as her cell phone began to ring. She grabbed it from her bag and answered without thinking, hello. Hey, I actually caught you for once, Dean's voice came across the line. Buffy's breath hitched and her words became lodged in her throat. Dean pulled the phone away from his ear when the silence on the line continued. The call hadn't disconnected. Buffy? Dean questioned, sitting up a little bit on his motel mattress. Buffy shook her head, attempting to remove all the painful and negative thoughts. I'm here, she answered softly. It's just been a long day, but it's good to hear your voice, Buffy added lightly. She could almost feel Dean's thoughts in the pause. Dean knew something was going on with her and he'd tried to force it from her several times, but Dean didn't push this time, and instead he asked, you want to tell me about your long day? Not really anything notable, Buffy offered as she tried to find something to steer the conversation in a different direction. Suddenly the image of Xander's horrendous fake ID flashed through her mind. But you did miss Xander's truly terrible fake ID. Dean laughed. He knew she was keeping the conversation far from whatever had been up with her. A part of him wanted to push, but the last thing he wanted was to start a fight, because that is what had been happening far too much each time they spoke. So tell me about this fake ID, Dean prompted as he relaxed back against the headboard. Is Xander planning on buying you all beer for the next movie night? Buffy rolled her eyes. Xander has decided to become a bartender and had to get the ID to get the job, but I am really not sure how he got it past the owner. He decided to wear a very large fake mustache in the picture. Rookie mistake, Dean commented before adding, I guess it is good to know you have a bar on campus that doesn't care about IDs. Yeah, probably for most, Buffy replied. I don't think he'll be taking advantage of that anytime soon. Why not? Dean questioned. You've even got a friend who's the bartender. That probably comes with free drinks and heavy pours. Hell, even if it doesn't, you could always let some guys buy the prettiest girl in the bar some drinks. Buffy couldn't help the smile that crossed her face at his compliment. I'll be happy to take you the next time you visit, but Buffy and drinking are unmixy things, she insisted. Buffy, listen, Dean sighed. I'm not going to push, but I know something's been bothering you and for some reason you're not ready to talk to me about it, but maybe going out for a drink and letting loose wouldn't be the end of the world. Dean, Buffy wanted to tell him, but fear stopped the words. She wasn't ready to lose him. She hoped she could see him at least one more time. Feel his arms around her one more time. She'd been about to tell him. She'd started, he'd heard the seriousness in her voice. Dean had been wondering if this distance thing was finally becoming an issue. How could it not? Buffy was a beautiful girl and she was surrounded by college guys who could offer her so much more than him. Doubt flooded his system and he became tempted to end it for her. Clearly she was having trouble doing so. He wanted to do the right thing, but he couldn't give her up. He'd hang on until the bitter end. You can tell me anything, sweetheart, Dean urged despite the fear that gripped his chest. He heard her tears as she sniffled them away but once again changed the subject. So where are you calling me from this time? Still at Bobby's. Relief flooded his chest. He had at least one more night of being hers. No, we are currently outside of Salt Lake City. Sammy and I just finished up a cursed object case. Buffy listened intently as Dean described the past few days of researching and hunting down the antique store with the cursed painting. She let her mind wander to the fact that Salt Lake City wasn't all that terribly far from Sunnydale. It'd only take Dean a day or so to get Sunnydale. She knew it was selfish, especially all that he'd gone through with his father getting hurt and Sam running away, which was something she still felt incredibly guilty about, but she couldn't stop herself from hoping that Dean would be making a visit soon. Unable to resist the temptation, she asked quietly, "Do you think you and Sam might head this way?" "Babe, I wish," Dean sighed, "but you know how my dad feels about Sam being anywhere near the Helmuth and since." Buffy could hear the disappointment in his voice and she forced a smile onto her face even though he couldn't see her as she interrupted him. "No worries, I get it. I just miss you." "I miss you too," he replied softly. There was a slight pause before he continued. "Listen, my dad is supposed to be getting back on the road soon. I am definitely going to make my way back there to Sunnydale as soon as I can," Dean tried to assure her. He wanted to say more, he wanted to promise her he'd see her in a day or two, but he wasn't in a place to make promises and didn't want to disappoint her again. "Is your dad healing up enough to be up and around?" Buffy was surprised. It had only been a week since the Lucrocata had viciously attacked him. "He says he is," Dean trailed off his answer again, too afraid to promise, but not wanting to crush the hope he could sense growing in Buffy. "Buffy, Dean," they said at the same time before falling into an easy laughter, and then there was Sam barging through the door with food in hand. "Dean, let me tell you," Sam huffed as he walked through the door, but stopped when he noticed that Dean was on the phone. The fact that he was relaxed on the bed let him know it wasn't their father, but rather Buffy on the phone. "Ooh, sorry," Sam uttered as he attempted to back toward the door. Dean rolled his eyes. She'd been about to open up, but there was no way she was going to now, knowing that Sam was there with him. His brother had the worst timing. Buffy heard Sam's entrance and while she was sad to bring their call to an end, she was relieved. Every part of her being was screaming at her to let Dean in, to tell him what had happened, but she couldn't risk it. "Not yet, tell Sam I say hello." Buffy says, "Hello." Dean stopped Sam's awkward attempt at an exit. "Hey Buffy," Sam called out knowing she'd hear him as he made his way over to his bed. "Babe, I'll talk to you again soon," Dean offered as he glared at Sam. "Have fun with Sam," Buffy encouraged before she added softly, "Love you." Dean smiled. "Love you," he repeated back before he disconnected the call and returned to glaring at his brother. "Sammy, you have the worst timing." Buffy walked into the bar. The roaring sounds of people talking and the music playing filled her ears. She began to wonder if this trip out was a mistake. She wanted to support her friend because even in her distraction earlier she'd been able to tell Xander had been disappointed that neither her or Willow had planned to visit the pub on his first night. Plus she wanted to tell Dean that she'd attempted to take his advice the next time they talked because he had been right. She couldn't let this Parker thing keep stopping her from doing the things she normally would. Her eyes quickly searched the bar and they landed on Xander almost immediately. He definitely looked overwhelmed by the crowd in front of him trying to order drinks. Wanting to support her friend, she started to make her way toward the bar when suddenly to her right she saw Parker flirting with the girl he'd been flirting with earlier during class. Her body froze as chills racked through her body. All she could see was Parker hovering over her nearly naked body. Her brain screamed for her to move, to run, to leave. As she attempted to turn and flee, she ran into a hard body and let out a panicked shriek. She felt hands on her shoulders attempting to steady her and she felt her lungs tighten, but then she heard a familiar voice. "Whoa, you okay?" Riley asked concerned. Buffy looked up to see her toss standing in front of her. His shirt was wet, clearly from the drink in his hand that was now half empty. Buffy's face began to feel hot with embarrassment. "Ooh, Riley," she began to apologize. "It's okay. You know most people would go around. I'm not saying you can't tunnel through me, I just think the other way is quicker," he joked, attempting to ease her embarrassment before he asked again, "Are you sure you're okay?" Buffy winced. "Sorry, again, but in my defense, you do take up a lot of space," she joked back hoping to avoid his question and slightly concerned gaze. "I do," he laughed. "I'm ungainly," he joked before he continued, "Are you here with anyone?" No," she sputtered as she saw Parker stand up with his date. "I just saw Parker and I And his latest conquest. Riley looked over his shoulder at the table before continuing. You know that boys should have his attention span checked, he said with disapproval. Buffy attempted to contain the shudder she felt when he passed by them, sending a smirk in Buffy's direction. You okay? Riley asked, noticing Buffy's strange distraction. Yeah, it just Buffy shook her head. It's nothing, but my friend Xander is, she pointed at the bar, over there so. Riley chuckled as he glanced at the clearly overwhelmed young bartender. Yeah, I've got some people waiting too. See you in class. Yeah, Buffy confirmed, have a nice night, she offered with a smile as he started towards his friends. You too, he called back. Buffy sighed, this night was definitely not turning out to be the tension-busting carefree night she had hoped for, but now that Parker was gone she definitely didn't want to let Xander down. So she made her way over to the far end of the bar, staying out of sight so as not to pull Xander's attention away from the mass of customers at the bar. Sitting quietly alone on a solo stool at the end of the bar, Buffy watched as Xander began to gain confidence. He'd started to get things under control and find his groove in serving drinks, and she couldn't help but feel envious. Willow had Oz and was enjoying college life to its fullest. Xander was now finding his place with a job and even seemed to be starting a new relationship with Anya. Yet here she was alone. Rough day, he asked sincerely as he made his way over to her, pulling her from her thoughts. When he was only met with Buffy's near tearful eyes, Xander asked sincerely, do you want to talk about it? It's just. Buffy gave up and shook her head no. Buff, something's been up with you and Will's being all tight-lipped about it. What's up? Buffy looked at him. She wondered if she could really tell Xander, but telling Xander would somehow make it more real, and he so often looked up to her for her strength. How could she let him down? Buffy. Xander tried again, but he was interrupted by his boss yelling at him to get back to work. Go. I'm fine, Buffy insisted when Xander still looked hesitant to leave. Do not go anywhere, he demanded pointedly as he turned to take the orders of several people waiting at the bar. Buffy looked around and then glanced back at Xander. He was busy taking orders. She decided now was definitely the time to sneak away. She'd come out and she'd supported her friend, but she wasn't going to stick around and avoid more questions. She grabbed her purse and slid off of the stool. As she began to make her way to the door, she glanced back quickly to make sure Xander was not seeing her hasty exit when she yet again ran into another larger body. Ooh, oh, I'm so sorry, Buffy apologized, mortified that for the second time tonight she'd spilled someone else's drink all over them. I seem to be bumping into people today. The young man smiled at her. Can't imagine anybody minding. You're not thinking of leaving, are you? He asked flirtatiously. Before Buffy could say anything he smiled, adding, "'Cause we have a very strict policy against you leaving at least until you've had a drink," he finished as his friend came up from behind him and wrapped his arm around his shoulder. Buffy was about to turn the men down and head out for the evening when the friend quickly butted in. What my friend's saying is you shouldn't be sad and alone right now. His voice held a charming false concern as he added, I mean, you're a very beautiful girl who should be covered with men. Buffy's eyes grew wide as several more boys joined behind the two men. Can we be those men? Questioned the young man she had run into as one of his friends held out one of the beers he'd just retrieved from the bar. Buffy couldn't help but smile softly with laughter because despite their obvious lines they seemed sweet. Still she was ready to turn them down when Dean's advice echoed in her head, let some guys buy you drinks. Maybe Dean was right, letting loose might not be the end of the world, and then just maybe she could get back to being pre-Parker Buffy. Buffy smiled again and accepted the beer. She took a sip as the boys led her back to their table. The boys that sat around her as she sipped on her beer were generally sweet. While they bordered on flirty, they weren't pushy and they didn't attempt to cross any lines. Buffy appreciated that. The only downside of her new friends was that they definitely enjoyed listening to themselves talk, but as they continued to pay for Buffy's share of the drinks, she wasn't about to voice any complaints. Sam watched as Dean anxiously paced the room while continuously looking at his watch. Their father had told them he'd meet up with them early this morning, but they'd yet to receive word from him. Dean had even attempted to call him twice, but he'd just been sent straight to voicemail. It was clear that Dean was growing impatient as time ticked by. He knew Dean was hoping to leave him with his dad for a few days while he went out to Sunnydale to visit Buffy. From what Sam had been able to gather, not that Dean had been willing to share much with him or their father, something was going on with Buffy and it was worrying him. Sam doubted it was slaying related because there wasn't a doubt in his mind that if Dean thought Buffy was in any danger, Dean would have already gotten himself to Sunnydale despite their father's orders about Sam not being allowed back on the Helmuth. Sam wondered what could be going on with Buffy that would make Dean so worried, but not result in her being in danger. He recalled his conversation with Buffy a couple of weeks ago. Her voice hadn't held the bubbly quality he normally associated with her, but rather she'd sounded somber and distant. He'd at first taken her word that she'd been tired due to a sleigh-heavy week, but now as he thought about her words, "Dean's gonna need you." He realized what Dean was worried about. His relationship with Buffy was coming to an end and guilt coursed through him. It was because of him that Dean and Buffy had been fighting. It was because of him that Dean hadn't spent more time with Buffy. So when Dean looked at his watch before releasing a huff for what seemed like the 100th time that morning, Sam couldn't stop himself. "Dean, just go," he grumbled from behind his book, refusing to meet his brother's eyes. "I'd really love to, Sam." Dean stopped and focused on his brother. He could feel his anger bubbling to the surface, but considering how last time I left you alone to wait for Dad you ran off to fucking Flagstaff. I can't exactly do that, now can I? Sam looked at his brother apologetically. "Dean, I've said I'm sorry." Dean huffed, but his face softened. "I know you are, Sam, but I..." Dean stopped and ran his hands over his face before he began to pace the room again. "But what, Dean?" Sam insisted, putting his book down. He remembered Buffy's advice and he hoped that this could finally be their moment to talk this through. "Just drop it, Sam," Dean groaned. "No," Sam stood up, "we've barely talked about this since you and Dad came to Flagstaff. I think it's time we talk this out." "All right, Sammy, you want to talk about this, we'll talk about this." Dean threw his hands in the air in frustration. "You fucking left, you ran away on my watch. Do you even know how terrified I was?" Sam's shoulders sank as he heard the depths of Dean's fear in his voice. "Dean, I just thought..." He paused. Now that they were finally talking about this and he could see the pain in his brother's face, he struggled to find the words to justify his decision to run away. "You thought what?" Dean stopped to look at his brother accusingly. I Sam stuttered before Dean cut him off. "You what? You thought you'd have yourself a nice vacation?" Dean demanded. When he wasn't met with an immediate answer he exclaimed, "Goddamn it, Sammy." As he threw his hands in the air and resumed his pacing of the motel room, "I get that you don't want this life, but for you to just run off." "No, Dean, I wasn't thinking about me, I was thinking about you." Sam shouted back. "I thought that without me around you'd actually be able to be with Buffy." Dean halted and turned to look at Sam. Confusion marred his face. "What the hell are you talking about?" "You've said it yourself, Dean," Sam explained, desperately. "You want to be in Sunnydale with Buffy and I am the reason you can't be." "Oh," Dean paused. "Sammy, no," his voice softened as he stepped toward his brother. "I never meant it like that." Sam rolled his eyes. "I'm not a little kid anymore, Dean. I get it, running away was dumb, but I just wish you could admit you'd rather be in Sunnydale with Buffy than out here hunting with me." "Okay, Sam," Dean huffed. "Yeah, I would like to be in Sunnydale more, but it is you and me first and foremost," he insisted as he pointed between them, "and trust me, Buffy gets that." Sam saw the sincerity on Dean's face and let himself be truly reassured by his brother's words. Sam realized that Buffy had never once complained about Sam's presence when she'd been with them over the summer. In fact, she'd worked to include him. She frequently checked on him when talking to Dean. He hadn't realized it when he'd run away, but now he knew. Neither Dean or Buffy were looking to get rid of him in order to be together. "No more running," Dean looked at his brother seriously. "No more running," Sam promised. Dean clapped his arm around Sam's shoulder and gave it a squeeze, and Sam knew that was his brother letting him know everything was okay with them, but now he just had to hope it would be okay between Dean and Buffy. After their talk, Dean and Sam both had relaxed on their beds to watch Code Name, Wolverine. The action was bad and the dialogue was worse, but the brothers enjoyed talking through how they would have better handled each situation. Dean frequently pointed out the simple addition of a grenade launcher would have put an end to the problem rather quickly. To which Sam rolled his eyes. Dean always thought blowing stuff up was the solution to the problem. The credits started rolling when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Dean and Sam eyed each other. Their father never would have knocked like that. Dean quickly pulled his GU off the nightstand and motioned for Sam to stay out of the line of sight. Dean crept toward the door when the person knocked again, but before Dean could peek outside a familiar voice came through the door. "You boys gonna take all day to let me in or what?" Dean relaxed and tucked his gun into his pants as he opened the door. "Bobby," Dean greeted as he opened the door wider and motioned for him to step in. He watched carefully as Bobby stepped over the salt line. "What are you doing here?" Dean asked as he closed the door. I figured you were itching to go see that girl of yours, and given your father's position on Sam in Sunnydale, I thought Sam wouldn't mind some more time at my place," Bobby offered as he stood in the middle of the room between Sam and Dean. "Is Dad okay?" Dean asked with some concern, wondering if Bobby knew why their father had yet to make contact. "Your dad's just fine," Bobby answered, attempting to keep the disdain from his voice, "but he ain't heading this way anymore." It sounded like he changed directions and was heading east on some lead. This disappointment on Dean's face only appeared for a moment before he forced it away, but it was long enough for Bobby to take notice. It was long enough for him to have another reason for disliking John Winchester. Bobby would have cut John from his life years ago if it wasn't for the two boys in front of him. They needed someone, and hell, he needed them too. "Dean," Sam said, drawing his brother's attention, "drive safe." He smiled as he tossed his brother's duffel bag at him. Dean nodded, "Thanks, Bobby." Dean started to turn to walk out the door, but he stopped and turned back. He crossed the room and pulled Sam into a one-armed hug. "I'll be seeing you soon, bitch," patting Sam's back as he pulled away. "You too, jerk," Sam called after him as he made his way out the door. Dean slid into the driver's seat of the Impala, tossing his duffel bag into the back seat before he started the engine. He pulled out his cell phone with a smile, ready to call Buffy and let her know he was on his way, but then he shut his phone. Maybe a surprise visit would be better, Dean thought as he put the Impala in reverse. Once Dean had left, Sam hadn't wasted any time in getting his stuff together. He was actually pretty excited to spend some time with just Bobby. It had been a decent amount of time since it had just been the two of them. When he was younger, it used to happen more often, as their dad would leave him with Bobby while taking Dean on a hunt. Of course, back then he'd hated it because he had wanted to be out there too, but now he was wanting to be out there less and less. Bobby glanced at Sam as they drove down the highway. "Penny for your thoughts, kid." Sam smiled lightly. "It's good you came, Bobby. So are you finally going to tell me all about why you ran away?" Sam chuckled. He could always count on Bobby's blunt manner. It was a stupid misunderstanding with Dean. "I thought I was getting in his way of being with Buffy." "Does that mean you two have come to a different understanding?" Bobby questioned. "Yeah, we talked it out, but Bobby." Sam paused. He wasn't quite sure how to ask what he wanted to say. "Spit it out, kid," Bobby grunted when he noticed Sam's hesitation. "Do you think we could convince my dad to let me stay with you more so that Dean could spend more time in Sunnydale?" "Ah, hell, Sam." Bobby turned his head to look at Sam. He saw a small flicker of hope behind his eyes despite the disappointment that was already settling in. "We sure as hell are going to try." Buffy began to drift to consciousness. Her head was throbbing. Her mouth felt fuzzy and dry. She smacked her mouth a couple of times, desperately trying to bring in any moisture that she could. "Oh good, you're up." Willow's cheery voice split her head and Buffy groaned as she turned over in her bed. "I was debating waking you up. We've got class in like 30 minutes. Buffy moaned as she forced herself into a sitting position. "You okay?" Willow asked as she grabbed her toiletry bag from her closet. Buffy answered, scrubbing her hands over her face. Willow looked at her skeptically for a moment before she decided not to push. "Okay, well, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be back in a few so we can talk about my night as we head to class." Willow didn't wait for an answer. She left the room, leaving the door open. Buffy groaned once more before she pulled herself out of bed. As she made her way to the closet, the small TV on her desk caught Buffy's attention. She felt herself drawn to it. She sat down in her desk chair and turned it on. Suddenly the screen was filled with people singing and dancing. "Buffy, have you heard of this Veruca chick?" Willow asked as she walked into the room. "She dresses like Faith, voice like an albatross," she added. Her feelings of disapproval were clear. Buffy continued to stare at the screen in front of her. TV is a good thing. Bright colors, music, tiny little people. She finished in almost a daze. Willow chuckled before she asked, "What did you do with Buffy?" "I'm suffering the aftermath of a bad night of badness," Buffy lamented with a groan. Worry washed over Willow. Had something happened again? Had Parker done something else? "Oh Buffy, are you okay? Do you wanna talk about it?" Buffy stayed silent for a moment before she looked up at her friend. "I went to see Xander. Then I saw Parker. Then came beer. Lots and lots of beer. It's nice," she continued, half dazed, foamy, comforting. "Beer." Willow looked at her friend. She was definitely acting odd, but she brushed it off as the effects of Buffy suffering her first hangover as she moved to grab her bag. "Drowning your troubles because of Parker. He deserves a slow and tortuous death by spider bites, Willow fumed as she turned back toward Buffy, but that will have to wait until after class. Okay, Buffy moaned as she stood from the chair and headed toward the door. Willow quickly moved to stand in front of her. Buffy, she gestured to her flannel butterfly pajamas, don't you think getting dressed would be fun too? Buffy looked down at her pajamas and shrugged before she turned back toward her closet before quickly getting dressed in a light sweater and comfortable pants. Willow watched Buffy closely as they left the lecture hall. She had been acting strange all morning, and after she had stolen the sandwich from the girl in front of them in class, Willow couldn't help but think something more than a hangover was wrong with Buffy. Willow wished she could talk to the others about Buffy and what had happened with Parker. She was beginning to wonder if, despite Oz's advice, it was time to break Buffy's confidence and talk to Xander and Giles about what had been going on. It was clear to her that Buffy needed help and her avoidance of all things in the way of dealing was not going well. Xander watched as Buffy entered the bar. He'd hoped she wouldn't be back tonight. She'd been immediately greeted by calls from the jackasses she drank with the night before. He was put off when she didn't stop to talk with him or even send him a wave as she made her way to their table. Xander watched the men pour her a mug of beer before she'd even made it to the table. Despite his annoyance at being ignored, he'd watched her all night, and to his surprise not one mate of the men had made a move on her. Buffy seemed to be enjoying herself, but he didn't understand how Buffy could enjoy the company of those arrogant guys. In fact, he found himself growing more and more irritated at their laughter. Xander also began to suspect that Dean would be none too happy to see his girlfriend drinking with a group of obnoxious guys each night. He wondered if he should give him a heads up. He glanced at his watch and it was approaching closing time, and almost everyone had cleared out except for Buffy and the guys. Their group was on their 5th pitcher of beer and they were starting to get a bit rowdy. Buffy, who'd been starting to slump onto the table, used more than necessary force to smack one of them in the chest after he'd called her stupid. Xander winced as heard the thudding smack, but the man she'd hit didn't seem to notice. He and the others just kept on with their drunken grunts and loud laughter. Xander rolled his eyes as he made his way past the table to the jukebox to play some music while he began getting the bar cleaned up for the night. As the music started, he heard Buffy's voice, "Hey." Then she was out of her chair, pushing one of her companions in his chair back as she made her way over to him. Xander watched as Buffy stared at the jukebox in wonder. He gave her a questioning look as she met his eyes, but then her focus was back on the music. Then she hit the jukebox, hard enough to shake it, before she laughed joyfully, "It sings." Xander stared at her in disbelief as she crawled on top of the jukebox and muttered, "Like it." Xander took a breath and rolled his eyes. He reached out, placing a hand on her back. "It's time to go home, Buffy," he urged gently. Buffy turned her head sharply to look at him. "Want more singing?" she said as she smacked her hand on the top of the jukebox before she demanded, "Want more beer?" "I've cut you off," Xander informed her. Buffy looked at him confused before she asked softly, "Did it hurt?" Xander shook his head, stunned at her drunkenness, before he lifted her off the jukebox. "Out you go." But Buffy struggled against him as he held her in his arms, reaching out for the table demanding more beer, but he continued to hold her back as he turned her toward the door. "Beer good," Buffy exclaimed as Xander finally set her down as he led her to the door. "Beer bad, bad beer," Xander said as if talking to a child as he continued to lead her toward the door before he realized what he was saying. As they stood at the door of the bar, he changed tactics and became more firm. "Buffy, go home and go to bed," he insisted as they stopped in the doorway. They stared at one another for a moment before Buffy roughly pushed his shoulder. "Say bye," she demanded. "Bye," Xander said firmly. Buffy stared at him for a moment before she repeated, "Bye." Buffy continued her drunken stare for a moment longer and then she wordlessly turned and walked out of the bar. Xander looked after her stunned and then huffed as he turned his attention back to the table of guys. Now it was time to kick them out. As Xander approached the table, he noticed the group was becoming restless. Then the douchiest of them all slammed his fist on the table as he grunted, "Where'd girl go?" Xander rolled his eyes yet again in annoyance, especially when he noticed one of them was now stuck in his shirt as he attempted to strip it off himself. Finally, with a significant struggle, the man pulled his shirt off his head, but it remained wrapped around his arms. "All right, time to pay up and go home, guys." His annoyance was clear. Maybe being a campus bartender wasn't all it was cracked up to be. The group of men looked around at one another. Several hit the others until each one of them threw a wad of cash onto the table, before his least favorite customer left the table and headed for the bathroom. Xander smirked. Revenge was sweet, especially when it came in the form of cold hard cash. As Xander continued to clean the table, he began to pick up the piles of money. Let's see, I'll take this one, and this one, he gloated as he began to organize the bills. The men at the table continued to watch him, and Xander was never one to be above mockery, began to scratch his head. You know, I've always had a problem calculating the tip, and you guys being so dapper of brain, maybe you can help me out. When they just continued to stare blankly at him, he continued cheerfully, okay, great. See if your bill comes to $38, he held up that portion of the money, and people tip what, approximately 30%. That makes you tip what? He asked as he held out his other hand containing the rest of the bills. You are so smart, Xander jeered sweetly as the guy closest to him pushed his hand with the extra money towards him. This is so the right amount. But before he could continue to mock the group of drunken men, who'd made a fool of him the night before, he heard a banging and a loud crash coming from the bathroom. He looked over his shoulder at the men's room door before turning back to the group and joked, somebody didn't have their fiber today. As the banging continued, Xander sighed and made his way toward the bathroom door. Hey, are you all right in there? He knocked on the door, but when there was no response he called out again, buddy. Suddenly, the man burst through the closed door. Xander attempted to back away from the now Neanderthal-looking man, but couldn't get away fast enough as the newly transformed man raised his hands over his head and brought them down onto Xander's head, causing him to black out as he fell to the ground. As Xander began to drift back to the world of consciousness, he could see a blurry figure hovering over him. When he opened his eyes, the Neanderthal man growled in his face. Xander let out a scream that was both out of fear and pain. Luckily, the Neanderthal man jumped up and yelled out before thumping on his chest. Xander quickly began to scurry backward. He heard one of the man's friends urging the others to get out, but then just a moment later they all began to groan in pain. As Xander picked himself up off the floor, he watched in horror as the other men transformed into Neanderthals. He was surrounded. He raised his hands in the air and tried to calm the men. Hey, easy. We're cool, but they continued to approach as they flung furniture around the bar. Xander just kept backing up until he realized they had backed him against a wall. Xander panicked. Clearly he had mocked the wrong frat boys. He attempted to call out for help, but was too afraid to shout and make the grunting Neanderthals more angry. That was when he thought of his lighter. He quickly dug into his pocket and retrieved it. He held it out in front of him and lit it. The men jumped back in obvious fear. Xander used this to his advantage and stepped forward, sending the yelping men back toward the door. Fire bad, one of them called out before another said, fire pretty. Fire angry, Xander yelled menacingly, and the men jumped back with a shout before they ran out the door. Xander quickly shut and locked the door before he ran into the back room to find his boss. Jack, we've got a problem, he shouted as he entered the back room. The guys, there, Xander struggled to explain, but finally just blurted, some of the patrons are turning into cavemen. Jack simply shrugged as he put down the box he was carrying. They've had it comin'. What? Xander questioned. Shock and amazement coursed through his body as he stared at the calm demeanor of his boss. I've been taking abuse from snot-nosed kids for 20 years, Jack explained, as he led them out to the bar room and began cleaning. They're always coming in here with their snotty attitude, drinking their fruity little microbrews and spouting out some philosophy. Like it means a damn thing, Jack rolled his eyes. Thinking they're different than us. They are now, Xander scoffed. They ain't, Jack insisted, that's the great thing about beer. It makes all men the same. Xander continued to stare at his boss. He didn't understand why the hell he was suddenly talking about beer. Why are we talking about? He began to ask, and then he realized what was happening. The beer, he uttered aloud. Jack smirked, clearly proud of himself. Neat, huh? He explained, my brother-in-law's a warlock. He showed me how to do it. No, not neat, Xander condemned his boss. I served them that beer, he said, but then realized there was something worse. I served Buffy that beer. He exclaimed as he began to rush toward the door, but he stopped. How much beer would you say a person would need to consume before they start seriously questing for fire? Relax, Jack urged, it will wear off in a day or so. Xander couldn't believe just how blasé his boss was being. In a day or so someone is going to get killed, Xander grumbled as he strode out the door, but then he turned back in the doorway to scold his former boss. You're a bad man. Xander thanked his lucky stars just outside of the bar was a payphone. He quickly dialed Buffy's cell, but there was no answer. Xander slammed the phone down in frustration before he picked up the phone again, this time dialing Giles's number. He'd know what to do. Willow arrived at the grotto. She was upset at Oz for wanting to spend another night with Veruca and her band. She hadn't imagined her night could get worse, but there sitting right in front of her was Parker Abrams. She groaned, but then she realized Parker was the perfect person to take out all of her frustration on. She had yet to break Buffy's confidence and tell the others about what Buffy had shared with her, but there was nothing stopping her from confronting Parker here and now. She strode over to him, setting her face firm as she stopped beside his table and glared at him with her arms crossed. It took him a moment to look up, and when he did he gave a soft, "Hey." Willow rolled her eyes and huffed, but remained silent. Parker had the nerve to chuckle before asking, "Did you want something?" "Yes, I want to give you a piece of my mind." Willow glared harder. "I'm tired of you men and your man-ness," she ranted. "Buffy's really hurting right now. In fact, she's in need of a big mental tidy because you felt entitled to take what she wasn't offering. How could you do that to her?" Willow demanded angrily, causing a few other patrons in the coffee shop to turn their heads to look at them. Parker looked at her desperately and whispered harshly, "Willow, I'm not sure I need to explain my actions here, but if that's what you want." Willow felt rage course through her system. "Excuse me," she interrupted, "you drugged her, you have major explaining to do." Parker glanced around the coffee shop as the other patrons in the room began to whisper. He flushed before he hissed, "I did no such thing. If that is what she told you, she is lying." "Right," she scoffed. That was when Willow noticed she was drawing the attention of the other students in the coffee shop. She slung her bag off her shoulder and sat down across the table from Parker. "I'd like to hear your admission of undeniable guilt now." "Willow, I did nothing wrong," Parker insisted. "I walked her home, she came onto me. We started to fool around, she got cold feet, and I left." When Willow glared daggers at him and was clearly about to start yelling at him again, he stopped her. "Willow, I won't deny that I find Buffy very attractive and that I pursued her. I don't mean this in a bragging way, but I do get to know a lot of women. I certainly don't need to drug them," Parker asserted before he softened his voice again. "I don't regret what we did. But I am sorry that Buffy does and that she is hurting." Parker almost sounded sincere. She understood how his false charming nature could lure a girl into his bed, but she knew Buffy had turned Parker down repeatedly. Buffy would never lie about something like this. Willow stood angrily, not caring if she drew the attention of the others in the coffee shop. "I've got your number ID boy." Parker reared back slightly at her outburst, but Willow continued her rant. "I mean, you men. It's all about the sex. You find a woman, drag her to your den. You do whatever's necessary just as long as you get the sex. I tell you, men haven't changed since the dawn of time," she declared. Parker stood and quickly gathered his things. "I don't have to stay here and take your false accusations. You and your crazy friend can just leave me the hell alone." Parker turned to leave, but that was the moment the three Neanderthal men broke into the coffee shop carrying two women over their shoulders. "I told you," Willow affirmed as she pointed to the intruders. Parker attempted to make a move towards the door, but was quickly rewarded with a club to the head, knocking him unconscious. Willow almost smiled, but then they were rushing at her too. Unlike the others in the coffee shop, she didn't have a chance to get away as they clubbed her over the head as well. Xander and Giles had met up just outside of Buffy's dormitory. Xander could see the disapproval in Giles's eyes. The Watcher had been quite disappointed when Xander had called and given him a quick rundown of the emergency happening with Buffy. Giles hadn't wanted to waste time and he had foregone the lecture brewing in his mind, but now that he was face to face with the young man he couldn't stop himself. "How could you be so irresponsible?" he scolded as he held open the dormitory door for Xander to follow him in. "I don't think she had as much to drink as the others," Xander insisted as they walked quickly through the dorm hall towards Buffy's room. Giles shook his head disapprovingly. "I can't believe you served Buffy that beer." "I didn't know it was evil," Xander defended. "But you knew it was beer," Giles insisted. "Well, excuse me, mister, I spent the 60s in an electric Kool-Aid funky Satan groove," Xander began to retort, but Giles cut him off. "It was the early 70s, he corrected before he continued on with his lecture. "You should have known better. I'm not the dad of her. Buffy's a grown-up, intelligent enough to." Xander and Giles halted after they walked through Buffy's already open door, stunned by Buffy's state. She was squatting on her bed as she drew on her wall. Her hair was wild and the sweater she'd been wearing earlier was discarded on the floor at the end of her bed near Dean's booted feet. He stood there at the end of her bed, a look of confusion on his face and with his bag still in hand, clearly having arrived just before them. Buffy turned her attention to the men who'd just entered her room. She met their eyes with a predator's gaze as slammed her hand against the drawing of a man on her wall. Parker. Bad, she grunted. Dean turned his attention to Giles and Xander. Anyone want to explain why my girlfriend is a fucking cavewoman? Xander's mouth fell open and Giles even felt himself sputter at the barely contained anger in Dean's voice. Buffy's attention suddenly focused on Dean. She smiled and jumped off the bed as she pressed her body against Dean's side. He instinctively wrapped his arm around her to pull her closer. As he turned his head to look at her, she stood on her tiptoes and began to press her nose into his neck. Dean, Buffy half moaned and half grunted as she pushed herself harder against him. Dean smell good. Dean couldn't help but smirk. Sure do baby. He turned and pulled her slightly away from his body, his hands firmly planted on her shoulders. But I need you to have a seat while I talk with Giles and Xander, he cooed sweetly as he gently urged her into the desk chair that sat behind her. When Buffy attempted to get out of the chair, he put out a hand and softly commanded, "Stay." To everyone's surprise, Buffy stayed put. Dean's face immediately turned from gentle to serious as he looked at Giles and Xander, motioning for them to huddle with him a few steps away from Buffy. "What the hell happened?" he whispered harshly. "And who is Parker?" Giles met Dean's eyes. He continued to appreciate Dean's protective nature over Buffy. While he'd grown to detest Buffy's relationship with Angel, but Angel's protectiveness had been the one thing he'd liked most about the vampire. Giles didn't let his thoughts drift too far from the matter at hand as he informed Dean quietly about the situation. It would seem that yesterday and this evening Xander served Buffy a cursed beer that reverts its drinkers into primitive beings. Before Dean could say anything, Xander quickly interjected, "I would like to add, yet again for the record, I did not know it was evil beer." Dean shot a harsh glare in Xander's direction before he looked over his shoulder to check on Buffy. She was still in the chair. Her attention was not focused on them as she sat on her knees and spun herself around. "Fascinating, really," Giles remarked, watching as his slayer spun herself around again in the chair. "Not the word I'd use," Dean muttered as Buffy dizzily fell out of her chair with a runt, before she shoved it forcefully across the room. "How do we fix this?" he asked Giles, but his eyes remained focused on Buffy as she hopped toward the TV that sat on her desk. "Well, Giles began, but was interrupted by Buffy's smacking of her TV. "Want people," she grunted before softly asking, "Where people go?" As she pressed her face onto the TV screen. Giles stepped forward and bent down to Buffy's crouched level. "The TV is off," he attempted to reason with her. Buffy turned to face Giles, an angry glare in her eyes. "Want?" she shouted as she slammed her hand against the TV's screen. "Want people?" Giles backed away from his angry slayer and shifted his attention back to Dean. "Well, she doesn't appear to be in any immediate danger. Though I think it would be best if you were to stay with her." "Yeah, not going anywhere," Dean stated as Buffy once again pushed her nose insistently against Dean's neck. "Right, well, then Xander and I will," Giles trailed off as Buffy rubbed her body more aggressively against Dean's. Giles and Xander continued to stare, stunned in both fascination and disgust as Buffy began pulling at Dean's clothes and grunting softly. "Want Dean? Need Dean? You can go now," Dean urged the two men. "I've got her." "Right," Giles shook his head. "I'll try to get some more info on the curse, while Xander tracks down the fun boys." Xander groaned before he looked at Dean. "Jack said the effects of the beer would wear off." "Beer," Buffy shouted excitedly as she pulled herself away from Dean to look at Xander. "Buffy want beer." "You can't have beer," Giles told her with gentle authority. Buffy stepped toward Giles with a dangerous look. "Want beer?" she demanded again. "Giles," Dean warned as he placed a hand on Buffy's arm, attempting to regain her attention, but Buffy remained dangerously focused on Giles. "Humph," she grunted as she aggressively smacked her fist against her chest with a loud thump. "Buffy strong." Giles reared slightly back in fear before he attempted to soothe her. "Yes, Buffy strong." "Buffy get beer," she growled, her eyes locked on Giles. Buffy get Giles started, but Buffy shoved him back, flying into the wall behind him. Dean's grip tightened on Buffy's arm, but she shrugged him off as Xander rushed her. Buffy grabbed Xander by his shirt collar and threw him to the ground. Buffy was out the door in an instant. Dean spared only a quick glance at both Giles and Xander before he wordlessly chased after her. Buffy was still surprisingly fast even despite the strange limp she now seemed to run with, but Dean had managed to catch up with her as she paced, confused, on a crossroad of campus paths. Buffy was walking in a circle, trying to decide which way to go. Dean approached her slowly, calling out her name. Buffy seemed to focus on him as if she was trying to process her thoughts. He stepped forward and held out his hand. "I've got you," Dean encouraged. Buffy stepped forward, continuing to look at his hand before she slowly took it. Dean sighed in relief as she let him pull her into his arms. Buffy sank into his embrace, and despite everything, Dean savored the feeling. "There you two are," Xander called out as he caught up to Buffy and Dean, who stood just off the path ahead. Dean fought his urge to groan out loud as his moment with Buffy was broken. Xander continued to come closer as he moved to stand in front of Buffy. "Can't find the beer." "Good. Freshman girl's unable to hold the beer. Shouldn't have it. Get into trouble." "Xander," Dean growled out a warning as Buffy jumped from his arms and charged at Xander. Xander shrieked in fear and jumped back, and Buffy stopped. Dean immediately moved forward and wrapped his arm around Buffy's shoulders, intending to lead her back to her dorm. "I've got her, Xander. You can go," Dean insisted, but Xander kept pushing his luck. "Is there any part of Buffy still in there?" Xander nearly shouted in her face. Dean groaned as once again Buffy shrugged out of his grip and stepped towards Xander. "Seriously, man, I've got her, you can." Dean stopped as he noticed that Buffy had shifted her focus away from Xander and was now sniffing the air intently. They all seemed to notice the smoke rising in the distance at the same time. "Oh no," Xander mumbled. "Fire bad," Buffy shouted as she took off running. Dean attempted to grab Buffy, but she was already on the move. "Son of bitch," Dean groaned as he once again chased after her. Buffy only paused briefly at the door of the grotto as smoke billowed out from its hinges. Buffy pushed on the door, but when she was met with resistance, she lashed out against the door with a powerful kick, sending the door and debris flying as she entered the building. She made her way down the stairs only to be stopped by the wall of flames. Buffy looked around, fear gripped her, but the Slayer's protective instincts pushed her forward as she could hear the calls for help. She reached out and touched her fingers to the flames. "Ah!" Buffy cried out as she put her singed fingers in her mouth. Buffy started to back away, but her instincts wouldn't allow her to flee, not when there were others in the building and in danger. "Buffy," Dean called from the smoke-filled door, but she ignored him as she continued her search for something useful. The red fire extinguisher caught her eye as Dean entered the building, calling out for her again. Buffy examined the extinguisher in her hands, and Dean felt a small glimmer of hope that Buffy was starting to come out of this curse when he saw the fire extinguisher in her hands, but his hopes were quickly dashed when he saw her toss the whole thing into the fire. "Buffy," he called out again as he rushed down the stairs to her side. "We've got to go," he urged, trying to pull her away from the fire. "Go," Buffy demanded as she pushed him back. "Not safe for Dean." "Buffy, please," Dean tried to reason with her. "Not safe for Buffy." He tried to reach out for her again, but she batted away his hands as she lunged forward onto the arm of a nearby couch and launched herself over the flames. "Buffy," Dean shouted, but there was no way for him to get through the flames. That was when he noticed Buffy was crouching over an unconscious Willow. Dean debated in his mind what to do next, but when he began to hear the sounds of sirens, he ran back up the stairs and out the building. "Where's Buffy?" Xander questioned as soon as he saw Dean come out of the building. "She's still in there," Dean answered as he began to look around the front of the building in a panic. Then he spotted the small window at the base of the building. He rushed over to it and began knocking on it. The sound of knocking drew Buffy's attention away from the growing flames that blocked her exit. She searched the room for the sound when her eyes landed on the window high above her. Buffy smirked as she noticed a pair of low-hanging pipes above her that ended not far from the window. Buffy launched herself into the air to grab onto the set of pipes before she swung herself closer to the window. Buffy attempted to swing her feet up to kick out the window, but it was just out of her reach. That was when she noticed another pipe. She swung herself up and latched her legs around the pipe and allowed the momentum to carry her forward as she swung. She was able to push out the window with her hands before she released her legs, executing a flawless flip and landed on her feet. "Buffy," Dean called for her again, sticking his head into the window. "It's time to go, baby." Buffy met his eyes only for a moment before she made her way back to Willow, who remained unconscious on the floor. The clang of the window being pushed out along with Dean's shouts had drawn the attention of the Neanderthal men. Quickly they made their way towards the window. They jumped several times in an attempt to reach the window. Finally one tipped over the bookshelf near the window to create a ladder. Dean was pushed aside as the Neanderthal men fled. When he peeked his head back into the window, two girls were making their way up the bookshelf. Dean quickly grabbed the first girl's hand and pulled her out the window before quickly doing the same with the second. Dean didn't spare the girls another glance as Buffy had still not made her way out of the window. Dean poked his head through in time to see Buffy hoisting a semi-conscious Willow over her shoulder. "Good Buffy, bring her here," Dean directed. Buffy carried Willow until they reached below the window. Willow had started to regain consciousness and Buffy was able to lift her until Dean was able to grab her hands and pull her to safety. "You okay?" Dean asked Willow as he kept his eyes on the window. "I'm fine," Willow coughed, "but Buffy's still in there." He squeezed Willow's arm. "I'll get her," he reassured her as he once again went to the window. As Dean looked through the window he noticed a man panicking and asking Buffy for help, but there was something odd about the way Buffy was looking at him. Dean had been about to call out for her attention when suddenly Buffy lifted a large tree branch from the ground and smacked the other man over the head with it, sending him to the ground unconscious. Dean was speechless. Even given her altered state it was disconcerting to see Buffy act out with such malice, but what seemed even more odd was that Buffy wasn't trying to leave the man behind. Instead, she crouched and pulled the unconscious man over her shoulders so she could carry him over to the window. Dean had dragged the unconscious man a few feet from the building before he turned back assuming he'd have to pull Buffy out of the burning building as well, but there she was standing just next to the smoking window. Dean rushed to her and wrapped her in his arms. "Are you okay?" Dean asked, pulling her back slightly to assess for injuries. "Buffy tired," Buffy grunted as she fell against his chest. Dean chuckled lightly. "I'd bet, Blondie," he acknowledged before he placed a kiss to the top of her head before he led her over to the park bench to wait with Willow and Giles as the fire trucks began to arrive. "Sit with Willow," Dean told her softly. Dean stood protectively next to Buffy. He kept a close eye on her as she crouched on the bench facing Willow. She would occasionally reach out to play with her friend's red hair. Cave Buffy was enough to worry about, but that viciousness she'd shown only a few moments earlier weighed heavily on his mind. He continued to watch her for any more signs of aggression, but she seemed to be gently fussing over Willow. Buffy started to shiver and he quickly shed off his leather coat and wrapped it around her shoulders. "Dean smell nice," Buffy stated as she snuggled herself further into his coat. "Were any of you in the building?" A paramedic approached the group. "The two girls were," Giles stated. "You ladies mind if I check you out?" he asked as he moved in front of them. "Buffy tired," Buffy repeated again. The paramedic gave her a strange look, but Dean quickly spoke up to reassure her. "We'll get you home and to bed as soon as this nice man gives you the all clear." Dean stroked her hair as the paramedic checked her out. It wasn't long before he gave both Buffy and Willow the all clear. "Where'd Xander get off to?" Giles asked, looking around as the paramedic walked away. "He's over by that minivan," Dean pointed him out to the others. "Xander," Willow called out and he turned away from the van and headed over to his friends. "Did you guys have enough fun for one night?" Xander asked as he came to stand next to Giles. "Yes, please," Willow answered as she once again moved Buffy's hand away from her face. "Buffy tired," Buffy repeated as she shifted on the bench to lean against Dean. "And was there a lesson in all this? What did we learn about beer?" Xander scolded, looking at Buffy. Dean tightened his grip on Buffy, worried how she'd react to Xander's harsh tone, but to his surprise Buffy perked up for a moment, having heard the word, beer, foamy she chirped before she settled back into his arms. "Good, just as long as that's clear," Xander said mockingly before he shifted gears and focused on Giles. "Anyways I think that the boys in the van are contained for the time being," he pointed over his shoulder to the van parked just down the road. "Whose van is that, Xander?" Giles asked curiously. "I dunno. Wasn't locked," Xander answered. Giles shook his head in disbelief, but turned his attention back to the rest of the group. "Well then, I think it is best that we all head home and try to get some sleep." Giles met Dean's eyes. "Are you going to be okay with her?" "She's in good hands," Dean assured him as he helped Buffy off the bench and wrapped her securely in his arms. "I have no doubt," Giles murmured, giving Dean an approving nod. The group had just begun to walk away when they heard Parker's voice calling out for Buffy's attention. Buffy stopped and turned with a slight growl. Dean looked at her worriedly, but quickly shifted his attention to the approaching man. As he stepped closer, he recognized him as the man Buffy had knocked out. "What can I do for you, man?" Dean asked as he pushed Buffy slightly behind him. "I'd really like to speak with Buffy," Parker insisted. "Listen, man," Dean said firmly, "she's had a long night and I'd like to get her home," he explained, hoping the man would take the hint, but he stood there persistently. Dean had been about to step forward and make the other man back down, but Willow pulled at his arm. "Let them talk," she insisted, and something about the authority in her voice had made him release his grip on Buffy so that she could step out from behind him and closer to the man in front of them. Dean looked at Willow curiously and then he knew, whatever Buffy had been hiding from him, Willow knew exactly what it was and if he had to he would bet good money that whatever it was had something to do with the guy that stood in front of them. He'd been about to turn back and retrieve Buffy, but Parker was already speaking. Buffy, I dunno how to say this. I'm sorry for how I treated you before. It was wrong of me and I'm sorry. You were great tonight, really. I might not deserve this, but do you think that you could forgive me? Parker finished, looking at her hopefully. Buffy stared at Parker for a long moment. Parker looked like he was ready to apologize all over again when Buffy threw a quick, but devastating punch to his face causing Parker to fall to the ground unconscious. Buffy, Dean shouted as he rushed to her side and forced her to look at him, what did you do? Parker bad, Buffy grunted as her eyes shifted away from him to the man on the ground. Dean was at a loss, clearly something had happened with this Parker guy, something he felt the need to apologize for and bad enough for Buffy to knock him out cold twice. He looked at the man on the ground as he pulled Buffy into his chest and faced the group, would anyone care to fill me in? Trust me, he deserved it, Willow offered coldly as she looked down at the unconscious man on the pavement, now let's go home. Yes, let's, insisted Giles as he began to lead the group back toward the dormitory. Xander and Giles had split from the group just a few minutes prior to head in the direction of their own beds. Dean had his arm wrapped securely around Buffy as she leaned her head against his shoulder as they walked Willow back to their dorm. The walk back had been mostly silent since Willow had shut down any discussion about Buffy's assault on Parker. I can make it back from here on my own, Willow offered as they continued down the path to the dorm, if you two just want to head straight to your motel. It's no problem, my bag is in the room anyway, Dean answered coolly. And then the walk was silent again. Willow could tell that Dean was upset with being kept in the dark, but she couldn't be the one to tell Dean. It was one thing to tell Oz and the fact that she'd had to tell Xander or Giles just enough to keep them quiet as they'd witnessed Buffy's interactions with Parker, but Buffy had to be the one to tell Dean. She couldn't break Buffy's trust. I can't be the one to tell you. It has to be her, Willow broke the silence with her soft admission. I can respect THT, Dean relented, but his frustration was still evident, it doesn't make it any easier to be the one left in the dark. I'm the only one she's talked to, Willow tried to comfort him, but she had a feeling she'd only made it worse when his heart seemed to shatter before her. Dean, she didn't even mean to tell me, Willow attempted to reassure him, once the spell wears off I am sure she'll open up. She met his eyes seriously, please just make sure you really hear her out. Dean hadn't responded and Willow hadn't tried to say anything more out of worry that she'd either mess everything up by causing him to spin out even more or by telling Dean the truth. Dean could no longer hold back the worries and doubts in his mind. All the countless possibilities of what could have happened between Buffy and Parker. None of them were good. He wanted to hope that it was something trivial, some classroom rivalry, but in his gut he knew it wasn't. And then he couldn't shake the feeling that, maybe, Buffy had been so distant because she'd cheated. Dean stopped himself from heading further down that road, he trusted her. He sighed to himself, he'd just have to wait. When they'd made it back into the dorm, Dean had sat Buffy on the bed while he quickly packed some of her essentials into his bag. I'll make sure to keep in touch with Giles about how she's doing, Dean informed Willow as he led Buffy out of the dorm and into the hallway. Willow nodded and closed the door behind them. The drive had been quiet as Buffy had begun to doze off in the passenger seat. Despite her wild appearance, Dean couldn't help but appreciate how beautiful she was. And then he found himself hoping as he pulled into the parking lot of the Sunnydale Motor Inn that this wouldn't be the last time he had her in the front seat of the Impala. Dean found himself staring at her sleeping form for a few more minutes once he parked the car. But as she began to fidget in the seat trying to make herself comfortable, Dean was forced from his appreciative daze. He made his way out of the car and into the motel office. Dean had just started to lift Buffy from the car when she'd started to wake up and shift in his arms. Shish, he soothed, I got you, just go back to sleep. But Buffy didn't lay her head back on his shoulder, instead she began placing nibbling kisses to his neck and ear. Dean groaned as her lips broke contact when he'd placed her on her feet to unlock the motel room, but Buffy didn't remain idle. She was rubbing herself against him, almost purring. Dean pulled Buffy inside quickly and met her lips in a passionate kiss, but he didn't allow the kiss to last for long. Babe, Buffy, he insisted as he pulled himself away from her. I'd love nothing more than to drag you into that bed and show you just how much I've missed you and that hot little body of yours, but you are not yourself right now. Buffy want Dean, Buffy moaned softly as she rubbed her body against his. Dean sighed, Dean want Buffy too, he replied as he wrapped his arms around her to pull her into a tight embrace, but Buffy tired, remember. When Buffy's only response was a yawn, he thanked his lucky stars and led her to the bed, but he should have known it wasn't going to be that easy. Buffy had put up quite a bit of resistance. After tucking her into bed and excusing himself to the bathroom, she had stripped naked and had posed herself brazenly on the bed. His jaw had nearly hit the floor when he had stepped back into the main area of the room. He'd felt his boxers tighten at the sight of her, but he'd resisted. She wasn't herself and he wouldn't take advantage of her, but he would forever have that image of her seared into his mind. Dean nearly sent off a prayer of thanks when he'd finally gotten her in one of his t-shirts and into the bed. He'd sat next to her and stroked her hair until she'd fallen asleep. But then, he'd felt his mind wander. His curiosity and fear about what Buffy was keeping from him caused his heart to start beating just a little bit faster. Sleep was not going to come easy for him tonight. It was the rhythmic irritation of her own hair being blown back against her nose that brought Buffy back to consciousness. Then she felt it, his warm body pressed against hers, but she wasn't naked, she was wearing one of his shirts. That was when the flashes of Dean putting her to bed came back to her. Buffy sighed in contentment as she snuggled her head back into his chest. "It's too early to be waking up," Dean mumbled, pulling her closer. "You don't even know what time it is," Buffy sassed. "Any time that pulls you out of my bed is too early," Dean flirted with a sleep-filled voice. Buffy knew he was playing, but she also knew those words held an honest ring and suddenly her eyes began to water. Dean was a good guy, the best guy. She'd been out of her mind and throwing herself at him as he'd attempted to get her cleaned up and changed for bed. But he hadn't taken advantage despite the arousal she knew he'd felt. The arousal she'd toyed with. Instead, he'd covered her up and put her to bed. Her tears began to fall despite her silent internal begging for them to stop. She knew the moment Dean noticed her tears because he had lifted her body to rest on his chest and began stroking her hair. He'd waited while silently comforting her for a few moments before he'd finally asked, "Babe, what's wrong? What's been going on?" Buffy's tears grew to sobs that shook her body. Dean sat up in an instant and pulled her further into his arms, cradling her against him. "Buffy," he questioned. When she only continued to cry, Dean urged, "Talk to me. Does it have something to do with that Parker guy?" "I don't want you to hate me," Buffy sobbed, pushing her head further into his chest. Dean took a deep breath. So all of this did have something with that Parker guy. He'd known that, but hearing her confirm sent him straight to the possibility of Buffy seeking comfort in another man. Had she been mad at him and made a bad decision? He'd be angry and he'd be upset, but he wouldn't hate her. "Nothing could make me hate you, Buffy," he reassured her, even as the worry knotted tighter in his chest. "This might," Buffy sobbed as she looked up to meet his eyes. Dean felt his suspicions were confirmed and he hoped that he could keep true to his word that he wouldn't hate her, but he was already beginning to wonder if he was going to be able to forgive her. A part of him was already urging him to storm out and never look back, but he needed to hear it from her. "You can tell me, Buffy." Buffy knew it was time. She had to tell him, she couldn't keep it a secret any longer. She took a deep breath as she tried to sniffle away the tears. She took another breath and placed her head on Dean's shoulder, leaning into the crook of his neck. She couldn't look at him and she wanted to feel his embrace one last time. "Parker," Buffy started and Dean braced himself for the news. "He put something in my drink and..." Dean saw red, his grip tightened around Buffy, but not for the reason he thought. He'd expected a mistake, a slip-up, something Buffy had done, but no, this was something different. This was something infinitely worse. Something that hadn't even crossed his mind as a possibility. Buffy had been wronged in a way he couldn't wrap his mind around and he hadn't been around to stop it. He'd failed to protect her. That was when Dean noticed Buffy had stopped speaking. It almost felt like she had stopped breathing as she waited for his explosion of anger. As he glanced down at her, she looked terrified and she refused to meet his eyes for more than a second. Dean took a breath as he loosened his grip. He shifted her in his arms so that she was facing him. Still she refused to meet his eyes. Gently he put his hand under her chin and lifted it so she was forced to look at him. "Buffy," he soothed, but when her guilt-filled eyes met his he felt his rage boil over. She had no reason to feel guilty, the only person who needed to feel guilty was that bastard Parker. He forced the rage away with another deep breath. She didn't need that now and he forced his body and voice to remain gentle as he prompted her to continue, "Tell me what he did." And then Buffy's tears broke again. They flowed down her face like rivers as she retold the story from the beginning. How he'd asked her out several times and she'd turned him down. How she'd fought with Spike and he'd given her water. How she hadn't felt well and how he'd offered to walk her home. How she'd been woken up by the phone ringing in her dorm and how he'd been on top of her. How she'd kicked him off of her and how he'd fled the dorm. And finally she'd shared how he'd been spreading rumors about her and their night together. Dean wrapped his arms around Buffy tightly as she'd finished her story. He placed kisses to the top of her head as she continued to cry. Dean didn't know what to do, but he knew exactly what he wanted to do. If he'd known this last night, he would have killed Parker the moment he'd approached Buffy. Guilt suddenly hit him full force. Buffy had been dealing with this alone for weeks. If she'd told him, nothing would have stopped him from getting to her. As Dean's thoughts spiraled, he stopped himself because right now none of those things mattered. What mattered was Buffy and keeping her in his arms. Buffy cried for a while, but once her tears had begun to subside, she looked up and met his eyes, this time of her own volition. "Don't you hate me?" "No, Buffy, I don't hate you," Dean responded, brushing his hand through her hair. "I love you." "You did nothing wrong," he reassured her. "You know that, right?" "It feels like I did," Buffy admitted. "I should have been stronger. I should have realized what was happening. This wasn't the first." "Buffy," Dean interrupted firmly, "I am going to say this as clearly as I can and I am going to repeat it as many times as it takes you to believe me." He took a breath. "It wasn't your fault. Parker hurt you. He took advantage of you. You did nothing wrong. You're not to blame for any of this. He is." End of story. Buffy sighed and snuggled back into Dean's chest and murmured a sound of understanding. She didn't know if she fully and truly believed his words, but it sure felt good to hear him say them. She felt some of the tension that had gripped her chest tightly for the last month release. Dean believed her. He knew and he still loved her. Dean had stroked Buffy's hair as she fell asleep on her chest. Her face was still stained with the streaks of her tears, but her body and face seemed much more relaxed. As Dean watched her sleep, he couldn't stop his thoughts from replaying Buffy's revelation. She'd been attacked by Parker during her search for Spike a few weeks earlier. Dean's mind flashed back to all the times they'd spoken and she'd wanted to tell him something. She'd come close a couple of times, but based on her admission this morning she'd been so afraid that he'd hate her. His heart sank as he remembered that very first call. "I don't need you rescuing me." He heard her broken voice and how she'd broken down just after. He'd known something was seriously wrong. Dean wanted to go back and kick his past self for not turning that key. He'd been so close. He'd wanted to drive out to Sunnydale despite Buffy's words, but he'd stopped himself. He hadn't wanted her to think he thought her incapable, but more so, he hadn't wanted to piss off his father. Dean's anger began to burn white-hot and Buffy shifted against him. He held his breath hoping he hadn't woken her up. He prepared himself to shove his feelings deep down, but as he looked down at her, her eyes remained firmly shut. He released a thankful breath as she shifted again to wrap her arm around his waist. She was still asleep, but it was as if she was sensing his need for comfort. He didn't deserve comforting, Dean thought to himself. He'd let his father keep him away from her. What kind of man was he? She'd been brutalized at the hands of another and he wasn't here for her. All because he was afraid of pissing off his father. Never again, Dean vowed to himself. Never again was he putting his father's wishes above Buffy. Dean's phone started to ring, pulling him from his own thoughts of anger and revenge. He quickly, but carefully tried to shift to grab his phone without disturbing Buffy, but her groan in disapproval told him he hadn't succeeded. She mumbled something unintelligible as she flopped over and covered her head with the pillow. Dean chuckled lightly as he grabbed his phone. "Sorry babe, it's Sam," Dean told her as he leaned down to kiss her shoulder before he got out of bed to take the phone call outside. "What's up, Sammy?" he whispered into the phone as he slipped on a shirt and pants. "You didn't call." "I'm sorry," Dean sighed as he closed the motel door behind him. "I got here and things were going crazy." "Everything okay with Buffy?" Sam rushed. His voice was filled with concern because Dean didn't forget to check in. "It will be," Dean answered honestly. "You okay at Bobby's if I stick around her for a little while?" Sam smiled to himself. He was happy that Dean wasn't trying to rush in and out of town now that he'd actually made it to Sunnydale. "Of course, Dean. I'll talk to Bobby about getting me enrolled back into school, instead of doing the homeschool thing." Dean smiled at his brother's true enthusiasm and was excited about the prospect of actually staying in Sunnydale with Buffy for a while, but he also didn't want Sam to think he hadn't meant what he'd said. "You call me if you need anything and I'll be on my way." "Dean, I'm at Bobby's." "You, Sammy, I mean it, you come first," and Dean truly did mean it. While he was no longer going to be prioritizing his father's wishes over Buffy, Sam would always come first. He knew at Bobby's he'd be okay, but he knew it wouldn't be long before their father came to collect him, and Dean was still pretty hesitant about leaving Sam alone with him for extended periods of time. "I know, Dean," Sam reassured his brother gently before he ordered, "Now go spend time with Buffy, jerk." Dean laughed lightly, "Talk to you later, bitch." When he stepped back into the motel room with some disappointment, he found the bed empty, but then he heard the shower. Dean's first thought was to join Buffy, but a few steps from the bathroom door he stopped himself. Despite Buffy's very real desire for him last night, she hadn't been herself, and understandably she might not be ready to jump right back into that aspect of their relationship given her recent revelation. Instead, Dean went back to the bed, kicked up his feet before turning on the TV and flicking through the channels. Buffy emerged from the bathroom, her hair still wrapped in a towel and dressed in the sweatpants and tank top that Dean had packed for her. He'd intended them as pajamas and was a little surprised to see her in them instead of the jeans and sweater he'd grabbed for her. "You feeling okay?" Dean asked, sitting up, watching her closely, concern etched across his face. "Yeah, still a little wonky, the world's a little extra spinny." Dean was up and next to her before she could say anything more. He gently put his arm around her waist and led her to the end of the bed. "Don't worry," the shower helped. She made a move to get up, but Dean's firm hands weren't the only thing that stopped her. "Dean, I need to go check in with Giles," she insisted, but hadn't made a move to get back up as she continued to try to will away the lightheadedness. Dean kissed the top of her head. "You need to stay in bed and get some rest. I told Giles I'd call and check in once we were up and ready. I'm going to do that and then order us some food. Anything sound good?" "Pizza," Buffy piped up delightedly. "You got it, Blondie," Dean smiled as he playfully ordered. "Now you get that ass back under those covers and get comfy. You're going to let me take care of you." Buffy relented and sat back on the bed. She watched as he called Giles while pulling out the phone book to search for the number for pizza delivery. Buffy was suddenly overwhelmed by her emotions. Dean was here, he stayed, he'd believed her, and he was taking care of her. So for the first time in weeks she felt her body fully relax. It hadn't been hard to find out where Parker Abrams's dorm was. In fact, he'd barely reached for his fake badge when the female student working the desk at the registrar's office began printing off all of his student information, including his dorm hall and room number. As he'd turned to leave, he heard her mutter encouragingly, "Kick his ass." Dean stood outside of room 323 of Krusty Hall. He stared at the door. A part of him wanted nothing more than to kick the door down, drag the bastard out into the courtyard and beat him until he begged for his life, but unfortunately such an action would draw too much unwanted attention and jail time was not an option. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Yeah." Parker came to the door. Suddenly his eyes flashed with a hint of recognition. "Do I know you from somewhere?" Dean smiled tightly. "We have some friends in common. Mind if I come in?" "I guess," Parker said skeptically as he opened the door allowing Dean into his dorm. "You said we had some friends in common?" Parker asked as he closed the door and moved back into his room to stand between Dean and his desk. "Yeah," Dean answered, as his look turned dangerous. "One very important friend. You might know her, Buffy Summers." Fear flashed through Parker's eyes and sweat started to form on his forehead as he suddenly realized this had been the man Buffy was with last night. "You must be the boyfriend," Parker nervously observed. "Yeah, and you're the asshole who drugged and attacked her," Dean stated. He didn't allow Parker to get in a word before he asked as he pulled out his gun from the waistband of his jeans, letting his hand fall causally to his side. "Just what would you do to you if you were in my shoes?" "Whoa." Parker raised his hands into the air, immediately took a few steps back. "I think we have a misunderstanding. Are you telling me you didn't drug her?" Dean interrupted, pointing his gun squarely at Parker, emphasizing his words. Parker choked over his words as Dean interrupted again, "Because the way I heard it. She woke up half nude with you on top of her." Dean stepped forward, menacingly. "My guess is a coward like you didn't expect her to wake up and fight back." Parker once again tried to take a step back, but he backed himself against his desk and now was unable to escape. His eyes darted around the room. He wasn't going to be able to get away. "I'll yell," he sputtered. Dean just smirked as he stepped closer to Parker. "Please do. I think it will be really entertaining to hear you explain to the police exactly why I'm here. Do you think they are going to be sympathetic?" Dean grabbed Parker by his collar as he pulled him to his tiptoes to meet his eyes. "Let me make this very clear. You stay away from Buffy. If I see you around her or I hear any more of those nasty rumors, you'll be seeing me again and I won't hold back." Dean ran his gun along Parker's face. Do I make myself clear? Parker found himself unable to speak as the fear overwhelmed his body, but nodded his head vigorously. Dean released him. I'm glad we came to an understanding. Dean took a step back as he placed his gun back into the waistband of his jeans. He met Parker's eyes once more and a dangerous smile crossed his face as he pulled his right hand back and sent it flying into Parker's face. Dean watched in satisfaction as the man fell backwards, clutching his face, moaning and groaning in pain. Dean walked out of Parker's dorm, closing the door behind him. He couldn't help but smile at the true fear he'd seen in Parker's face. He glanced at his watch. 11 o'clock. Perfect. He still had 15 minutes until he needed to meet Buffy in the cafeteria for lunch. Dean sat at a table in the cafeteria with a burger and fries in front of him. He casually picked at his fries while he waited. He glanced at his watch again. She was 10 minutes late. A worried feeling started to settle into his chest. Maybe he should have met up with her outside of her class, but when he glanced at the door again, there was Buffy rushing into the line. He sighed in relief. Dean watched her closely. She still looked a little shaky and disjointed. Dean had tried to convince her to stay with him, preferably in bed, for another day, but Buffy had insisted that she was fine and that she still needed to attend her classes. He'd put up some initial resistance, but when he'd realized driving her to campus would allow him some time alone to track down Parker, he'd given in rather quickly. But watching her made Dean think that maybe he should have listened to his gut and kept her in bed. Dean had been about to leave his table to assist Buffy, when he overheard the bald, black man at a nearby table bark at his friend. Oh. Check her out. Is she hot, or is she hot? Dean followed their line of sight and sure enough they were watching Buffy at the soda fountain as she overfilled her cup. Dean wasn't one to get jealous, but he was feeling more than a little protective. He worried that maybe these guys had heard some of the rumors that Parker had been spreading and he'd be more than happy to set them straight. He shifted in his chair in order to make sure he heard every word they said, while still being able to keep a watchful eye on Buffy. She's Buffy, Riley answered quickly before shifting his attention back to the stack of papers in front of him. Buffy. Forrest tested out her name before he purred. I like that. That girl's so hot. She's Buffy. No, it's her name, Forrest, Riley corrected his friend with an aggravated eye roll. Forrest popped up a little in his chair as chirped, you've established first contact. Excellent. What do you think of her? She's in Psych 105 and honestly, I haven't really thought about what I think of her, Riley replied, as he kept his focus on the stack of papers in front of him. Dean sighed with relief as he realized who the blonde man was. He was Riley, Buffy's Ta, the one she'd dropped the books on. He stood from his chair. Buffy was appearing more and more frazzled as she tried to clean up the mess made by the soda machine and was clearly in need of some help. A girl that cute in the face and you form no opinion. Forrest scoffed at his friend and suddenly Dean wanted to hear Riley's response. No, I mean, she's all right, I guess. She's just kind of. Riley glanced over his shoulder at Buffy before looking back at Forrest. I don't know. Peculiar. Dean wanted to listen more, but when he saw Buffy break off the handle of the frozen yogurt machine he started toward her. He no longer cared to listen to their conversation. As he walked past their table he felt a hand tap his arm. Hey, buddy, what do you think of the blonde chick? Mattressable, right? Forrest pointed to Buffy as she desperately attempted to turn off the machine which was continuously pouring out yogurt. Dean smiled tightly at the two men and decided to play along as Buffy fled from the broken machine. Definitely, he agreed. You think she's got a boyfriend? Wait, didn't she go out with Parker Abrams for about 30 seconds? Forrest asked the two men. Riley scoffed quickly. Yeah, there's a sign of good taste. Dean felt his fists tighten and he'd readied himself to strike, but out of the corner of his eyes he saw Buffy had made it to the register and was paying for her food. He shook off his anger and instead plastered a smirk on his face as he looked at the two men. I think I'll go test those waters. Dean chuckled to himself as he left the table and made his way over to Buffy. Those boys were going to be in for such a surprise. But when he was only a few steps away from Buffy, she stumbled and her tray started to fall to the floor. Whoa, there, Dean surged forward, putting his hand under the tray to keep it from falling. Buffy looked up to meet Dean's eyes. She saw his gentle amusement, but also the worry that reflected in them. Thanks, Buffy sighed as he took the tray from her hands as she placed a gentle kiss on his lips. Dean smiled before he wrapped his other arm securely around Buffy's shoulder and placed a soft kiss to the top of her head. He couldn't resist the urge to wink at Riley and Forrest, who stared at him stunned as he led Buffy to their waiting table. "I guess she has a boyfriend," Forrest commented to Riley as they passed, but Dean turned his attention to Buffy. "You doing okay?" he asked, genuinely concerned as they settled into their seats. "Yeah, still a little off. I think Cave Buffy isn't so graceful," she shrugged as she met his eyes with a gentle smile. Buffy isn't that graceful either," Dean teased lightly. Buffy stuck her tongue out at Dean as he took a bite of his burger. Buffy watched him carefully for a moment before she attempted to make her voice as casual as possible. "You know, on my way over here, I heard a student was attacked at Krusty Hall." Buffy watched Dean a little close for any sign of a reaction. There was nothing, but a slight raise of an eyebrow as he continued eating his burger, and someone said Parker is walking around with a pretty nasty black eye. Dean's face remained neutral as he picked up a few fries and placed them in his mouth. "Do you know anything about that?" Dean was amazed just how quickly word spread on the college campus. Dean simply shrugged his shoulders and continued to eat his food. Buffy knew that Dean was a practiced con and had the best poker face of anyone she knew, but the fact that he'd remained so uninterested was the giveaway. If he hadn't been involved, he would have been asking her about who'd done it so he could buy whoever it had been a beer. "Dean," Buffy groaned. Dean knew he was caught, but he definitely wasn't going to apologize. "I'm not sorry I did it," Dean stated firmly. "He deserved a lot more than that black eye, Buffy. You can't just go around punching people, Dean." "Parker." "Buffy," Dean stopped her, his voice dropping to just above a whisper. "For what he did to you, he's lucky I didn't kill him." Buffy sighed. She should have known bringing Dean to campus today wasn't a good idea, and she really wasn't upset that Parker was now sporting a serious black eye, but she was worried about Dean and what would happen to him if Parker went to the police. "I don't want you getting in trouble." Buffy's voice quivered with worry as tears started to well in her eyes. "It's not worth it." Dean reached across the table and grabbed her hand. "Buffy, you're worth that and more," but when the worry refused to leave Buffy's eyes, he attempted to reassure her. "I don't think we have anything to worry about, babe." "How can you be so sure?" she asked, desperately meeting his eyes.